Stockholm, how are you feeling about this?
Here comes the pop flash, absolutely blind. Shiro in shotgun distance, spots the bomb though. That's an awkward position now for FURIA. Shiro with 2. What's behind him? More low health now. Yuri's got to take a 9. The bullets are coming out, but Shiro's got a Bison. What can he do with it? FURIA did this themselves, and it's going to happen to them at the hands of Natus. Had to be looking for that one. And it just goes from bad to worse.
Work this angle. Yuri and Art in the bathrooms. The deadly duo of the bathrooms have locked it down.
Hold on a second. Case the Ratto, closed casket funeral for him.
Out of the CD. Oh, this hurts. Bomb lost. Na'Vi on the force buy back are making them sweat. Couple of headshots required and denied. Triple kill out of Simple. Veto out, top of the scoreboard, 22 and counting, and a spray for 3. Oh, and make it 4. That's beautiful, and that's a nail in the coffin. Look at this. Oh, and we'll take a knife. ZywOo takes a little bit of extra cash through. A knife between the shoulder blades. Oh my god, he goes unchecked, he'll take them both. That's huge from ZywOo. Simple relieves all of that pressure. Simple will slices through, there's a third. Bomb loose, round 1. He strikes for the first head. 2 more, the flash ain't bad, but they'll take him down, there's so much time, and that's the end of that. Na'Vi awaken the Avicii Arena and sent Vitality home.
Yes, welcome back to the PGL Major in Stockholm. You saw there all of yesterday's action, and we're now just down to 4 teams, all trying to write Counter-Strike history. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me on the desk, we've got people who are all part of Counter-Strike history. Of course, at the far end, we have Maniac, competed at 5 majors, was even a coach for a little bit. Don't talk about that as much, do we? But just a fantastic all-round legend. We've got Blair, someone who's been in the scene since 2013, been all over the world, telling those stories. And, of course, Janko, former coach of FaZe MIPR.
We also don't talk about those.
Yeah, exactly.
All the coaching that we've done.
Yes, a lot of terrible coaching going on. No,
We tried.
no, obviously.
Off to a great
all
start.
still friends. But anyway, we are, of course, going to be setting up our semi-finals today here in Stockholm. And this is today's schedule. So you can see, this is the bracket. What we've got here is Na'Vi are going to be taking on Gambit. That's obviously a bit of a grudge match. These guys know each other extremely well. We'll be talking about that just in a moment. And, of course, G2 versus Heroic. Heroic somehow battling away despite all of the drama, the scandals, the tension. But the sleeper of this major, G2, looking absolutely lights out.
What this schedule tells me, Richard, is that actually the results we've had all year long were not senseless at all. We have the best teams of the year actually at the end, or the tail end of this major. Of course, Heroic brought a couple of trophies in finals. G2 never quite made it to gold. And Gambit and Na'Vi, the CIS ogres, ready to fight it out.
I want to actually allude to what Janko mentioned yesterday, where he was talking about the dichotomy of these 4 teams over here. You have 2 teams who are the proven LAN teams, and then you have the 2 teams who are kind of the kings of the online period in the form of Heroic and Gambit, right? So it's a proving grounds here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also the last couple of big LANs that we had, Cologne, Katowice, G2 and Na'Vi were in the finals then, and Gambit and Heroic, undoubtedly the 2 teams that have risen the most during the pandemic and during the online era. And I think it's just a proof of concept that these teams, you know, are just very good at Counter-Strike, and it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't that they were onliners. You know, now the pressure really rises, and we'll see if they can pull off an upset here.
Well, let's talk about the evening game first. Obviously, Na'Vi versus Gambit, 2 opponents very familiar with each other. Do we feel that Na'Vi is the best team we've seen at this major?
Yeah, I think so. I think they've been tested by Vitality, but they have risen to the occasion. At this point, it's time we go and bid the revelation of the year. This is actually insane.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that he's able to have that impact and that performance on the stage, in the playoffs of the major, completely new to that environment, it just as a whole brings Na'Vi to a level, that is almost unattainable. It's Electronic, Simple, and Bit. That's it. You have it.
And let's not forget the fact that Perfecto was the one who actually showed up yesterday. It's not like Simple and Bit had a quiet game. But you look at Z, we're like, is Simple going to be showing up here? He's going to be Bit. No, Perfecto's like, I'm just going to drop a casual 29 kills. Crazy stuff from Na'Vi.
And Janko had a great stat yesterday. He said, you know, there's like 3 of the Na'Vi 5 who are in sort of the top 5 players at this event. Perfecto wasn't one of them. Yeah, and then he does that.
And still showed up completely, and that just tells you Na'Vi came to this tournament firing on all cylinders, really. They've been tested here and there, but it didn't really look like they were really tested in a way, right? That's because they were so dominant, they were so good that they make it look easy.
And there's so much to say about this story of Gambit Na'Vi. When Gambit obviously had this rise of form, I had the feeling that it could be an element that would push Na'Vi to just get better. And it's exactly what happened. Not that it is the only factor, but you can see this rivalry where the CIS team are actually pushing each other, trying to be the best of the region. It's a very unique thing, you know, to want to be the best team of your region.
Sure.
Yeah.
And coincidentally, the 2 best teams in the world as well. So I think they pushed each other to raise the level, and it shows here.
I kind of feel like you could be forgiven if you're a fan of Counter-Strike to say this is potentially the real final, so to speak, right? Like, it's been a story of which team's the #1 this entire year. So yeah, this game, I mean, it's going to be breaking some viewership records for sure.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. Gambit, obviously, as well. Just a few thoughts about them. You know, Maniac said they've been vying in their region to be the #1 team. They were for a time. We had a disagreement, Janko, because I don't think the real Gambit showed up at all at this major.
I win Janko too. I'll join Janko on that one.
Yeah, you think I'm just crazy?
Oh, yes,
a
of
bit.
course. But
Well, that's
unrelated
what
to
I'm
the
saying,
topic we have
obviously. Yeah,
now.
true.
No, I think for Gambit, really, the thing is, the problem was in the game against FURIA. That's a game that you're like expected to win, right?
Yeah.
FURIA is a difficult team to
dominant
play against at time, right? They did get it done. I mean, it's a 2-0, right? And sure, you could tell that sometimes there were nerves, you know, contradicting themselves in some of the statements that they've had and so forth. But I think this Na'Vi game is like, no one expects them to win here. They are the underdog for the first time in a while, right? And I think that's going to alleviate some of the pressure. They can just enjoy the moment, you know, and potentially like just take away that dream run that Navi wants to have.
If you just look at this map on your screens right now as well, Vertigo, right? This is their home ground, a map where they've been pretty much undefeated for what seems like forever. They lost earlier to Entropiq, right? They also had to... Hobbit had to drop 39 kills to kind of mount that comeback against VP as well. That's what Hobbit does, sure, but that's not a sustainable thing. And I have to agree with Yanko. This is not the Gambit which is going to be taking down Navi. But you never know. They could really show up here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've got to say the Vertigo thing is almost indicative of some of the issues they've had in general. You know, it's that, yeah, they can win on it still, but it's just not the same that we knew at the start of the year. Now, that could be a natural evolution. People fall off, form changes, people are watching your demos, they adapt to you.
Of course.
Fine. My suspicion is that there's nerves here. There's something just off about Gambit. Now, an opponent they obviously know very well, Na'Vi, they always give them a game. So I'm expecting to see the real Gambit today. The question is whether or not that's good enough to beat Na'Vi. Now we'll turn our attention to the other semi-final. That's going to be the first one. And I'll start with you again, Yanko, as you are our man, our G2 supporter.
The resident G2.
Yes, the resident
fanboy.
G2 expert. I think they looked amazing so far at this major. They've really surprised me. Had a ton of problems coming into the major, but have looked absolutely clean. And the great news is, this is peak form Nico.
Yeah, this is his highest rated major performance yet in his career. He's just been super dominant, having tons of impact. We've seen his deagle rounds, aces, clutches. He's been doing it all. But the reason why G2 is on top of that doing really well as a team is because the rest of the players have also stepped up, you know, not in an insane fashion, but Hunter's having a really good tournament, right, as the second star. And then Nexa, Amanek also over 1.1 rating, right, they're doing their job. And Jax is not having a horrible tournament, you know, he's doing well in his role. Everyone's doing their job, and that's why G2 is yet to drop a map this tournament.
Absolutely. You mentioned Hunter, and that has to be a talking point as well, because we could be quick to forgive that, or to forget rather, that he hasn't ever played in a stage like that.
Yeah.
The man's done to a major, but they didn't make it to playoff back then in Berlin. He's new to that, and I was talking with Malik, their coach, and he said he just thrives in that environment. He's zoned in. Like, if anything, that makes him hyper-focused, hyper-aggressive in the way that he wants to win and show up. And that is such a grace to have that a player who embraces this whole stage, you know, playoff mentality. Let's give everything we have. And when you look at these two together, the two cousins on stage, you can see they're dialed in.
Oh, they are
They're not here
fired
to
up.
mess around.
And it's kind of crazy as well. Like, you look at Hunter, he seems like the nicer cousin, right? He's always like super sweet, he's talking, you know, super gentle. And then you see him just, you know, go for just play the crowd and all that after the win. It's cool to see.
He was the evil one all along.
Yeah, no.
He was a bad one all the
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's really interesting, actually, because if you were placing bets on which team was going to change their roster after the major, no matter what happened, G2 was one of them,
Could
right?
still be the case. Yanko mentions the rest of the roster, and it has to be a topic as well. We have Nexa doing better than his past 3 months. We have Amanek doing better than the past 3 months as well, because it is a conversation. You must feel for these three that a bad performance at the major, which soon we can write off because they've made it to the semi-final, but a bad performance could just mean you get the boot. You're out there. The G2 mentality, as Duncan was mentioning on the desk, is a mentality of champions, of winners. There's no space for losers. So a lot of pressures on that roster, but the backbone has been doing their job, I have to say.
Yeah, it's crazy. It really has come out of left field for me. But talking about out of left field, obviously their opponents, Heroic. Incredible to think all of the problems they've had, all of the drama they've had, all of the scandals they've had over the course of the year. Managed to maintain success despite it all, and then came here sort of you know, under this weird cloud. Like, you didn't know what was going to happen, like whether or not they were going to crumble under the pressure. Every game they went into, the community, you could sense it. They're willing them to fail. And I think they've won over a lot of people because they've been so fired up. They're playing such good Counter-Strike. They're beating all their opponents in clean fashion. And they're low-key a stealth pick to go to the final in this match.
It's them against the world.
Yeah.
It is them against the world. And that is what is so impressive about this Heroic lineup, is that they've really merged into this unit that wants to fight anyone who doubts them, right? They came into the major, everyone was waiting for them to fail. We could say online, obviously we had the controversy, but as a matter of fact, it just brought them together, and they're in this, they're in the game, they fight together, they battle together, and it's great to see a unit like that.
It's in high pressure situation, high pressure scenarios that Diamonds are forged, and right now for Heroic, it is a tale of redemption, as we've spoken about for them, making an even deeper run here, getting this win over G2. It's gonna, for them as well, it's gonna be like, we deserve to be here, we are good enough. And not to forget as well, we don't have any sweets remaining winning in the server, but they do have a Swede standing right behind them, so the home crowd could potentially be rooting for them.
Yeah, well, that's actually what happened. I mean, the Heroic guys got a real big pop from the crowd when I was expecting boos. Funnily enough, G2 was the one that was actually getting booed by the crowd.
Yeah, well, playing against NIP, I think
Sure.
that was to be expected, and hopefully they didn't, you know, do themselves in too much with some of those gestures after wins. But I think for Heroic, for a team that was involved in so much controversy really the last year or so, the fact that they haven't been talked about that much at this tournament is the best thing that they could have going for them, right? Because the focus is obviously first on Navi, right, a little bit on Gambit. Then we have also on their side of the bracket we have G2, and Nico is playing insane, and you're like, oh wow, and then just hey guys, you know, we're here as well. You know, we were number one ranked team in the world for a while. And I think with Heroic, obviously, you know, you can say whatever you want, but just when you look the stuff they do on the server, they're a really good Counter-Strike team.
It's a tale of the extremes, right? And this is where there is a big contrast between G2 and Heroic. You talk about G2, you go for Nico, you go for Hunter. They're popping off massively, making plays all around. For Heroic, everyone technically can do it. They're all between 1.06 and 115 rating, which basically means for the viewer at home, they're a unit and everyone can have an impact. So we don't talk about these extreme performances because everyone is doing their job.
There's not one player in that team who's in the top 10 right now, and they're in the semifinals.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's take a look at the star player that's emerged from Heroic and compare him to Nico. You can see Stown, as we were told to call him. Everyone's calling him Staven all of a sudden. Whatever, mate. It's your name, your life. But you can see, I mean, this is a very young player. He's been highly touted for a long, long time. People have been saying, trust us, you know, he's going to be good. And he's always been excellent. But here he's starting to achieve greatness at this major.
Look, that's a mismatch right there. When you compare Nico to Staven, and that's not a diss, it's not a bad take on Staven. It's just Nico is that legendary of a player. And you can see the kind of magnitude he can reach in a tournament like this. But this is also where the strength of Heroic lies. They don't rely on Staven to have a Nico performance to win. Whereas G2 need Nico to be his absolute Nico.
Nico
Got that one on that one too.
There you go.
That's not the same team.
They all need each other. No, but I mean, think about it with Heroic as well. It's like you said, you know, they don't have that kind of like big star, but Stown has emerged from the pack as someone that'll say, hey, I'm good to carry for a few rounds. Refresh has just had some of the best clutches at the tournament. Some of the best moments, actually, the best individual moments, have all come from this Heroic team.
I think the really cool thing about Heroic is coming into the quarterfinals. The big question all of us had was, are they going to be crumbling under the pressure, right? All the new kids, apart from Caden because he's more tenured. They delivered, like Refresh in the 1v3 with the Deagle. He said, I was feeling the hype, I was feeling the crowd. They know how to play with the crowd, and that's a very good sign for them. Also, one more player I do want to touch upon because I really feel he's been delivering thus far. Shush, he was kind of quiet in the challenger stage, but in the legend stage, he really went up.
Yeah, I think, you know, you could tell, especially Ston in that opening game against VP and the first map, he had a great start, and he was getting so excited, jumping out of his seats and stuff. I think you take from that what you will. You have different types of teams that display different levels of energy when they play. Generally, I prefer when the players are not losing their mind every 2 rounds and like jumping over and taking their headset
You're just
off.
a grouch,
because you know you can have in this game, you know, the next round, like while you're calming down or whatever, you know, you can like Nico can kill 2 people with the Deagle and you can lose the round. Now it's all of us like the huge fluctuations of energy. It's hard.
Adrenaline is a resource.
Yeah,
it's got to be used correctly.
It's hard, you know, in that way to reset because the game has so many ups and downs that it can happen. So being calm, cool, and collected really is a huge advantage for a team.
I mean, when I saw Cadian pop off, I thought he was his eyes rolled up in his head. That clip of him is absolutely terrifying. It's like something out of Game of Thrones.
Or The Exorcism.
Yeah, exactly. So look, obviously though, I think all the good plaudits that we can pour on Heroic, they are underdogs in this series.
They are,
And G2, I mean, we still feel they're on course to make their first, their first final, right?
But here's the question: that would be actually the first title as well for G2 in this year. They haven't won a single title throughout the year, but
they've been the perennial runners-up.
That's correct. G2 hasn't lost a single map at this major. How do G2 react when things go to hell? That is a question we have yet to be answered. We've seen them coast to coast, having great performances all around, individuals popping off. Everything's looking great. Yeah, it's quite easy to go.
It's also the benefit of being the higher seed, the fact that, you know, your opponent's map is the first one. You know, you win that, and then you're coming to your own map pick, super confident, already having the advantage, and just they've been able to close out those situations. And the reason is as well, their T-sides have been much improved than they have.
The best of the event?
Than they looked at recently, right? And some of those are after a slow start, being down 3-0, 4-1, 5-2, and they still end up getting 8, 9, 7 rounds, whatever. And that's a huge part of it, because as well as just the rounds help you win the game,
and also
it shows you the mentality that they don't let some of the frustrating rounds, losing to pistols, affect them as much.
And also, you got to point out, I feel like the way they've won a lot of these maps, a lot of these rounds come down to the individual prowess, right? You can't take that away from them. And if you look at like the opening kills in the tournament overall in the Legend stage, they are #1 and #2 right now. And once they get that opening kill, they have a ridiculous, I think 82% 5 versus 4 conversion. So like, they get the opening kill, Nico just comes in, gets the first kill, the round's almost guaranteed for them.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, while we're talking about Nico, obviously I did see you talking to him last night while we were after the show. So what's the temperature check there? I mean, how's he feeling about everything? How confident is he? Don't want you to talk out of school, obviously.
No, I mean, he's confident. They're just relaxed, you know. They seem, I ran into them at lunch today as well. They just seem super chill. Like, you know, it's just another day. And that's what you want to see, right? Like, you want it to look as normal as possible, just being it another game. And I think they really are enjoying themselves, right? Like, they really have bought into this mindset. Hey, it doesn't matter what we did up until this point, how bad the second part of the year was for us. Like, what matters is what we do here at the major. Let's just enjoy it. We know we're a better team on LAN. Like, let's just make sure we support each other and do the best we can.
LAN is the keyword.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that confidence as well, despite the tumultuous period they had before this event, is IEM Cologne. And we talk to them and they tell you, we know how we were playing Counter-Strike back then. That was also the first event they beat Gambit in the best of 3.
Yep.
That was an important step for them. So you have this whole confidence, but I agree with Janko. I think it's great they're not overexcited, overly anticipated of the games. Try and make it, work as it is. You've been doing great. Whatever formula you're following right now is actually working. But for Nico, a little bit like Simple, he's also one of these players that should definitely win a major. You cannot have this quality, this legendary skill, and never put your name on the damn trophy.
Sure. And listen, maybe all the stars are aligning for them, because think about it. They spent the year, you're right, they couldn't beat Gambit. They couldn't beat Na'Vi. Certainly what they couldn't do is they couldn't beat Gambit and Na'Vi. Those guys are on the other side of the bracket, so now you're only going to have to beat one, and maybe it's your day. Anyway, we'll get a temperature check because Freya's on stage and the teams are about to walk out.
The crowd are certainly ready to be getting this semi-final underway. We begin with a clash of 2 European teams, and the first team have had a flawless run so far this major, not dropping a single map throughout the tournament. And despite facing the hometown favourites in NIP in the quarterfinals, did not let that faze them on the big stage. So it's time to welcome G2.
Welcome on stage, G2.
The individuals have certainly come out for the side of G2, but now they're going to be facing another cluster of stars on the opposing side. And this team made it all the way from the challengers up here to LAN Glory, facing one of the biggest crowds they have ever laid their eyes on, and managing to hold their nerve in the quarterfinals versus Virtus.pro. It's time to welcome to the stage, Heroic.
Welcome on stage, Heroic.
a team that have risen through the ranks of the online era. They're wanting to show their stuff in front of this big crowd. But of course, we had to check in with both of our sides before we get this game underway. We're going to get Hunter from the side of G2, and of course, Stan is going to be joining us with a beautiful Danish flag as well. Hunter, I've got to ask you, man, that entrance that you gave when you first walked onto the stage, your first playoffs at the Major, you look like you were absolutely lapping the crowd up. How are you feeling to be back here?
I'm enjoying it, honestly. Someone told me 2 years ago that I will be in semi-finals of Major 2 years after, and having my brother next to me, I would just sign it immediately. So I'm feeling really great, and I can't wait to play again against Heroic now.
I've got to ask specifically about that. You know, it was so long time coming for you and Nico to be playing on a team together. What does it mean for you and him to be playing up here together? How's it feeling to be with him?
I cannot explain it. This is like dream come true for me, and I worked a lot to be with him in the same team and with my guys as well. And like I'm just enjoying the game, especially now with the front of this amazing crowd, and that's pretty much it.
And Stan, for you as well, it's your first time at a Major playoffs. You're coming out looking incredibly confident. Can you put into words what was going through your mind in that first game on Thursday when you're walking out in front of this crowd?
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing experience. I've been dreaming of this since I was so little, watching all the old legends play, and being here in front of you all guys today is something I can't even describe. It's an amazing feeling.
Can you describe to us, though, what the atmosphere of the team is like? Because obviously we've seen you rising through the ranks of online, making it to this stage. What was it like in that first game for you on Thursday? What was kind of the vibe in the team?
I mean, the vibe in the team is really insane. You all know Cadian. He's the hype machine, and I hope you will hype us today as well.
Hunter, I do want to ask you very quickly, just before we go, Next is talking about you guys really flourishing on LAN. Can you give me kind of the biggest reason why you feel like you just catapulted yourself to success since coming back on LAN?
Well, we are a LAN team. We showed it many times, and it's for us really hard to focus when we are online, and it's really hard to be together because we are from different countries. It's really, really tough, but online it's not the same story, and that's why we are enjoying, and especially because of these people.
Well, we're not going to keep you waiting a moment longer to be delving into this action. Guys, I know you've already done a handshake. Do you want to do like a little bro fist or something? There we go. Well, we're going to throw this back one over to the desk to see exactly how they're anticipating this matchup to go down.
Thank you so much, Freya, and man, I'm hyped for this one because we are in uncharted territory, boys. They haven't played each other at LAN. This is, you know, just it's a coin toss for me because Heroic continue to defy expectations, even though we can all say right now G2 is the better team.
You're right. I think they have earned our respect. They
Absolutely.
have earned our attention, our curiosity as well. There's a man that was mentioned in that interview, and it's Cadian as well. I think he plays an instrumental role to maintain Heroic in any game when things go to hell. You have to think about it, right? They've lost maps. They've had 3 map series here at the Major, but whenever they win important rounds, whenever there is that clutch, you damn sure Cadian's going to be out there hyping them up, putting them back on tracks. And it's also an emotional battle. That's what a match on the stage is.
Yeah, and you heard a lot about emotions. Let's take a look at the maps because there isn't going to be an overpass here. And there we go. What do you think of this veto? React.
I think for this one, the big question mark, the only question mark was Heroic going to pick Nuke or Vertigo? The difference is Vertigo would be more of a punish pick against G2, but it's also a map G2 hasn't really played yet in this tournament. They put a lot of work on it, and Heroic also, Nuke is their most picked map in series, so they're just going with their own comfort pick here. G2, I love it. They're staying with Mirage, but it's worked for them throughout the whole tournament. All of their players are really solid on the map. And then, of course, what else richer than the Inferno third map decider?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, just classic counter.
They dodged the Vertigo punish again.
I know.
G2, they've been blessed by the stars. Like, we know Vertigo is a weakness. We talked about it in the Legend stage, of course, and now in the playoff, and they are not.
They lost to Lin Vision on this map.
Hey,
come on.
Hey, Asian CS, all right? Like, back off here, Yanko.
What do you mean Asian CS?
Like, jokes aside. Right, jokes aside. I gotta say though, like the Mirage pick coming in from G2, we all kind of expected it, but they've looked fantastic, right? You got to touch upon Amanek as well. Sure, we have Nico just popping into the deagle and whatnot, but Amanek, like, he's just flying out from the B apartment, just opening up sites, fearless. Might not be the best opper even in the server, but he's doing his role.
Well, that's actually a good point. Is, you know, G2, one of the question marks is, you know, the opping position. Amanek is just doing it because he has to. He has been great this tournament in just doing like the amount that he has, but you know, on the other side, Cadian is not a world beater, especially on LAN, right? So it's not going to be as big of a deal in this particular game as it could potentially be against a different opponent.
who are the key factors on Nuke? Who do we need to look out for outside of Nico? Is there anyone?
Yeah, why do you say outside of Nico?
I
What
got
is
to.
gonna be
I got
doing
to.
like this?
Otherwise, it's going to be. I'll tell you what, including me. What?
Here's for you, Richard.
Yeah.
The two guys who gave the interview.
Right.
Hunter and Stan, because T-side Heroic, Stan plays around door. He can be very aggressive there, trying to go down vents. And Hunter also on the CT side plays that position. So a lot of it is going to Heroic loves to put pressure at the start of the round on door, throwing the smoke outside the vents, molly top of hot right, and you need to be ready for that. You need to have a plan for that.
And you're talking about all these experts. Jax as well has to know how to react. At times, you could have seen a little bit lost behind that silo on the A side. You know, you have to dance through molotovs and smokes and flashes, and it's not exactly just a wide open field where you get to fight. This is what Jax likes. Talk about Mirage. He's just out there taking duels. Nuke is a little bit different. Yeah. He has to have the mindset, the game sense as well to figure out a solution. So Jax is going to be an X factor as well, and I think Heroic will try to push it.
For me, the guy to watch out has to be Cadian, right? Like Cadian CD side opping. Like one thing I enjoy about Heroic CD side of Nuke is how dynamic, how insanely dynamic it is, which can sometimes come and bite them in the ass. But Cadian hasn't really had a pop-off game yet, and we've seen him just completely own the CD side of Nuke with the AWP of it. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on him. Yeah, for sure. I think as well, you know, look, we saw them there, Heroic in the huddle. It's great to see, man. I don't care what anyone says. I love it when a team is doing that. The team talks, they're hyped. You can see the energy. They're doing the breathing. They're getting into it. They're applauding the crowd. Heroic are meant to be nervous, guys. They are not meant to. This is meant to be a partisan crowd. They're loving them. They've won over everyone. They're on that redemption arc. I don't think they're under any pressure. They're turning into Lanimals, and I love it. Exactly. It's absolutely crazy to see it. So, guys, I've got to ask you, we've got about 90 seconds, I think, before we're going to get into the action. Who's winning this one?
I'll go for G2. I'll go for G2 for the very simple reason that the individuals have shown me what I wanted to see from them, and I don't believe in any given day that someone can go up against Hunter and Nico right now. I think these two, the level they've reached up until that point is unmatched on their server, and if they show up with the same performance, that is it. I think they take over.
I'm going to go to Heroic here. I know I know they're the underdogs, but I have been impressed with how they've been able to grind it out. It's been a rough journey for them. G2 just like flew through everyone, right? It's been a long journey for them, and I feel like they deserved a little bit of plaudits for where they have achieved, where they've arrived over here, and everyone's woken up, right? I have my questions. Are they going to be delivering on land? They have delivered. I think they have an outside chance of taking this.
Do I even need to ask you?
Yeah,
come on, Heroic, obviously.
You know, G2 is going to take this, and I think it's going to be an incredibly close game, but the individuals are going to push them over the line.
All right, guys, let's get into it. Two of the best teams in the world, two of the best casters in the world. Anders and Semler, take it away.
Well, thank you so much to the desk. Yes, we're going to get into the game, and what a match it's going to be. Semler, how are you feeling?
Loving it, man. I am so happy to be here today, Anders. I'm so excited. We couldn't have asked for better teams for the semifinals here in the Major. Everybody has earned their spot. I think we're just going to have amazing Counter-Strike all day long here.
It's been a while, I feel like, since I've had that nervous energy before starting a game. You sort of feel it in the air that it's just going to be one of those crazy matches. They both play terrific Counter-Strike. I mean, if G2 make it to the final, that's an incredible story. If Heroic do it, that's going to be headline news as well. So either way, it is just going to be fantastic. And just into it, yes. I just want to get on the way because this is going to be such a fun time. They were booing Hunter already. I've got to say, that's bold.
Didn't learn their lesson the first time. Anders didn't learn their lesson. That only fired him up. So if you're a Heroic fan right now, you need to be maybe calming down when you're booing Hunter at least. The rest of the team, fine, but just don't piss off Hunter because he absolutely murked his opponents last time that happened.
Yeah, he really did. Oh, it's going to be such a good time.
And especially given the fact that everybody on Heroic is stepping up. That's the true beauty of this scenario, is that there was a lot of questions with both of these rosters coming into this tournament. Would they be able to step up? Would they be able to perform? This is LAN in front of an audience. Totally different beast when it comes to Counter-Strike. When you're playing online like they have for the majority of the past 2 years, you're just playing from home. It's hard to get your head in the game. It's hard to see and feel that this is a competition. Here, there are no illusions. These guys have to step up right now. It's the top 4 of the Major.
And in terms of the maps, right, we do have that Inferno deciding map, so cross everything you have to try and make sure that we get there, because that is a Counter-Strike tradition, and we absolutely all love it. So I just can't really wait for it.
I love it.
It's going to be good. It's going to be such a fun time. Stockholm, are you feeling it? No, that's not enough. Stockholm! Can you feel it? Well, here we go, the first semi-final of the Major. G2 versus Heroic in a best of 3. We're starting on Nuke with G2 on the CT side and Heroic on the T side. And I don't know. I mean, it's obviously picked by Heroic. That's not a surprise. I think this is going to be a struggle. I think every single round is going to be a battle.
Indeed, it will be, Anders, because both of these teams are evenly matched. That's the beauty of it. The fact that Nico is playing lights out the best major of his career, he is sitting as the top-rated player in the tournament going into this match right now, and he blew our minds against NIP, absolutely dominated them. So if Nico can bring that kind of level here for Heroic, it's going to be hard for Heroic to deal with it, because I don't know if anybody on Heroic can match the peak of Nico at his best.
I don't think anyone can right now. I mean, that's why the story is building up so nicely, because he may have to go to the simple levels to find an opponent that's going to be able to shut him down when he's playing like he is right now. Heroic, they're going to have their hands full, you're right, just with Nico alone. But the rest of that G2 squad is looking so good right now. I mean, some of the bomb site anchoring that's been done by Amanek with the AWP has looked really solid. It's looked really good. That in itself can get you over a couple of rounds. And Hunter, like we said, you start to poo him. It apparently has the inverse effect. He doubles down, triples down, and plays it even better. Here we go. The countdown has begun. We're going to head into the match. Pistol rounds are notoriously difficult to predict and figure out. I'm going to take a crack at it here. They do have 2 smokes actually on the CT side. Kind of interesting if it's going to be a retake on that B-bomb side. A lot could happen. Here we are. Let's get this match underway. Heroic already kind of leaning outside, blowing up the door, maybe trying to bait out some counter utility. Actually doing a fairly good job of that right now, trying to really put some pressure on that squeak door, but everyone else has gone down. Secret, well, I said everyone, I was lying. Cadian has made his way here, jump past, and picked out of the sky. What a nice flick. The opening kill of the semi-final. Of course, it had to go to Nico.
Of course, had to be a headshot too, but the bomb is going to get planted, and Heroic have got plenty of time now to get into post-plant positions before G2 can start knocking on that door. So there is an opening here for Heroic to get some damage. You can see Cadian thinking about getting proactive, thinking about getting on that flank. He knows now, he hears the footsteps, and he's communicating this to his teammates going into this hold.
A little bit early on that reveal. They're going to be drawn back. No, they can't. They can't focus on Cadian. If he escapes, they've wasted their time. Nice headshot from Cadian. That'll make a difference. But Jack and Amanek, they're going to come back into it. Tessus and Stout, well, they're already inside of that. Defusing, trying. There was a kit in there. Jax and Amanek, they're going to have to go quick on this one. Amanek got tied on his own, trying to get that defuse. Oh, but he gets stabbed in the opening round.
Cadian, what a hero. He threw a wrench in things going into that retake. They did not expect to find him on the flank like that, and that is valuable time that he buys for his teammates to defend that bomb as well. So fantastic play from the IGL. It's a little bit of a tough start there for Shush, that's for sure, but this is everything we were hoping for here in a pistol round between these two teams. So evenly matched, it has to come down to a knife fight and a smoke bomb. There you go.
What a way to begin. Down like that, 1 versus 2, and you get stabbed inside of the smoke trying to get that defuse. That's what we needed. Second round is coming up, and we do have an auto shotgun on Jax. Well then, hello.
Playing to the meta. Both of these teams have been very good about picking up pistol rounds. They've also been very good about converting the following round. And it's looking like we're gonna get more of the same here, although Amanek is chiming in. Jax with the auto shot, he gets a kill.
I was not expecting that. They were so flashed when they came out of the hut, but somehow they managed to get the double kill to MAC-10 anyway. A little bit delayed on the bomb plant because they're worried now that if they go for it right away, that they're going to get shut down while they're in the middle of the bomb plant. This should still be the round for Heroic, but who knows what that auto shotgun's going to be doing. Cadian spotted out. Jax trying to see if he could just shoulder it in, but he's going to miss his opportunity here, I think. Now, he might just be in a crossfire when he walks out, and that's going to be uncomfortable. There's the opportunity. Shush will save his captain, and that's always good news. Nico and Amanek, 2 versus 3 here, and they're going to do some more damage. I don't think they can win the round.
No, this is so tough, and it just keeps playing to Heroic's strengths. That a 90% win rate in second rounds after they won the pistol round so far this tournament. They are looking so good. That is very hard to do, especially in the era of Deagles, where you just can walk into a trap and it can just be your round done and dusted. We almost saw that with the 2 kills coming in from G2, where it got a little hairy there for Heroic, but they kept their cool and they played the post plant perfectly on the upper side, making sure that there was nowhere for G2 to get in and flank. The one chance was there for Jax, and he got shut down immediately as soon as he showed himself.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Probably needed to find that kill in the first round when he was in the hut there, but had to let it go just a bit longer. Third round is coming up. We still have the scout in play. a couple of deagles. So we've seen already what Nico can do with deagle. So every time you see that on the board, you've got to be careful. Nice vent dive and a huge stack towards the ramp room to top it off.
I like to see this early from Heroic as well. They're showing G2 this early. It's like just saying, hey, this is something that we're willing to do, and we're going to be able to stick to it pretty quickly here, and we're going to go for it right out the beginning. So now G2, they already have to take that into account going forward in this half, that Heroic are going to be willing to go for vent dives, and so that will make them tweak their defense on that upper site. Have to keep that in mind. Heroic, in the meantime, they've got the smoke wall up outside, and Jax has found Stout.
It's always very uncomfortable when you're playing a slow line like this on the T side, and then you hear that one deagle headshot ring through, and you think, oh no, they're going to speed it up behind. So that is the big upside here. If they've only lost down and they're going to be able to get in there and get the bomb plant, I think that's going to be fine.
It makes you wonder what Stam saw. What Stam saw for Heroic to decide, okay, we need to hit upper side instead of lower. Did he see multiple targets from G2 down there when he died? Because that would have been the tell where Heroic can think, okay, defense will be weaker on the upper side, so let's go there. Him dying at the time that he did is actually perfect for Heroic because they're still in that crossroads where they can decide to go upper or lower. So quick call there from Heroic, making the adjustment. Shush gonna find Nico in the end. Hunter with the deagle. Let's see, if you pick up Nico's deagle, does that make you hit more headshots? Does your headshot rating just go up like 20%? Is that how it works?
Yeah, it has to. You never change it out. Just try and keep it alive.
Yeah, forever here.
Never
whatever you gotta do.
Never wash it or anything. Just keep it cool. Third round, though, for the Danish side. It's a pretty good start here, but the real test is coming up. G2 will be picking up the rifles, and I'm real curious what's going to happen out in that yard, because I think Heroic, like most of the Danish teams right now, they love that yard aggression. They love not just going down secret, they love actually flanking all the way past CT spawn. And if you allow them to get in there, well then, you're going to lose track of where they are. You're going to lose one player somewhere, and it's going to be a bad time.
They're playing on land, guys, just in case you're wondering. So no 40% loss there for Nip this time. We can pretty much guarantee that. G2 won that straight up.
100% loss.
100% loss is what happened. Early nades, though, and a quick change of pace here from Heroic, hoping perhaps to get out there quick onto the upper bomb site, or at least keeping G2 aware of the option. G2 really trying to shut that down, though. They committed a lot of utility to this early on just to make sure that Heroic can't get comfortable up here on the upper site.
They're almost out of nades on the Heroic side. That's kind of a mystery, isn't it? We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds. You have one smoke if you wanted to plant down lower. Good timing for Nico. Gets the kill, throws a nade. That could have killed easily Cadian. He's on 1 health, so lucky to be alive. And then instead of backing off, he just doubles down on the aggression. Goes out into the garage and almost spotted by Teslas. But it's a 4-on-4. We have under a minute now, and it looks like G2, rather than waiting, want to go and try and find some information. They're going to find Stan. Good kill for Amanek.
Well, that's such a big deal. Getting proactive, G2 need to show that they're willing to get out there and make info plays themselves. That's at about that time, 50 seconds, on that CT side. If you haven't seen anything yet, you need to start pushing. You need to start taking risks to get info, to figure out where Heroic are going. And so now Heroic have to worry about that point of entry. You can see they're only just now going to start working their way over here, but with 30 seconds left, Heroic are getting close to the point of no return. They're going to have to just accelerate in, and they're going to run right into Nico.
Yeah, this is going to be such a shutdown. They did have Tessus down below, but he still needed the rest of the team to open up some kind of avenue here. That's a strong headshot. There are more people defending. Cadian is low from earlier out in the yard. He's going to find a headshot, but he cannot win the round anymore. It's 10 seconds here. He's trying to run back in. There should be absolutely no way. 5 on the clock. Orbs on the other side. Actually, if he can find that, that's still a pretty big win. Time has run out. Does he want to risk it? He's going to stay put. All right. Good defense for G2. Bit of a shame that they lost Nexter in the ramp at the end. But strong start out of the way here with the rifles. That's good to see.
It's a terrific start so far for both of these teams, I think. Now that G2 managed to get on the board early, they don't let Heroic start to put too many rounds on that T side. This has been a bit of a comfort pick for Heroic, this map. They only lost it once so far this tournament, and that was 16-14 to Entropiq, who have been playing out of their minds, who are a real threat to these teams. So for Heroic to lose it that close, you know that this is a very good map for them right now. So G2, they're going to have to be on their A game to put a halt to the Danish Terrors here. Early pot shot put through the smoke outside by Amanek. With that smoke wall up, he's not going to have access to the information. You can see that they kind of hang around out here, just waiting to see if G2 are going to try and push for info, but also it lets them get down into the lower halls towards that B bomb site, Heroic.
you could almost feel it in this game right here that just what's on the line has just increased so much. Everyone is a little bit more tentative. We are not seeing that all-out wild battle coming in. That's kind of what I expect of Heroic. That's what we've seen so much out of them. But I think everyone is feeling just a bit more nervous because it's a semi-final. And that's what it does. You feel the pressure every step of the way. Refresh started to fall back a bit. Nico gonna almost come find him. That's some uncanny timing. Nico, he's walking forward. Refresh is there to take him down. Nexa on the other side. That's a really good trade. Important stuff for Nexa.
Now Nexa has had his moments so far this major as well. He has certainly stepped up, not only as an IGL, but as a fragger. He can get those trades, and we're getting into it now. 35 seconds on the clock. Hunter, he's got the line on it, but there is a way in here to the bomb site for Heroic, and they're going to commit.
If the bomb had come in from Mini instead of from Heaven, that would have been a nightmare. Good shot from Cadian, but they do have the bomb on the site. They're going to get the bomb plant here. This is a good return from Heroic. If they can get this round, it looks like they will. Hunter and Nexa are already backing out. This is actually a really, really cool... This is something we don't get to see nearly enough because this kind of strategy from the T side doesn't happen so often. But if you lose Mini and Heaven, then it actually can make a lot of sense for the CT side to push in and occupy Hot and Squeak like they did. So you're kind of almost reversing roles. Suddenly you're the attacking team, even though you're on the CT side. And they were trying to snipe them as they made the jump from Mini into the A bomb site. But the bomb is coming in from Heaven. That's a crucial detail in that strategy.
That's exactly it, because you know your Hunter is just sitting there crossing his fingers, hoping that the bomb is going in through Mini. Focused on the side of Heroic, though, as they pick up their 4th round on this T side of Nuke. G2 can save 2 guns, though, which is interesting. They are going to have just enough money to get a buy going here on G2 side. So the AWP, the M4, couple of M4s to work with. Jax doesn't have a whole lot of cash, though, so he's going to go for the Deagle just so he can afford to get some nades. This is still going to be a decent buy coming in here from G2, so it's not done yet.
But a tough beginning. Lose that second rifle round. Down a couple of rounds here. It's going to be a bit more explosive. Nico definitely spotted that, but his teammates on the bomb site, they were blind for a second. That could have been so scary. Nice attempt. I love just to essentially flex on them. Run onto that site. If you get that flashbang down right, you get the entry you need. But now instead they're playing 4 versus 5. That doesn't feel quite as good.
No.
Nice need.
But that's the beauty of it. I think you're right, Anders. It's just trying to be unpredictable here, Heroic, not to fall into a pattern that G2 can pick up on. They're throwing some slow rounds in there, just like they're throwing some very quick, aggressive rounds, and all of this early. So G2 are going to they're not going to be able to get comfortable here on this CT side and fall into a rhythm. Cadian, though, this is clever. Angle over the top, and there's the shot. Drops Nexa, brings it back to a 4-on-4. Opening is here now. With that smoke down, there is a gap, however, and Hamaneki had a chance to bring it back to get his team the man advantage. Instead, now Heroic have access to the lower bomb site.
They can make their way down there. Test is going to clear out the control room, dropping the bomb down. Don't know who's going to be planting it right now. Someone needs to cover. It's down. The fact that he goes down is so critical here. Maybe G2 can win this round back. They are in a 4-on-3. There are no more nades on the Heroic side. They do have a single Molotov on Amanek, but no smokes for the defuse. So that's the lay of the land right here as we go into the retake. And this is a critical one for G2. If they lose this one, they're out of money, and Heroic are off to such a powerful start on Nuke. Sneaking through all 3 of them. Coming around the corner, the AWP holding the back line, and Tessus turning for the grenade. He goes for the spray. It's just going to be the one. Nice shot from Cadian, point blank range, taking down Nico. And Shush will follow it up now. Amanek all on his own. He can get one of them, but he knows there's no time. He can't even smoke it and did what he almost did in the pistol round. He has to just run away. It is unfortunate. Great attempt at a retake, but it will be Heroic to pick up another round.
And I think at this moment now you're going to let this round go. This is going to be a round of eco coming up based around this AWP. So if Amanek can get in a position to find a kill early with that, terrific. Although Heroic have been throwing those nades out in yard, those smoke walls, so he doesn't really have too many opportunities early to come up with anything. If he can be in the right place at the right time, that's going to be good. But I expect to see a timeout called pretty soon here from G2. They may want to actually start having a bit of a chat about what they need to do to change up going into the next buy round. Heroic again with the change of pace, straight into ramp, no respect. There's Nico, 1 headshot already. Traded immediately by Stalin, but then Jax with the peek, takes one of his own. Man advantage for G2.
Oh, it gets taken away so quickly. That's unfortunate. It would have been really cool if they could have just settled down a bit in that 4 versus 3, take some time to think about what was coming next, but still, it's winnable. MNEC has got that AWP back at the A-bomb site. Jax and Nexa playing either ramp or outside. Could really be anything at this point. Nexa's walked all the way down. So let's just see. 7th round here. This is the kind of round, we talked about this a lot in the quarterfinals, but if you win a round like this, it's going to fire the team up. It's going to get everyone hyped. So a lot is riding on this as well. Jax tries to get that job done. Not quite. And the spray is good. Smoke going up right in front of Refresh. And that will be a 3-on-2 now. Still have 45 seconds. And you know what? Credit to Heroic for not just pushing into a bomb site rapidly, trying to get something happening. They're really slowing it down. That is a nice part of their game that is going to be key if they want to take this whole match. Next up, looking the wrong way. Almost had the angle there, but Down being real careful. And MNX should save the AWP once again.
Indeed. So Heroic successfully threading the needle, finding the pistols. Really difficult for G2 to find any kind of footing in that round. And so far, I mean, Heroic, that's not as dominant as G2 in man advantage situations. G2 have the 81% win rate, 5v4, but Heroic are right behind it with 76. I mean, both of these teams, it's real fun actually if you look at the statistics of both of these teams lined up side by side. Individually, you have guys who are off the charts like Nico, but as a team, the two of them are almost indistinguishable. They're so close in terms of performance. That's why this semifinal could be one of the most exciting we've had in so long, because these are very evenly matched teams going right up against it.
I mean, right now, I would say I'm a little bit shocked. I thought G2 was going to come in just wrecking them in that 3rd round, because that's what they've done so far to everyone they've met throughout.
Yes.
They're off to such a hot start. You see
They've
Nico,
yet to drop a map this tournament.
Yeah, that's true. And if you think about it too, the way that Nico has started off some of these games, where he's at 15 kills while everyone else is at 4 or 5. You know, just is such a rapid start for him. Bit slower this time. He's at 6 right now. They're going to need to start to wake up. 6-1 in favor of Heroic is... It's not a nightmare yet, but it's starting to feel like it.
Oh, here we go. Trying to change up the pace a little bit here, G2. Molotov behind the smokes, just trying to slow him down. If Heroic were trying to beeline it towards Secret to get to the lower site, Nico could still push some shots. And yeah, they're charging him. They're putting some pressure on. He was close enough to hear that Refresh now. This is going to be the game of cat and mouse. Who turns the corner at the right time?
Oh, this is scary. You're right. Who's going to find who? Nico, he's a bit paranoid. He might have heard some steps. He's certainly thinking about it. Oh, but there's a plan B. And Cadian is it. Oh! He just threads the needle. If he peeks any wider, he's at the minimum going to get trade and might even die before he gets the kill. That's a very narrow margin to pick up that kill. Makes it a 4-on-5. Sick place.
The finest margins there. That is incredible. Nico gets away with that highway robbery, and Refresh is just going to be left shaking his head, wondering what could have gone better there. As Cadian is now trying to find a gap to work with out here in the yard. Nico's peeled off. He's got that AUG, and so he can play a bit further back and still be a real threat. As far as Heroic are concerned, now that they've got Tessus working his way down to the lower halls, this is still a matter of finding a weakness, and G2 have really established a strong defense everywhere on the map by the looks of things.
They have, and even more worrisome, there's only 27 seconds left. They really need to find an entry. They need to go quick. If anything screws up now, they're not going to have time to recover the bombs. Hunter is up on the hut already, waiting. He's sensing that someone's down there. Oh, the timing. They try and make their way down, but Shush is going to get left behind. Missed shot from MNX. 10 seconds on the clock, and next, a strong defense, shutting down any attempt to get in here. 5 seconds now left. Cadian tries to get the job done, but Hunter will find him. That's rock solid. They absolutely held their cool there. And that's a moment where G2 could easily start to feel nervous. You could actually see it on Hunter when he was up and out. He was like standing up like, am I going to see someone? Should I do something? It's really hard to stay put, even though it seems like they're not doing much.
The thing is that he waited on his teammate to take the first contacts there. That's what has to happen at that sort of situation. You have to trust your teammates, essentially, is what I'm trying to say here, Anders. If you know that your teammate has got an angle, you need to trust him to hold that angle and then react based off the information. And that's how it played out. Nico also getting aggressive in the yard. I mean, to be fair, these guys actually had nades. It just wasn't a weird eco round with a couple of rifles or light on the grenades. That time it felt like G2 had everything they needed to start getting their game plan going with some aggression outside in the yard.
Jax, he might actually be in some trouble here. Molotov goes down. He's going to smoke it off. Not trouble at all. He is going to absolutely shut it down. Big double kill for him. And Nexa burning Refresh to a crisp. Cadian and Stown left. That is really well handled. Good wall bang. Hunter goes down. The bomb is committed to the bomb site. He made that look so easy, Jax, and it is definitely not.
Yeah, you know, he's going to be in trouble, and Jax heard you, and he took that personally, Anders. Decided to take it out on Heroic in the end. This is going to be incredibly frustrating, though, for Heroic. And their money, they've finally succeeded in whittling down Heroic's bank, G2. Cadian, Stan, they've got a couple of rifles, but there's no money to fall back on. If they don't get a bomb plant here, the next round is going to be so tight.
Trying to get a little bit of a boost in the middle of it. Scary peak with Jackson. He's not going to give up. A triple for him in the round. And there are so many problems with playing the back of that silo when that Molotov comes in through the ceiling.
Yeah.
Because you have a hard choice to make. You can either do what he did and smoke it off, or you can try and run outside of the range of the Molotov, but there probably are going to be flashbangs following it up. So while you're figuring out what you want to do, flashes are raining into your face. The fact that he actually went on the left side of the silo means he was maybe even covered. The flashes maybe wouldn't have hit him in the same way. It worked out so well. That's incredible.
Adjustments being made, and here we go. Hard round of eco coming up here for Heroic. They finally tapped their bank, and G2 can get a round where they should feel pretty good going up against opponents with Glocks and P250s for the most part. There is a Tech 9 on refresh. We'll see if he can get that into action. Down the vents they go, all four. A little bit late on the spray, but they catch up on it. Nico's in position to cut them down. Heroic not quite making it to that lower bomb site. And they really need a bomb plant in this round, Anders.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I think half of that push got lost in the mist, like a Stephen King novel. There's no monsters out there, Semler.
You got Hunter and Nico, the monsters, just waiting.
Yes. Oh, that's devastating. I mean, not that that was a high chance round anyway, but that's the kind of round where you'd love to get down, maybe take a crack at Nico and then plant the bomb. But when half the team is getting lost in there, it doesn't work nearly as well. What, that guy's on fire.
That guy's pumped up right now, loving it. Getting all the attention.
Yeah. And rolling with it. He's winning.
And so attack timeout called. As we get back into the thick of things here, it is going to be G2 starting to actually get some momentum shifting their way. Full buy once again on their side. All the nades that they need. Stop Mr. Lucky Shot. Now I see kills while flashed. So he had one kill while flashing, so that's luck. That's all skill. The pros, doesn't matter. Flashed or not, they know the angles. How many players have we seen die today?
Yeah, at this level, we make our own luck.
That's exactly it. They manufacture it. Still, 4 rounds on the board for G2. They would like to double that going into this to the remainder of this half, so we'll see if they're going to be capable of it or not. Heroic now decided to change it up a little bit with some presence. A little bit more passive out in the yard, not necessarily getting up there and fighting early this time. Let's see if Nico, yeah, hard spot. He sees it coming. Shush takes his teammate out though. Hunter out of the picture.
It's scary. I was going to say, I'm a bit shocked that Heroic aren't trying more, but I guess they are now again. They spotted someone at the secret stands. They could probably guess it was going to be Nico, so maybe Refresh sees that as an opening to go take Garrosh instead. Amanek on the hunt, but he's just almost getting a kill. Shush will take him down. Good return from Nexa. He is so blind, but he nearly gets the kill anyway. Tessa is lucky to be alive in that moment, and now it's a 2-on-4. Oh, Heroic. They're getting away with a couple of things in this round.
Oh, they are. I mean, 4 health on Tessus. That's an absurd. You did manage to get the kill on Shush, but yeah, they've had a couple things go against them here, G2, and now it's a question of whether or not they're going to be in position here. Refresh doesn't even need to get the kill. It's Nico instead to trade it 1 for 1. Tessus hits the shot from on low, though. Doesn't matter if he's got 4 health. If he's got an AWP, 1 bullet does the trick. And Heroic, just like that, back in the driver's seat. They've got 7 rounds now. And G2 are going to have to spend all of that money that they've been saving up over the past couple of rounds.
Yes, they will. Actually, I'm impressed they even have that much money. Even after the buy here, they actually, that's kind of impressive to think about. And it's gonna have to be what they rely upon. They need to bring a lot more here into the first half. 7-4. It's obviously not a completely devastating lead, but it is looking very good at the moment. And the same slow start here for Heroic. Keeping it cool. Nico outside. Amanek going to be making his way up the secret stairs as well.
It feels like Heroic were clearly expecting some shenanigans on the part of G2 out here in yard with the way that they're holding these angles.
Yeah.
They were expecting G2 to start trying to throw some haymakers out here, trying to get aggressive. We saw a lot of that against NIP in G2's quarterfinal that they won. They won that 2-0, but it was beastly what they were doing.
Amanek, instead of falling back, he just goes forward to take down Tessus. That's right, they were expecting something. I just don't think they were expecting
not that
double
late in the
down.
round.
crazy. Think of walking up those secret stairs with the AWP is a nightmare. Even if you had Nico out there as well, but if someone peeks you from the silo at that moment as you're getting behind the red container, it probably won't work out well. Good kill and return here, refresh though. Nico's challenging him. AK versus M4. He's got a job to do, trying to get back into it. Nexa still in the back behind the bomb site, trying to see if he could maybe defend it a while longer here in the 2-on-3. Shush is down and out. Nexa with a strong defense. Cadian. 1 versus 3. Bomb is planted. He's going to go down. Amanek just holding that right-hand side. Again, good moves for Amanek. Instead of trying to be the hero, run in on your own and fight him, hold that one side, wait for the teammates to show up. If he steps out into it, you win the round. Otherwise, he's got him boxed in and he can't escape.
Indeed. Focused on the side of G2 though now, because they've got a few rounds on the board. They've got 5 rounds on the board. There's 3 rounds possible left in this half, and G2, like I said, hoping to get at least 8 of them. This is really cool from Amanek, though, the fact that he went for that late push outside of the yard. Heroic were expecting some early aggression from G2, just not expecting it to happen at the minute mark of all things. So G2, just that little stutter step, that little just change of pace there, catching Heroic out, and that's all G2 needed. And if G2 can win this round, Heroic are going to be right back in the doldrums again. So Nico, early spray, early fight, just in case Heroic were trying to go for the drop again. Not going to be the case, but they did screw up the smoke. There's a huge gap here for Nico to take advantage of.
Yeah, there is. That's going to be an easy shot if they decide to walk past. They probably won't. Instead, they might have to use another smoke when they only have 1 of them, so that is kind of devastating. Pressure's down. Nico, spray, not successful. He is very good, and even at the long-range spray, but Tessis will beat him to the punch. It does make it 4-on-4 now. Amanek holding the ramp for a while longer. They're already checking out lobby. They feel like no one is there, although not clear of whether or not Heroic might actually reoccupy the lobby after they've checked it. It's down, great position for a headshot. G2, don't throw this round away.
That's crazy patience playing off from Stavin to just hold the line like that. He is just praying that nobody's on hut. Gonna peek at him, and it works out wonderfully. Now they're back into it, although they are waiting for it with the firing squad. Stavin stacked on top of his teammate's head. Headshot on Amanek. 2-man advantage now for Heroic going into the upper bomb site. Jack's not able to transfer the spray. Tessis again surviving with 4 health. It's all on Nexa now in a 1v3.
They built a little totem pole in the middle of the lobby.
That's sick.
You're not expecting that. That is so rare. I don't think I've ever seen that. Nexa now. This would be the kind of round that if you clutch it again, that'll get the team fired up and get them back into the mix. He's looking for a kill, but the problem is he has to get one so early that it's almost done already. A little bit of a peek there. Now they know where he is. The element of surprise taken away. Nade on the other side will not kill anybody. And a little bit of a peek. He's going to get the kill on Shush, but time is already so low. He's going to go straight for it, try and hold it down and hope that no one peeks him. No, as soon as he fakes it, it's probably done. Refresh will take him down. It's another round for Heroic. 8-5 in their favor.
Refresh played that perfectly, but again, there is no weakness on Heroic in that sense. They can all clutch, they can all play pistol, they can all play rifle. They can all, it's just like this entire team. That's one of the main strengths of this roster, is that they're all capable of everything. It's amazing. It's what's carried them deep into tournaments, and it's what's gotten them into the semifinals here in Stockholm. Heroic a real threat. But with 8 rounds on the board now on this T side, Nuke is much more even than it's ever been before.
True.
Can go 8-7, 9-6, and you're still not feeling like it's the end of the world. But you know that G2 would have liked to have started strong here, winning the half on the CT side.
It's so interesting because this match right now feels like Heroic have shown up with a plan and then just executing it round to round. They look really solid, and you're kind of, I'm just waiting for that moment when the mental switch happens for G2, when they sort of realize, all right, this is the kind of fight that we're going to be having, and now we're gonna bring the fight to them. I feel like that hasn't really happened yet, so some tension in the air here as we head into the 14th round. They've got to find some way to unlock this game for them, because right now Heroic are kind of getting away with more than I was expecting, actually.
Once again, we're in this weird duel where the opponents can't really see each other. It's all about a guessing game. Who's going to be where? Flash over the top. Nico electing to play mega passive. That's about as far back as he can, barring CT side. CT spawn, rather.
Nexa is the only one down here. They're not going to fight him just yet. it can be a pretty quick drop of the rest of them up at the A-bomb site. Down goes down. That's a pretty good start. They can get down to help out Nexa fairly early. Footsteps down below. He actually does get the 1 kill, but Shush will be there for the trade. I still think that's not that bad. They can be there quickly for the retake. They're in a 4-on-3, so anything is still possible here for G2. They have a smoke. They have no... Oh, they have a kit on Nico. And a nice headshot for Hunter to take down Katie. And now Shush and Tessis 2-on-4. They should not be winning this round. Very hard to hold as the entire G2 team comes in from the ramp. It's a good headshot from Tessis. He can't get more than that. Now the Galil left on its own. Nice shot there. Still so much more to come. There's plenty of time on that bomb. 1 defuse, 1 covering that smoke as Shush is on the other side. They're not quite sure. He doesn't guess the angle. They're still on it. 2 seconds left and Shush, he has got no idea. He's a bit late to the party as it will be G2 to pick up the round.
Impeccable stuff, and it is always a little bit nerve-wracking to watch G2 go into these retakes when they're all coming from the same direction. You've noticed that multiple times now on these retakes on the lower site. They're not trying to divide up and split from different sides. They're kind of grouping up into a death ball and just using the weight of numbers to get them onto the bomb site, to keep trading their way into it. We end up in a 2v1 there, and that's exactly according to plan as far as G2 are concerned. So long as they can trade somebody to get the info, it's fine, it works. And then it's just having faith that you're going to be able to defend your teammate as he gets that defuse. Such a close run thing there for G2, hoping to pick up the last round, and this is not a strong buy at all for Heroic.
No,
so good chance here.
It is just a single AK running into Mini, and they're going to dive down the vent again. They're straight on it. That was Cadian just on a rampage into the main of A, and now they're going to be down below with the bomb. Shush is the one carrying it. They should be able to get a really quick bomb plant here. They don't have any nades once again, so the after plant will no doubt be difficult for Heroic, but at least they put some pressure on here in the 15th round. Molotov is down, waiting for them, but G2, Jax, yeah, that's a must-win battle. Taking down any chance of a flank, and now it's just down to a double Galil and an AK-47. Not that convincing at the moment. Stown is going to be going down. Aminek ready for the flank in case anyone was going to show up. Tess is inside of the smoke. He finds one in the spray. Oh! He jumps down. That is a move. He's ready for another fight here. He's almost out of health. Aminek around the corner will drop him, and they'll find Shush as well. Man, that is scary, but they're going to be on it. They're going to be winning a 7th round. G2, that is a critical way to get back into the first half.
These are some of the craziest rounds as well to have it play out that way, but the communication has been on point from G2. Instant reactions. Once they knew where the guy was playing from, they reacted to it immediately. There was such a small window there for Heroic to take advantage of, but what a strong half still from Heroic. 8 rounds on the T side of Nuke. You can consider that a 1 half, and now you get to go into the CT side. Exist is the chance for him to communicate. Again, the coaches can only communicate during halftime and during tactical timeouts. So if Exist has got anything to lend to the table here for Heroic, this is his moment to chime in.
Wow. 8-7. It did not look like it was going to go down that way. I really was worried that we were going to be seeing like an 11-4 first half here in favor of Heroic. So even though they win the first half, I feel like, I mean, G2 started to wake up a bit. Even worse still, Nico is starting to wake up. Yes. He's on top for his team. He is looking good once again. That has to be a bad sign for G2. Now on the T side, setting up a little bit of ramp aggression while Nico's working outside with the P250. It's got that long-range one-tap potential. And he's got Hunter here, so maybe an A crunch. They could do anything. They could actually just make this up on the spot. They could also crunch the lobby, or sorry, the ramp. They're gonna go for it. Wrapping all the way around through hell into heaven. And yep, once again, Heroic relocate out of the bomb site so they don't get shot from the high ground. Kind of a classic move, but now they have to retake it, and that will not be easy.
Yep, there's the protocol, but you're right, they've changed places. Nico finds a headshot on Stown to kick things off. Refresh, though, once again, showing up for his team. Tessis helping out as well. Man advantage for Heroic as they go into the retake now, and Tessis is just brawling it out, hoping to find another one.
He almost caught him reloading there. Would have been a nightmare. No kid currently picked up. Don't know if Stown had one, but if not, they are going to have to move really quickly. They're running out of time much faster. Nexa, Hunter, and Jackson on the other side. And Nexa, he's the late lurk coming out of the hut. Not even going to be needed, but he could have definitely found a kill. Jackson instead with a double, Hunter with a double. And G2 well on their way now, winning the pistol in the second half. They're a little bit slow out the gate, but you can feel they're waking up now.
That looked so clean and comfortable. Nico is able to spot Stown and crouch in the corner there. That is the last place Stown wants to be. And then on top, this is the thing, it just opens up all of the angles for the post plant. It's a real nightmare for Heroic at that point. And yeah, Nico, there we go. Popping off a little bit, showing some emotions, showing some hype. We're tied up 8-8. Full buy on the side of G2, force buy for Heroic. They did manage to get a scout out on Katie. We'll see if he can get anything. It's down, getting lucky through the smoke with a tag.
Yeah, could have been scary there. He just stops and waits, maybe expecting someone to flash their way through.
Oh, this is cool. We don't get to see this very often here in the lower hall. Overlapping lines of defense here. Heroic just hoping against hope that Nico's going to walk into their crossfire.
They're actually going to come look for him. That might shock him a little bit. Then he comes back and there's two people waiting. He'd already taken a peek down there, so that's really frustrating when you come back to a position that you just checked. Find someone occupying it. Cadian, missed opportunity. Oh, he is quick up the ladder, climbing away. Amanek trying to chase him down. How is he so hard to find? Oh, Cadian with the kill on Amanek. That took a lot.
This is out and out chaos now, though, but with 50 seconds left, there's still time for G2 to maneuver here. They could go for this bomb plant and just stick it immediately and really start to put the pressure back on Heroic. Once that bomb is ticking, it's on Heroic then to get back into the bomb site. Molotov to buy time as well. That's so nasty. Refresh. Gonna chime in with one of his own. Nexa has to win this fight, and he gets it done. 2-on-2.
Huge battle there with the MAC-10. That's important. And yeah, the Molotov for Refresh doesn't really do anything at all. Missed opportunity there. It's down. He realizes not gonna happen now. Might as well save the scout. That was a crazy hunt to try and find Cadian.
Talk about, I mean, that's so nuts that it's Cadian as well, that he's just so quick to get out of there. Gets a kill as well. Filthy. But it's not enough here for Heroic because this is going to be a round of hard eco coming up for them in the next one. G2 holding on to the rifles. They saved 2 Galils going into it. It was a bit more expensive than they would have liked. But what's really counting here for G2 is that they get the rounds on the board. 9th round here on this T side. And they're starting to show a little bit as well what the game plan could be here. Getting Nico out in the yard, they get the smoke wall down. They're just already showing that Heroic are going to have to take that into account. It is pretty much the bread and butter with the smoke wall out in the yard on Nuke. We got a chance. There's some French fans still here. Seeing the French flags. Haven't heard the Marseillaise yet, but maybe there's still chance. There's still time.
That's good. It's about time as well. 9-8 the scoreline. 18th round coming at you. Shush with the Zeus. Always a good time if you can land one of those kills. Good angle for it as well.
It's so nasty.
Yeah, but it should be G2 walking away with this round. That's kind of the setup for this one. I mean, I would be a bit worried. The scoreline kind of doesn't give it away. Maybe it's about to be 10-8. Feels like that's a pretty close game, but oh, nicely done. Sapping Amanek. He's running into all the misfortune right now. Nico with a double kill outside though, and trying to tap it away, almost clicking away down as well. They've stolen, not quite, they can't really do anything, can they?
No, and Nico is the last guy you want to face in this sort of scenario. He makes it look so easy to get headshots with that AK. Cadian's gonna find Nexa though. That's that scout that was saved last round chiming in, and Nico's pinned in as well.
He's walking up behind him. This MAC-10, this should be a free kill. He's right around the corner. Nico's gonna be going down. Now there's 38 seconds down with a stunning headshot. It's gonna be up to Jax now to try and bring it back 1 versus 2. And he is out of time already. He needs to move real quick here. You can't play this one slowly. You've got to get that bomb, and you have to have time to fake it at least once you're in the bomb site. Otherwise, it's not going to be a chance, and they're already set up. They're a step ahead in this chess game. 18 seconds on the clock as he's running into the site, not checking the corner, getting shot in the back, and that's a huge steal for G2. It's down with the double, Shush with the double, and Heroic, oh, they're going to be celebrating that round.
And G2, that is something that happens very often with them. They're so good about locking down the following up rounds. Not possible for them. Shush with the Zeus at the beginning and just getting bogged down. Wondering if this was a little bit of fear, a little bit of hesitation getting shown on the side of G2 when things start to go against them in the round. You start just trying to lock it down and stay put. But as we saw, that just gives time for Heroic to maneuver around you and get that flank going. Nico just got blindsided. So we're tied up around early here. Heroic should have been with G2 on double digits. Instead, it's G2 with the force by a handful of rifles, and now they're just going to go accelerate onto the bomb site.
Trying to be quick about it. Hunter's got one kill, but Refresh inside with a terrific spray. Double kill on him. Now a 3 versus 2. They do have a little bit of a space here. Maybe if they were quick, they could try and get the bomb down. Random shots are coming through, and Nico's almost winning that one. Nexa, has he got the timing? He's certainly thinking about it, and he beats down to the punch. That's a good start, but now Katie's weirdly on the T roof. What is happening?
How does this even happen?
I thought maybe he was going to try and flash Tessus in from the ceiling, but he's just creeping down here. MP9 in hand. No bomb plan yet. G2 frozen in time as they try and find one more kill to try and get this round back. If they lose this round, it's an absolute nightmare for the G2 side of things. Timing is impeccable. Tessus with the kill. Nico, he's feeling very lonesome. Yep, that is the best move that he could have done. If only he had a Molotov to throw behind him so that he can't follow him, but he doesn't have that kind of luxury, and they're going to be right on top. They're coming in from every angle. They've got him locked in, boxed in, and killed Tessus. And it's 10 on the side of Heroic. Absolute steal.
These freeze calls are really working against G2 in the end. Because again, Heroic are known for this on their CT side. They're known for being mobile. They're known for constantly taking risks and pushing for information. It's their playstyle. Cadian's been very clear about this in interviews as well. That when they're feeling their game, they're always on the aggression. They're always on the attack. And G2 right now finding it a little difficult to hang in there.
They've gone ahead and done the unthinkable, Samuel, in the crowd. They've mixed Brazilian and Danish fans together. You know it's going to be crazy out there. They're just having too much of a good time.
That's how it goes.
10-9, 20th round. Oh. It's hard to say what this is, but it feels like Heroic have kind of saved themselves a little bit here, because I swear G2 were about to take over this entire game. But that round, the 18th round, that made a colossal difference in this game. Now they're going to try and see if they can get out, but they're running through the smoke, or at least attempting it. Hard shot down from the M4 on the other side. Makes it a 5 versus 3. Man. What's the plan for G2 to get back into this? Now they're suddenly out of money.
It's just like the first half, though. That's the issue, because now Heroic were able to get a few rounds on the board early in the first half because they broke G2's economy. And so on the CT side, you want those grenades. On the T side, it costs less money to get equipped. But right now, G2 are just struggling to get the bomb planted. That's a bonus 800 in your pocket and pretty much a set of nades if you can make that happen. And yet Heroic are just not allowing it. So G2, it feels like, and this was something that was mentioned by the analysts as well, that they have slow starts in these halves sometimes where they have to battle back. They still end up with a respectable scoreline, but you're wondering where were they in the first 5 rounds of the half to really give them a dominant scoreline. And so it feels like right now G2, again, they've kind of given Heroic a chance to get a few rounds on the board that they really shouldn't.
I would love nothing more if the plan was just to boost Nico up on the red container outside and just have him shut it down with just AK headshots all across the board. Just say, you know what? He is just a level above everyone else in the server, so let's prove it. Let's take him out. And then from there on out, I mean, even if it's just a 1 kill out of the yard, you can build so much behind it, but you have the secret super weapon that is Nico. Use it.
No timeout called either. I was curious to see if we were going to get one called by G2 here. But it's not going to happen. They're going to go straight into it. So clearly sticking to the plan. Malek not feeling like this is the time to try and slow things down. The team is already in motion. And Nico, once again, out in the yard. Early aggression here from Heroic. They want to take this fight early. They know that G2 are the ones who are feeling like they're on the back foot and have to make a play. Heroic were willing to meet that.
Almost an opening kill there. Nico sneaking up past the smoke. This is the right idea. Make him the entry, get him the kills. There's the headshot to take down Tessus. It's a good start. No immediate follow-up either for Heroic. No one can really revenge that kill. So they're just going to have to take it on the chin and play 4-on-5 instead. Pretty much a double setup inside of the A-bomb side, which, again, if the grenades start raining down on this part of the map, it could be pretty rough if you play 2 people at the back of the A-bomb side, because then everyone's just getting Molotov.
Stout's close here, though. Yep, fresh smoke goes down at the minute mark on Squeak. G2 just kind of waiting, sitting, because they know right now Heroic are down a man. Heroic should be the ones who need to make some kind of play.
Yeah, they're waiting for that. They're really expecting it too. And it hasn't happened yet. Out of nades on the CT side, so that's the other thing that the time accomplishes here. The slow play from G2 means the CT side has got no more needs to fiddle around with. A little bit of first chance here, maybe a crossfire could be set up. Stown going to win the fight. He tries to get back into the corner, but they're running him down. Oh, it's a massive kill to take down Amanek, and now maybe they can actually save the round. 24 seconds, it's a 3-on-3. They take the fight to Shush, and it's going to be a quick trade, but Refresh, that's third man on the bomb site, but they were not expecting. They were probably doing that count out loud. There's one, there's two. Where is the third man? And they realize too late. Nico on his own with 8 seconds on the clock, and time is just running out way too quickly here. He's going to be found. Refresh, nice double, and Heroic, or they're taking huge steps towards winning this opening map.
The pressure is on, and I'm pretty sure that was just a timeout called by G2. So we're going to have a moment here where it is going to be on G2 to try and come up with something, because it felt like that was it. It felt like Nico was getting a bit more proactive out in the yard.
Yes.
Got the drop on main as well, so that was an early kill. They put pressure on Stown early as well with the HE early on when Stown was trying to go to secret. He got caught by Nico in the open. So a lot of pressure from G2, and yet it feels like G2 just got read like a book there. Heroic with the extra man on that upper bomb site. They weren't even considering it as an option for G2 to go to the lower bomb site right now.
And I mean, the whole part of that first strategy for G2 is the knockout punch against Stown. They have the initial peak, then the follow-up flashbang. They wanted to kill him, smoke off Mini, and then just focus on the rest of the A bomb site. But when he gets a double kill, I mean, that plan is probably already done.
It's zoomed, especially when you already have a smoke. That's the really painful one where you're trying to lurk your way out. You're trying to scrim your way out without using any utility. The only issue is you need to win that duel, because you saw that smoke and flash go immediately after that opening kill from Stown. But by then the damage is done. He's already gotten away with it. Nexa though, this is going to be the round of Eagle coming up here from G2. Could be a chance here for Tessus to shine. Deep smoke, they're going to make a pass, lining up in that choke point. Triple kill for Tessus. Brutal. That's the worst case scenario for G2.
It's so nerve-wracking, isn't it, though, when you see him with the smoke, because you know they're going to run through. You know they're going to do it, and if he is just a bit late, you know, switching out our pistol or rifle, something, they're going to be through and shooting him in the face. So good stoppage there. But I always get so nervous when you see the pistols on the other side of a Molotov like that. You know they're going to smoke it, and then they're just going to come bursting through.
The thing is, now that Day 1S is really the gun of choice on the CT side, it's just so satisfying to see those sprays. Just so satisfying. It's like laser beams. Pew, pew.
So good, isn't it? You were
the best.
You were right eventually, Sembo.
Eventually, it took a while.
Took a while, but the devs came around. I'm gonna have to now. It is.
Oh. Well, game is up, and they are going to go down. Flawless anti-eco run here for Heroic. Tessus with the triple, and then just G2 getting the door closed on them when they try to go out towards that vent. 13 rounds on the board for Heroic on this CT side, and here's the big buy round coming up for G2. Time to make some noise, because this is it. We're approaching the end here on this first map. If Heroic can win this round, it's going to be so difficult for G2 to stop them. Yeah, a bit of a chant going on for G2 as well.
We need it now more than ever. 14-9. What a feeling in this room.
Okay, this is already a change though. Heavy presence in the yard from G2, straight down secret as well, and now Nico's clearing out. This is so big. Heroic have given them so much room to work with out here.
He got flashed through by a teammate, and he's got so deep map control. This is crazy. Heroic don't even know this right now. This could be just a knockout punch. Exactly the kind of trick you need to get by. You'd see, by the way, Stown is moving. He's running, stepping all over the place. He has no idea that someone thinking he's deeply infiltrated the lineup. Straight shot to take down Stown. But again, even though you could say, oh, maybe you should have played for the double kill. No, you think about the defense on the CT side. They are completely shattered right now. They have no idea where they can stand, where is safe. You see Cadian almost getting shut down from that high ground position. It clears the way. They can run onto that bomb site and get that bomb plant down as well. It's a 3-on-4, but also a 5-on-4 here, but still, it is looking so good for G2 in this round. It's 80% of the way there just from that one kill.
It's the must-win round here. That first smoke may prompt them to rotate around towards ramp. It's looking like that's what's going to happen here. Nico is going to be held up top, so he's going to be the one on the flank and hoping to catch a rotation out of Heroic. But in the meantime, you have Cadian just never expecting it. Amanek takes him out for free. That opens up the B bomb site for business. G2, they need to accelerate and they need to win this round.
20 seconds. That's really the only worry that I have in this round is the time that's left. But Jax will make sure that is not an issue. stellar headshot to come out. Shush will fall next. Oh, wow. This is a round where they hit every single shot that they needed to, and then on top of them, completely outcold Heroic. They were just in their brains from the minute they started. Next up with the final kill, 10-13. Oh, they needed that badly, and they need to keep building.
Heroic were clearly expecting it to be much more mid-aggression, inner aggression, essentially. Because they just had no presence in the yard at all this round, not expecting Nico to be out there that quickly. They were clearly expecting it to be action on the inside of the structure. And so Heroic, sometimes you just have to shake out that round. It's like, right, we thought one thing, we got it wrong. Forget about it, move on. The only brutal thing here is that this is going to force them to spend a tremendous amount of money, Heroic. And so that bank that they've been building, you know, this is what they have it for, but it's not going to last for long at this rate. G2, though, on the other side, full buy, ready to go. And I'm curious to see if they decide to go for a rinse and repeat. Because Heroic didn't see how Nico wound up out there. They didn't see the flashes. They didn't see which smoke wall was used. They don't have any tells to warn them about what Nico did to get into the position that he got.
Well, also, it probably means that Heroic will have to try and commit a lot more to keeping an eye on that at all times, which is something that G2 themselves then can use in setups later down the road, right? They can start to think, well, we know they're probably going to have someone hard on the outside yard here, so maybe we try and do a little bit of an earlier move towards, say, the vent. Nico, he's just holding it a little bit more passively now. There is the AWP on the other side on Cadian. We've seen how dangerous he could be with that weapon, so no one wants to really go and fight that. Tessis is coming out of secret as well, or about to anyway. So they've got a pretty big presence out in yard this time.
It's fakes on fakes. Just fully expecting early aggression from Heroic. Now we'll get the smoke wall thrown in, and Tessis, yep, he can still be the man of the hour for Heroic. He can still be the hero, especially with that Molotov. Gives him a bit of cover to work with here. Deep Molly, though, gonna force him back further. And G2 methodically clearing it out here.
Yeah, good work. Almost running through their own fire to try and beat him to the punch. I think they know that he's there. This is a great way to take the yard, but the downside, what you're paying with, is time. That's the issue, right? You're going to run out of time if you keep playing this slowly, and that worries me. Nexa setting up the Molotov to go down behind the silo, and we'll see if it's going to be, so the bomb is still outside. What are they doing, G2? This is crazy to me. They are so slow in this round. I can feel the hair standing up at the back of my neck, because this is going to be cutting it down to the last possible second. Refresh, fighting Hunter now. If he gets that kill, that might just be the round over with the rest of them trying to come in, but there's a smoke up in Mini. Oh, this is madness. G2 running into the blender, and it's ready on the other side. Heroic, they are looking sharp at the moment. 4 versus 2. Nico and Nexa, they just can't do anything. They left it so late in the round. The Molotov, yeah, that might get the kill, and doesn't even do that. Refresh. Oh, taking him with him, sitting inside of the flames. That's cutting it too close.
Is this the lack of killer instinct on the side of G2 that's getting shown here? Because it feels like that's a round where you would have enough room to work with. You got Jackson in a position to stop any kind of secret rotations. You got Nico eventually up into the high ground as well. So it feels like you had your options lined up for you. It was just that instinct to go, right, before it was too late, to really put the pressure on Heroic.
I mean, the timing for Hunter to run into whoever was pushing that screen door is also crazy, and that is a great move for Heroic to do that, because that takes, again, all of the momentum away from G2. Suddenly, they're not attacking the bomb site, they're trying to stay alive. Nico almost made the cross, but not quite. Stown will take him down, 4 and 5. The rest of them trying to make the path. I don't know if there was a gap, doesn't seem like it. So just going to be making their way downstairs, but they've lost Nico. Heroic are 2 rounds away now. This is their map pick, of course.
Yes.
So maybe not completely unexpected, but love to see G2 fight their way back. They did such a great job coming back into the first half. I feel like the second half, though, they've been struggling with the economy, and Heroic, once they stole those couple of rounds with the Deagle and the Scout, everything changed.
We may actually get to see what G2 are made of here when it goes against them as well. Stown going to catch Nexa out in the open, and G2 have yet to lose a map this tournament, Anders. And here you are in the semifinals. Is this when you want to start learning what it feels like to lose maps in a tournament? It's a bit late in the game. We're going to see. Whoa, cutting it close there, Cadian.
Yeah, but he wanted to stop the bomb from going down in the default position, so a little bit scary. Stown, though, is finding kills everywhere. 3rd kill in the round for him. Hunter and Jax, 2 versus 4 to try and hold on to this and keep the dream alive, at least on this map. And now it's all Hunter. I don't think they know that he's back here, but well, they definitely do now. Shush will find him and kill him, and that is a big round. 15 on the board for Heroic. And part of the problem here really is because Stown, the second kill that he got was on Nexa, who was all the way out by basically T-spawn. What they wanted was the 3-man setup to go get the bomb in B, and for Nexa to be the real late lurk, to come in and shoot people in the back. And as soon as Stown found that kill, the rest of the plan just doesn't really work out the same way. 15 to 10, Heroic on map point.
There's the trophy that they're fighting for as well. Map point for Heroic, timeout called by G2. 5 rounds separating these 2 teams. And this is prompting the Krieg to come out. Nico fixing to bring the heat here. Still one of the few players who's got the aim and who's willing to buy one of these rifles.
He's got 20, him and Stown are neck and neck right now. 23 and 17, 23 and 16. So they're battling to try and bring this one through. Stown has been
terrific.
A revelation in this tournament so far.
Yeah, one of the heavy hitters for Heroic. Everybody's had their moments. Refresh even starting to catch up as well. He had a bit of a cold start to the map. He's now sitting on 16 kills. He's been one of the top-rated players for Heroic so far this tournament. So, Heroic just continue to deliver. It's absurd how good these guys are after this period, and with all the doubt going into it. But there's Nico. He bests Stavin outside. Headshot on him. Man advantage for G2.
That's what you needed to do. Find that kill. He is the main problem that they've been facing outside. So yeah, send Nico. 4 versus 5. Still mostly gravitating around that lobby position. A bunch of people there. Haven't seen too many crazy lobby crunches coming out either from the Heroic side, but it is good to be prepared because it's one of those things you probably only do once in a TT side. You don't do it all the time. But if you're a little bit careless on the T side and you've got like 1 or 2 people who are hanging around and suddenly the flashes and the 3-way push comes in, it could be devastating. So happy to see G2 be aware of that potential danger that could come down the road. Nico, he flashes there. No, the smoke instead. He maybe could have had the shot, but Amanek clean and on the point to take down Cadian. G2, 5 rounds in a row is what they need. It is a good start right here. 37 seconds on the clock as well. The bomb. Oh, now there comes the lobby attempt. They're trying to push forward. This might be the only way they can win this round. A little bit of a fight, but Hunter stands tall. It's all fine. The reason that was dangerous is there was not that much time left, and Nexa was right there with Hunter with the bomb. So if somehow they get both the kills, the bomb is in lobby, Heroic could still win the round, but it's a good round, 11 to 15.
It's terrific stuff, and once again, I mean, G2 right now going into this had a terrific scoreline as far as man advantages are concerned. They're not a team to drop at 81% win rate, win in a 5v4, so if Nico can find you that opening kill on Stown, the team is just so good at locking it down from there on out. We just got a perfect example of it, them just whittling down that defense 1 man at a time.
MOUZ making a run right through the smoke. Oh, he's so brave
Perfectly
right now.
timed.
Molotov as well. Stown, he's got his number here. Oh, the smoke, it's going to put out the Molotov at the very least. But you can tell.
The flash going over the top of those smokes is so perfect. Just sets it up for Nico to go right through. Stown ate that one, and he barely gets out of there alive. Down to half health. Rotation coming in now from Heroic to try and help their teammate out. Nico has to worry about being in the right place at the right time.
He's checking everything. It's great that they survived the initial burst there from Nico because that's the whole power behind that. If he just charges out there, flash, and gets a kill, that's hard to deal with. Now they've got Shush and CT spawn, so if Nico can't sneak past like he did earlier, or at least he's going to have to fight hard for it. 47 seconds now. They are making their way through Squeak. It's going to be the entire rest of G2 to try and just blow out into that bomb site. There we go. There's the first point of contact. Hunter with the opening kill. And it's down again to fall. Great stuff here for G2. And probably Heroic should think about saving here if they can. Shush is going to stay alive, but it isn't worth it. This is about the money. They just need 1 more round, Heroic. No point in giving it up.
I thought Tezos was just going to leave the Krieg behind for a second there. Took a look down at it like, no, get out of here with that garbage. But he's going to hold on to it. saving it for the next round as well. I mean, every gun matters at this point for Heroic, and it would have been a disaster, an utter disaster, had they lost this round and lost their rifles, because it's just going to put them back to square one. You can see their economy is in shambles right now on the side of Heroic. G2 showing that they've still got some fight in them. And that's the other thing about these playoffs so far, Anders, just how even it's been between the teams. No team is getting blown out here. You're not having single-digit scores for the losers. It's all double digits. It's all close. It just shows how competitive it is at the top of Counter-Strike right now. So 12th round on the board for G2. There you go. Man came prepared.
Fantastic. 15-12, 28th round. I mean, they're right on that doorstep. They have everything lined up for them here, Heroic. But Stoun's had a couple of rounds now where he's been the target, and he's lost those fights.
They figured out, they identified where it is that he's going. I mean, he's essentially playing Nico's role out there, where he's just kind of hanging around midi, hanging around Garrett's, trying to find picks. So Hunter and Nico, they know how to adapt to that situation. They know how to catch him out. It's a matter of just getting his blocks down. And you saw last round, it was just fortunate.
Drums of war, Semler.
Okay, then.
And that's where we are, 15-12. They need just a couple of more openings. It's really not that much. A couple of more rounds where Nico gets the opening kill outside. We're good to go for overtime. Heroic, they need to avoid that at all costs. G2 are such a scary team right now. If you don't put them away, you might just live to regret it. Krieg, M4A1, and an AWP on the side of Heroic.
Look at that from Nico, though. Look at how fast he's down into the halls this time.
I know. He's entered some kind of bloodlust right now. He's just out hunting. He wants to kill them all. Aminet goes down. Oh, Tessis is here. Oh, he doesn't even reload. He wanted a headshot, but he is going to go down. Just shows up, though, with the Krieg. And Nico. That is a powerful setup at the ramp. Just way too many people there. Refreshes come flanking in behind to pick up that AK. Bomb is lost. Nico. How do you possibly do this?
Indeed, it's 1v2 now. Fortunately for him, he's still got a minute. This all happened very early on in the round. So he's still got a minute to work with here. And Heroic have no idea where he is on the map now. He could be anywhere. So there is the element of surprise. You can see that by Heroic right now, just trying to have their backs to a wall and watch each other over each other's shoulders at this point, because they have no idea where Nico is. So he has the element of surprise going into this one. And he's just going to have to fight them outright and kill them outright. I don't think he's going to have time for any shenanigans here.
There's the initial peak. This is where they need to put them away. Don't let G2 get back in the game, Heroic. 1 versus 2 and 30 seconds left. It is their map pick, and he's trying to get them to help him, but no! Shush will take him down 16-12 as Heroic pick up the first map. Nuke goes the way of the Danes. It's the best of 3, of course, but what a terrific start for them.
This has been Heroic's map pick so far in this major, where they can secure wins. It was just a fluke loss versus Entropiq. Otherwise, it's been decisive wins on Nuke for Heroic. So it makes sense that they would pick this map to kick off the series, and it makes sense that they win it.
Ooh, it got so close at one point there. You could tell the state of mind that Nico was in when he was just rushing that yard and fighting everyone and winning all of those fights as well. But they managed to close it down. That is such a good quality for Heroic to have found here, because if that goes into overtime, who knows what can happen.
Well, I mean, you know what's going to happen. Is basically G2 and Nico can just start running over them, and they can get completely out of hand going into the next map. We're going into Mirage next, which is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, but not before we hear from the analyst.
Indeed, Anders, you will be hearing from us. So far, the Heroic logo emblazoned on the Avicii Arena, and of course, Heroic emblazoned all over this game. Halfway there to a final of a major, but as we're going to talk about on the desk, I think we expected Heroic to turn up on Nuke. As Semler said there, it's a map where they generally tend to win it. There's been 1 or 2 anomalies to that. So far, G2 aren't going to be panicking, right?
No, look at it this way. The way Heroic were able to dissect the mid-rounds on the T side of Nuke is the reason why they are a good team, and is the reason why they can afford to pick it. They had multiple situations. In fact, they were down in opening kills to G2. They had to fight back in most of these rounds, but because they know how to slow down the pace and slowly constrict these sides, they took the better of G2, and I have no problem saying it. They were the better team on Nuke.
And here's the thing, with, just to add on to what he said about the T side, right? 6-1 up, you're like, okay, this looks like Heroic's going to run away with it. G2 were trying to adapt, trying to go for this mid-round pushes, and Amanek was being a little aggressive with his offing towards outside yard, for example. But like you pointed out, the adaptability coming in from Heroic, and I'm glad you brought the opening kill stats as well. That's something I alluded to in the pregame, where I'm like, when they get the opening kill, they usually wind up winning 80% of those rounds. In this scenario, Nico, I think it went like, what, 10-3 in opening deals, but not a lot of them got actually converted into wins.
Yeah, I think that was the problem in reality. The mid-rounds for both teams, for both sides, the difference was how they approached the CT. What G2 was doing when they lost some map control or when they dropped the opening kill, they tried to push for information, right? And Heroic was just punishing them time and time again. In the second half, what Heroic was doing, and that's a little bit the benefit of playing from being ahead in the second half on the CT side, they just went for some gamble stacks, right? Not, you know, in a 4v5, not all 4 players, but 3 out of the 4 were on a bomb site. They were perfectly willing to, for example, give up Secret a couple of times, just stacked on A, and that's with G2 struggled with that. They also ran down the clock too much.
I know.
You know, it took them too long to take advantage of the space that they get with the opening kill.
And that's my problem. That is my problem. It quickly looked like in the second half it was either going to be the Nico show, opening kill, and finding space early on in the round, which then G2 would use to close the rounds, or he wouldn't find that impact, and that was just it. Yanko started about running down the clock. They had multiple rounds, 30 seconds, 25 seconds. They don't really know what to do, and they just look deflated towards the end. And this is where you see the difference in mastery and the map. Either Nico was finding the opening kills and the space, or G2 was clawing back to the T side and just losing rounds.
And I felt like at points Nico was finding those opening kills. He was finding the space. They're not able to capitalize on it. There's one round that comes to mind. I think it was 20 seconds remaining. They're trying to hit the upper bomb side, and with 20 seconds remaining, the Heroic players still have the utility to smoke. They just smoked them off, and the way they jumped to the side as well, it was discombobulated. There was no synergy. There was no proper flashbang timings, and they just got murdered. And there were too many rounds like that on the T side from the side of G2, which just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, a little bit of hope for G2 fans out there is that I think the fact that they get it to 12 rounds, get warmed up, they're playing a lot, you know, they're hitting their shots in some cases, some of the players are getting there, you know, that's good for what's going to be their map pick coming up next. But first, let's just focus a little bit on Heroic, right? I mean, you can see here, I think what's great is, and we've highlighted this, Cadian. What did we say at the start? Well, like, Cadian isn't the guy that's necessarily going to pop off on this map. He's not an incredible AWPer, but he doesn't need to be. He's just got to be the beating heart of this team, and the young guys like Stown on your screen, they are going to do the heavy lifting. I want to talk about this guy in particular, Maniac. Just what a tournament this dude's had. It's ridiculous.
We are seeing the same structure, the same pattern at what happened when Heroic played first on the stage, which is Stown popping off at the beginning and giving them that breath of fresh air to have the confidence. He's been doing it twice right now, and I cannot understate how important it is to have a player that pops off like this and just oozes out confidence to the rest of his teammates. Like, listen guys, this is it. I'm in the game. Look at me. I'm in the freaking game. I'm completely connected, and he's done twice now. That is so important. Tezzis as well. He's quiet throughout the whole game. He gets tested twice ramp, twice he gets the triple kill. What kind of crazy insurance is that?
And it's kind of crazy. It must be so annoying to play against Heroic, man. The way, like, it's not just the same player pushing a particular part of the map, right? You look at towards Secret, we had, I think we had Storm a couple of rounds, and later on it's Tezzis pushing on in. They're just mixing things up, so you don't, even if you get a kill towards a player at ramp, you can't be sure that, like, all right, ramp's clear, there could be someone else just lying in wait. So it must be so annoying, so frustrating with G2 facing off against the TD side.
Yeah, I think the mark of a true star is obviously consistency. I think that's what you need first and foremost. And I think with that, I think we can say Stown's really emerged at this tournament as the star of Heroic. He's the real deal, absolutely. I don't know if you've got any thoughts about any players that stood out for you from Heroic. I know obviously you were rooting for G2, Yanko.
Yeah, I mean, Star did have a good game, but it was like we set it up in the pre-game. It's constantly a team effort from Heroic, right? He steps up maybe a little bit here and there, but all players had their moments. Sure, Cadian didn't have a lot of kills, but he had that op entry kill on Nexa. He had also a couple of scout kills in the force buy that they won. So at times he also had contributions to the team. So I think that's where the strength of Heroic lies.
And you're talking about this boost where Cadian gets the opening kill, and I think that is a topic we can talk about. Also, the refined details that Heroic bring to the table. These kinds of boosts, when Amanek is pushing ramp, he's got a tower waiting for him. Like, they have the extra attention, and that put them ahead in that game.
Yeah, it certainly did. So, guys, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be telling you all about Mirage and whether or not Heroic can make history by booking their place in the major final. We'll see you then.
I've got Jan here who's going to be supporting G2 today. Now, Jan, why are you supporting G2?
I know this guy. I don't remember this name, but I know this guy.
I mean, why won't you support G2? We're at home now.
You can directly hear the French accent. You have the most catchy accent in the world when you try to speak English. But I like the cap.
We're really proud to be there, guys. We're behind you. We're going to cheer for you.
Thank you,
We're going to make all the noise we can, even with the crowd, the local crowd doing whatever they can. G2 is going to beat them up. That will be really, really easy for us.
He told the truth, guys. He say we're gonna beat NIP easy, and we did it. So thank you, Berry.
Mate, why do you support G2?
Well, it all started as G2 made the France super team. And then, well, because of Kenny S, lately I loved Kenny S, and then I supported G2 more and more.
He's not here anymore, bro.
That's your team. It's just a nice team. I love it.
And why do you support G2?
So first, I started watching League, and I really loved the team of G2 in League of Legends.
I like the guys. I like the vibes. They're really good. It's beautiful.
Well, I hope you're gonna win the major. I mean, I'm also a bit of a Na'Vi fan, and I think it's gonna be a Na'Vi versus G2 final, and it's so rough. But I hope you win the major.
Thank you very much. But I think Na'Vi's gonna win, so there we go.
He's G2 and Na'Vi fan, so he hopes for the big final Na'Vi against G2. We're gonna do it for you, bro.
What do you want to say to the G2 team?
Let's go, Nico!
Woo! All about Nico with him. What about you?
Whoa.
I'm very glad in Nico. I hope they do a very good job.
Typical fan of Nico.
I hope they do a good job as well. Let's see how they do.
Huh?
But Nico, he was the hero of the day.
2-0, easy.
There we go, that's what we're talking about.
They all tell the truth. They all say 2-0 easy.
Actually, I'm gonna say these guys are insane. They have been looking pretty good in the start of the tournament. People thought that they wouldn't make to this far. People actually picked them as a 3-0 team. They thought before this tournament that they couldn't even make to the playoffs, but they did it. They did it like in a good fashion, and they were the first team to qualify in this tournament to the playoffs. And I think personally, these teams has the potential to win this whole tournament.
It's true, bro, it's true. We have a problem with G2, it's to be consistent. We can be really good and to be scared, and we can be really bad.
At least they will win today for sure. I'm gonna be pretty sure about it, even though it's in Sweden, but still, these guys have a sick aim and sick gameplay in this tournament. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think it's gonna be Na'Vi versus G2, and then we will see who's gonna win.
Thank you!
They're awesome. I'm sure they're gonna do it. I want them to just break the curse of the 0-3 finals. I want them just to do it. They have got the potentials, and I'm sure they can do it.
You are so nice, bro. Good vibes.
I just wish the best of luck to Amanek, who is one of my favorite players of all time. Bonne chance, François, éclate tout.
Oh, fan of Amanek. T'as tout compris, mon gars. T'as tout compris.
And you, what do you want to say to G2?
Like, you're against the guys that are at home, but you're gonna crush them like 2-0, no respect. Let's go. Hey, let's go!
Merci, mon French, international people, I don't care. I just see the good vibes. I see the smile, and for me, it's the things can make me happy. And thank you guys, and I hope we can meet after and enjoy together.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Welcome back. We are partway through this semi-final here in Stockholm. Heroic have the advantage, but they are going into G2's map pick, and indeed their home map. Although I'll start with you, Maniac. I believe the statistics tell not one story, but actually two.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have the EPL catastrophe of 5 maps lost in a row on Mirage for G2, but recently it's been looking at better. 7 wins out of 10 maps. But I'll just tell you this. Forget about the stats. Forget all about the stats. The one question we have right now is, can G2 react for the loss? Dude, that's the question.
Yeah.
We came in here, we set the scene saying, listen, G2, everything was going fine for them in this tournament, and now can they withstand the ultimate test? They've lost the first map. If they lose this, they're out of the tournament. What kind of reaction do we see from G2? We see here the talk between Malik and Jack. They are going to have to react. One map, and they're away. They're done with the major.
I kind of feel G2's not going to be affected. I mean, this is a team, sure, you know, there's a lot on the line and everything, but they are the favorites. They are aware of this. You have Nico in the team. You have someone like Malik who's been on for such a long time.
I'll tell you this, dude. When you're 1 map away from being eliminated on the playoff at the major, you feel it.
I
guarantee
I believe you. I've never been, you know, I've never played at the major, so, you know.
I think the important thing is the manner in which G2 lost. You know, they didn't get blown out. They weren't making some glaring mistakes. It was some small things here and there, and it's just Heroic's map pick. I mean, they've proven why they are such a strong Nuke team. So for G2, I don't think they're going to be too down on themselves. It's just going to be a talk of, okay, guys, you know, it was close. We couldn't just get it over the line. We're going to our map now. You know, we have the game plan set. Let's just refocus, try to execute.
Yeah, I mean, and the good news is, if ever there's a map for the Nico show, it is Mirage. He takes over this map on a regular basis.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But the problem for me, I mean, not a problem, rather the thing that's going for Heroic is Mirage is a map that they are comfortable playing on. Sure, they have some ups and downs in the results, like they got banged out by Entropiq in this major itself, 16-4, which is a rough showing from them, but they have made, they have put up a very competitive showing against some pretty big names as well. Like you look at Na'Vi, for example, 16-14 loss against VP, a pretty convincing win as well. This is a team who are going to be feeling comfortable. So despite the fact that it is a map pick coming in from Nico and company, despite the fact that they have looked fantastic thus far, it's not going to be a walk in the park for them.
And Heroic can afford to be, you know, throwing Counter-Strike rules a little bit out the window. Try ahead, you know, try something crazy, push G2 in an uncomfortable position.
They do that in general on a map like Mirage. For their CT side, since G2 starts on the T side, one of the main things they do is the double up setup with Stone and Cadian, and they just like to aggress, right? Like they like to go for information plays if they lose control, and that's sort of easy to know. So it's just about G2's players being focused, being disciplined, having that in the back of their heads and not getting caught out.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you. The problem is if they do get caught out, then I want to see them stay composed. But if that's going to be the thing, I guess there's going to be a mental guerrilla happening here. Heroic's going to try to push G2, try to force the mistakes, and if G2 fall into that trap, then we'll see if there's going to be a reaction.
We are going to see if there's going to be a reaction. We're ready for the game, so I'm going to throw you back to Anders and Semler.
Thank you, Richard. Second map is coming up, and I just can't wait for it. Mirage, I think they could have turned that around. I think G2 were not that far away from making a comeback on Nuke, but that is in the past. Now we're going to get into Mirage. What do you think about this map? What's coming up?
I think G2 are going to hit the ground running, Anderson. They're going to try to make a point to hit the ground running, because again in Nuke, I think we saw something that G2 have been falling weakness to, or falling prey to in the past. It's a slow start to halves, slow start to maps, and then they start getting rounds, and then they start getting back into it. but they allow their opponents to take the lead. I feel like G2, they need to do away with that here. We need to see the G2 that we saw against NIP, who just immediately started smashing face right out the gates. We need to see that G2 here on Mirage.
I could not agree more. I want to see just that all-out battle, and it's going to start up pretty quickly here. The smokes are already in the air. They're not going to fake it. They're not going to run back. They're going to fight Shush, though. A powerful headshot to bring down Hunter. That's a good beginning for the heroic side of things. Bomb is being attempted maybe on the other side, but Shush and Stout showing up. Oh, they're hitting every single headshot. Nexer is on his own, and he is getting hunted down. Shush with the kill. What a powerful defense. It's a triple kill for Shush and a double for Stout. And G2 get wiped out in the opening round of Mirage.
Yeah, that first one, man, that first headshot was something. The second one, though, coming up with the goods. I mean, Shush just eliminates Hunter and Nico in the pistol round. They're the top 2 performers for G2 so far this tournament, and you take them out of the map in a crucial round. There you go. That's why Cadian is just, you know, wagging his finger at Shush, being like, yeah, keep that kind of level up, keep it up, because here we are in the replay. We see it, and there was a massive gap in this smoke as well. I don't know if Jax was even aware of it.
Yeah, maybe not. It's really hard when you only have one smoke to smoke jungle like that, because you really can't throw it so that it covers everything. There's always going to be a little gap on one side. Sometimes you'll throw it deeper in to try and stop that from happening, but it's a pistol round. You only had so many smokes, and they just couldn't cover it all. Now, they got the bomb. Oh, they went straight for it. Wow.
Rinse and repeat here. Rinse and repeat, except that this time Nico scrimmed his way out here. Ahead of the smokes. They have no idea that he's here. He had to win that duel, though. Again, Shush with a double.
That should have been a dream for them, that the fact that they were able to get that fight so early on, but it's not. Spray almost transferred onto Hunter. Man, this is a hard round to win if you're on the G2 side. 2 versus 3. Amanek with the Deagle, Hunter on that AK-47 flash. No one peeks behind it. Got to be careful here as well. No armor on Amanek. Hunter, though, he has head armor, so against the MP9, he can stay alive for a couple of seconds. Maybe, yep, without head armor, he would have been dead. He's on 1 health. Is that enough? Oh, the grenade. It's going to come flying in. It's a touchdown! Hunter is gone, and Amanek, they didn't even get the bomb plant. At least if they would have had that, Amanek could have had a slight chance. Yeah. Now he's in the same amount of trouble. And even worse still, they actually have another EG grenade. If they really wanted to dunk on him, they could. He's got the right idea. Missing the headshot, though, unfortunately. Comes back for more. Still 35 seconds. He's picked up an AK, but Stout going to be walking up behind him. And Heroic, they will just slip out of that round, but scary.
So close. Still, that feels good for G2 because you were at least showing that you were capable of doing some damage here. It was such a near-run thing for Heroic in this round, so much so that Cadian is just scratching his head. You know, at this point, you just have to be like, okay, you cannot get complacent if you're Heroic right now. You're up 1-0. This is also a map, as Bled pointed out, that you're confident on, that you're comfortable on. You've been getting some decent results on Mirage if you're Heroic. So you're within striking range here, Heroic. It's all about keeping focus now and not giving G2 an opportunity to get back into this. G2, well, Nico trying to get the headshot with that Deeg already. We've seen this setup several times from Heroic so far, this major. Cadian posted up with the MP9, stopping to watch his back. Even Refresh getting in on the action.
Yeah, it's a very, very aggressive move in the middle. But when you have the rifles for it, maybe it's not a bad idea. I would definitely caution against taking too many peeks against this particular team because they have such just too many people that are good with Deagles on it. Nico obviously ahead of that game, but it's not like Hunter and Jax can't do the same. So I'd be real careful. So far, no action in middle, really. Cadian is lurking around, maybe going to go and see if he could find something at top. Could be flashed in even by a teammate. Comes the flashbang. Yep, he's going to run for it, but they're still really far back. Impressive restraint for G2, considering that they haven't really seen anyone, they haven't really got anywhere. Maybe about to hit that B bomb site. Tesses, though, off angle near the truck. Hard to peek this one with Eagles, though, and he's going to get the early spray on one. Wants to fall back and stay alive. Nexer will not allow it. Refresh, he's out in the open. He's got to be real careful. Living is better than getting a kill right now if you're Refresh. That is so important. He did steal the M4, though. Grenade onto Nexer, and he blows up. Cadian trying to get onto the bomb site. Nico still behind the bench. Needs a strong headshot right now. It's not going to happen. And Amanek on his own. Even with the bomb down, it is not going to be enough. Refresh, that's the power of staying alive. You come back later and just get the kill anyway.
You get the bomb planted. That's going to be the main thing here for G2. I mean, both of these teams have played this map several times so far this tournament. G2 3 times, Heroic twice. They've gotten good results on it, but that means that there's tape out there. You know, there's no element of surprise now coming into this. You're going to have to be adapting your game plan on the fly to try and keep ahead of your opponents if you're G2 and if you're Heroic, because G2 are going to know how Heroic want to hold on CT side now. So Heroic are having to make adjustments on the fly to be unpredictable, and it's the same for G2. We know that G2 have a really solid, scary B apartments pop that they like to throw in there, and that has worked really well with Amanek eating himself out the window. So we even saw them use that as a fake earlier on, trying to lean into that. So it's a question of, you know, where are G2 going to be making their changes? And for now, it's looking like at least a default hold, just trying to wait and see where Heroic we're going to go.
Yeah, but what a crazy play from KD. And again, we're at the major semi-final, and he decides to take his newly bought AWP, run into underpass on his own, no backup, just to try and get a quick flick on someone. And he's going to take down Hunter instead. So even if the first initial skirmish failed, they're going to make up for it anyway. Hunter is down.
You would think that Nexa would have gone for the peak. They just were not aware of where Cadian was on that map at that point, because he was definitely in position to catch one out. Nico, did his barrel get spotted? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. Shush with a nade in hand. If Nico just, instead of jumping up on that pot, just actually went for it, it maybe could have worked out. Tessis kept forward by the Molotov, didn't want to try and fall back through it. 50 seconds on the clock, and again, we have this very slow and tentative style for G2 at the beginning of this map. Really nervous about making any mistakes. They're finally going to get some mid-control. I mean, this can kind of work. If they can get rid of Cadian, who's up on the ticket booth, it's really hard to get rid of him here, but if they can, then Nico can be sprung into action and they can collapse on the bomb site. It's a lot to ask for, though. Good smokes going down. Cadian relocating. Excellent shot to drop Nexa, and now all of it is kind of gone out the window. I have no idea how they're going to get onto this bomb site. 23 seconds, Nico smoked off, and they see the gun barrels down. Yep, he knows. Jax is done, and so is the bomb. This is a tight defense right here. That second kill, especially for Cadian, that kind of gave up the whole game plan. They knew what was coming. Heroic, they're going to find a fourth round. They're going to steal that AWP as well. Ooh, this is a good start for the Danes.
This is Shush just taking over. He's got 7 kills, 1 death in 4 rounds, Anders. Just utterly destroying G2 right now. And, well, I want to reiterate what Maniac was bringing up on the desk going into this series, or into the second map, is now we get to find out how G2 are going to adjust to having lost a map, because that was the first time they'd lost a map so far this major. So now we're going to see, are they going to be able to get some of that aggression going or not? Tactical timeout called. You see immediately Malik and Nexa having a bit of a powwow, trying to figure out what they need to do to get the team some confidence here.
They yeah, I mean, good job taking the timeout, right? Especially even though it's early on. Yeah, I think this is confidence. That's the key, isn't it? Good news, by the way. That guy with the timeout said MIBR still undefeated at this stage. We can appreciate that. Memes are important after all. So, 5th round coming your way, and memes are not going to cut it for G2. They're going to have to bring some real firepower, and why not start it right here? Setting up for a bit of a hit outside of the A bomb site. Shush and KD are no inside of it, so not that big of a presence in terms of the defense. If they're quick about it, maybe they could knock one of them out and get the quick bomb plant, and then go from there. Here we go, the jump through, but Cadian not missing many shots right now. No. That is actually terrifying. If he's going to be good on this map with the AWP, that's a huge challenge to G2 that I'm not even sure Amanek is going to be up for, even if he's been playing better this tournament. 4 versus 5. They're trying to get in with the bomb, but they just can't actually get it. Hunter, he's got it right here, and he's going to win the fight. Jax with the headshot. Is there a way? Can they actually find it through? Nico! He needed that headshot. It is still a 2-on-1, but man, they get close in this one, and Hunter is on the escape.
He's got an M4 as well as the Kevlar and the bomb, so he's got that going for him, but now this is going to be where Heroic, I think, just buddy up.
Yeah.
Just make it so that you can trade with each other. You don't need to be taking any risks here going out for duels or anything like that. As soon as that bomb gets planted, I want to see both of the Heroic players kind of just tag team it together and go into the retake.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tessis immediately into underpass. No time wasted on his side.
Yeah, he wants to see if he can lock it down from that direction. They have a Molotov, so Tessis, if he just guesses it right, throws it behind the bench. That is probably going to be the end of Hunter. Instead, it's by the truck. It's still not that bad. It's a position that he now doesn't have to check, and there are plenty of them on the B bomb side, so not as good as it could have been, but not a wasted Molotov either. Cadian coming in from the catwalk, and now they're starting to make a fair bit of noise here. They do have a kit on either player. There's the initial challenge. Hunter, good spray. Can he find one more? That's going to bring them online if he can. Nade will not kill KD, and now just a question of avoiding that AWP. Yep, he's going to make a run for it. Hunter has done it. 1 versus 2. That is an expert play.
Ice cold. Hunter is in his element on the land. His coaches said it, the analysts have said it, everybody has said it, and now we're seeing it. This guy turns up in the big rounds for his team. If he can just survive deep into the round, he keeps dying to shots through smoke and everything. Just everything is conspiring against him. But if he can survive to the end of the round, Hunter can win you those rounds. G2 on the board. Nice and early here. 4-1. Heroic in the lead on the CT side, but G2 are showing some fight. The nice thing here, the intense pressure that's going to be put on some of these players here for G2. Not only Hunter, their expectations are high, but Nico as well.
They can feel it, there's no doubt. But they took the timeout, they bought pistols, they won the round anyway. Yeah, that's a lot to build on, but now it has to keep going. They have to roll these rounds to get the Cadian straight exploding Hunter's head. That was a close range shot, and he just walked into the scope. 4 versus 5. Nico playing against Shushout on the A-ramp, and Nexus sneaking in. That's a strong kill. Tessus hits the ground. 4 versus 4. A little bit of an attempt. Down peaks up too far, but Amanek, that is a great trade. What a shot to come out, and Nico not failing them this time either. Refresh. He's alone on this side right now.
Unforced errors coming in right now, though. I mean, running out before the flash. Your teammate was setting the flash up for you. You need to wait just a split second longer before going around that corner because you know the flash is coming.
Won't walk into the shot here. Amanek, he's got the right idea. Cadian, all he saw was a leg, and it was enough. 40 seconds now. Nico, always the man you want. Oh, but he might actually get caught in the middle here. Yep, out in the open. Just takes him down. Cadian thinking, sweet, I'll find that kill. Triple for him. 5-1. Heroic arm. They look very, very good right now.
That is an extremely hard round to lose for G2.
No doubt.
And it's not a matter of throwing Jax under the bus, but when the communication, that's what you always wonder with the international teams, that the communication is on point. But it feels like Nico, somewhere the wires got crossed there, because that flash goes off. You see it a split second after Jax dies. So if it's just a split second timing between coming around the corner after the flash or before the flash, that can save the round for you right there. So 5-1, Heroic in the lead now on the CT side.
And heartbreaking, given what it took for them to get that 1 round on the board. They fought for it. They need to build behind it. Quick trade, refreshes there. It's a pretty good setup. And the bomb is on the ground. Yep. So everything's been given away. Cadian and Stown will do a little bit of cleanup in the middle. And Hunter, it's a good kill. Very unlikely to win the round, although that is a very crisp headshot to take down Stown.
It's still Hunter. He's got Kevlar.
He won them the last 1 versus 2. This is a 1 versus 4. He's now turned into another 1-on-2. He's got time, and even though they knew where he was 20 seconds ago, that doesn't matter anymore. He could be anywhere.
He could be anywhere on this map at this point. And so 55 seconds. Again, with these rounds going down early, it leaves room to maneuver with if you find yourself in these positions. And so Refresh is taking a pot shot. He knows where that bomb is. So long as the bomb is still there, they know where Hunter has to go eventually, with 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but it is right on the edge. I mean, if he had a smoke or something, he could smoke it off and pick it up, but he actually doesn't, so he maybe has to show himself he really wants to.
There it is, he threads that needle!
And now he's gonna make a run for it. Now they did notice, so he's not gonna have a lot of time here. Straight for it, no doubts at all. Don't expose yourself to the middle, because Refresh is coming right up. Oh man. The whole major for G2 could ride on this, and Refresh just clocks him as he comes trying to reposition inside of that bomb site. That is a nice headshot. Double kill for Refresh, and a 6-1 scoreline here. Man.
We get a timeout here. I think we get a timeout called.
They need it.
I'd be surprised if we didn't. I'm not seeing Malik go for it though. Okay, so we may not actually get a timeout. We may go straight into the next one here. Would think that G2 would want to kind of calm it down a little bit, but
they're making memes on the fly.
They're making memes on the fly. Good for them. Hunter, though, that was an extremely effective eco round coming up for G2, though, because they did some serious damage to Heroic's economy, and they got the bomb plant, so they have plenty of money going into this round. So G2 should have everything they need. Early mid aggression coming through. Cadian with that HE over the top doesn't do any damage.
I'm so shocked by this start. 6-1 in favor of Heroic. I'm having immediate flashbacks to Nuke again.
Now we're
Heroic,
setting the B pop.
Yeah, they just look like the more powerful team. Maybe that will make the difference. You're right. Trying to see if they could explode out, but they're even second guessing that.
The molly into the smoke seems to have thrown them off. They're not liking the look of that.
But they do have Hunter on a mission. He might have even called out the slowdown on B. He might have even said, just wait, I'm actually pretty deep into middle. Maybe I can find a kill. Spray, you can hit that, but doesn't connect Hunter. Oh, he's been fouled. Oh, he spins around anyway! That's an outrageous fight to win. Refresh, he's gonna be kicking himself. He should have been dead, Hunter, already. Now he's opened up the bomb site, and if he stays alive in here, doesn't even matter if he gets another kill. Just being alive in jungle is going to be pain. Yeah, Stown moves out. I actually completely understand this. He doesn't want to be exposed to Hunter walking up behind him, so he's going to try and take the fight to them instead.
Yep.
He could ruin this round for G2, and that would be almost too heartbreaking. Amanek around the corner. The shadow is showing him free. Fires it. It's a lot of damage, but it's not a kill. And they're going to back out here. They don't actually want to fight this round. G2, that round is won by Hunter just being insane with that spin.
Listen, he's a hunter after all. He's living up to the name. Slow, patient play, moves himself into a position to find the kill, and now they benefit, G2. And this is also just because of that last round, because that last round was so expensive for Heroic. They need to put themselves in a position to save. They can't even take the fight. It's still 6-2, so there is, the Heroic have a little bit of margin for error here as well. It's not the end of the world if they were to give up this round and set themselves up for the next one.
But I feel like I'm starting to feel like a little bit of a broken record, because this is again one of those moments where it's great to win a round like this, but if you build nothing behind it, then that doesn't last very long. You can't just win the odd round here and there. We need the whole block coming through here for G2, where they can just pick it up, crush that. I mean, this is just the basic of playing the T side, right? You just want to kill that CT economy so that they at least don't have the luxury of having orbs and grenades every single round, which is kind of, it's not that far away here for Heroic or for G2. If they can win this next round, that's it. Job done, and then they're right back in the map. This next round is pivotal.
And another true test of G2's mental side of the game here as we get into it. We're live, full buys on both sides, although a little light on the side of Heroic. They had to juggle there just to get some nades out. Nico with an AWP in top mid, off the spawn, goes for another shot, not gonna find it. Stown gets forced back though. That's Shush taking quite a bit of damage here. Has to be careful, and now Hunter looking for the follow-up. Oh, he heard that footstep. He heard that noise. There it is. Catches Davin in the open. Looks for the trade. Not going to find it, but the rest of the team are going straight out to B apartments.
It's all on Refresh. He's the only one that can save this bomb site, and Jack says no. Takes him down. Shush now in the market, but again, like you said, he's weak from earlier in Heroic. Back on out. They do not have the money. A third round for G2 here. They can't keep fighting it. It's actually a smart move for Heroic to give up that right away. 3 versus 5, it is, or 3 versus 4, it's not worth it. Stay alive instead.
Yeah, just keep putting yourself in a position to drop 2 rifles. If you have 3 guys surviving, you're going to get a buy round for the next one. You can just constantly do that, but eventually you're going to run out of rounds. You can't just keep giving up rounds either. You're going to need to start winning them too. But a 6-3, I mean, you still have a margin for error here that's pretty considerable, Heroic. So true. It's still early days in this half, but G2 are starting to get some confidence.
Yeah, I was going to say, you notice how they're playing a little bit more like what you were suggesting in the beginning, that forceful nature of them. You see Hunter's in the middle, taking a fight to connector, and he was ready. He was like, all right, one fight, I'm going to swing back towards Catwalk. He nearly had that kill on Refresh as well. So I love it. I want to see a lot more out of it. Both him and Nico get out there and take the fight. I mean, talk about those two, but Jackson's got that crazy nature as well. Now, sometimes it backfires on him. He's a little bit too aggressive. He doesn't think nearly enough, but at the same time, it might be what they need right now. Just don't let Heroic feel so comfortable.
I just like that they have Hunter in a position to not only get kills, but gather info. Just let him get out there and do the work. Whereas this is a tactical timeout called by both teams now.
It's got to be the most photogenic audience member we've had. He's rocking it. 6-3, 10th round. Bit of a timeout being called, and right now, Amanek on 2 kills, Nico on 2 kills. Hunter has done almost all of the work to get these 3 rounds. He is 9-7, only outdone by Cadian, who's a 10 on the other team. So pretty impressive stuff for Hunter to try and carry this team through, get them back in this first half. It's their map. They badly need it. Their major lives are on the line here. Cadian's quick jump down smoke to prevent the Molotov. Yep, he read that coming, but there's another smoke on top, so he can't see much.
Oh, they were ready for that aggression, though. They were hoping that Cadian was going to be down here looking for a fight. Hunter and Jax paired up. Jax even just sacrificing himself to set himself up as the dummy, as the target dummy. You know, you trade me, that's cool. Hunter's going to be right there behind us, and we can accelerate behind it. But now, Cadian has backed off of mid, stopped and taken his place. And with 1:20 on the clock, G2 have gotten at least a decent amount of map control to work with, and they still have yet to use that brutal apps play that we've seen so far this tournament from them on this map. They can still go back to that strategy.
Yeah, you're right. That's something that we haven't really spotted yet. Tess's quick peek, that's dangerous. Good headshot to follow it up though. Jax is down, Amanek trying to hunt it. Tessus is just staying elusive back here. He'll find one more kill before he's finally out, but a nade in hand, and Refresh gets taken out by Nexa. Here comes the counter nade down. It's not going to kill anyone, but it'll do some damage to Nexa. 3-on-3 now. Heroic have given up on some of these rounds pretty early. This one seems more even. You want to go for it here, or if you keep giving them rounds because you're saving guns, that could also be a bad pattern to fall into.
It's dangerous. At some point you need to decide to take the fight, and it's not looking like it's going to be today, Heroic. Unless Shush were able to find somebody right now.
Yeah.
They're still kind of holding passively. That bomb is taken down by half. Nico catches Cadian in the open, and that's going to make things very expensive now for Heroic. Even putting themselves in a position to back off and save this AWP style. And you see, he's got that in the back of his mind right now because he doesn't go for the re-peek. Instead, he looks to run. Nico trying to hunt him down right now. If you can get this AWP, that would be massive.
Chasing.
There it is.
Does. Oh, wow. Well played.
So there you go. You keep saving those guns, Heroic, and that puts you, I think you're bang on there, Anders. If you keep getting into that mindset of, oh, wait, hold on, we need to save, you're not going for the jugular. You're just constantly thinking on the back foot. You're playing not to lose. You're not playing to win.
And I think in that 3-on-3, you know, Heroic set themselves up right at the outskirts of the bomb site, and they're just thinking, it's a 3-on-3. We can either just wait and lock them into the bomb site, or if we get a kill and make it a 2-on-3, then we go for it. But when they then lose Cadian instead, it just all unravels from there, and they lose the AWP again. This is what they need right now. G2 started to come alive once again. We saw it on Nuke, and it almost worked out for them. We need to see it once again here. It's a 4-on-4 as Nico is traded for Stown. And they have some mid-control here on the G2 side. Only really that M4 alive on Shusha, though Cadian is going to go pick up another gun up here in the hallways. Yeah, he's going to find that AK. It's worth doing.
We got to give some credit to Nexa on that last round, though. Without him, the double, it's not happening. And now he's again taking point in mid, and Hunter has managed to get through here. Yep, a little bit of a spot. Shush finding one. He's going to get traded immediately by Nexa. Nexa with another triple, and Hunter catching Cadian. G2, 5 rounds on the board, Anders.
That's hard when you're getting sandwiched in the middle like that. It's a classic play from the CT side. And they outlive it. Nexa, excellent control here. Yeah, there we go. Nice spray onto Tess. That is so cool. 6-5. Now, it didn't look like in the beginning that this map pick was a good idea for G2. Now you're starting to see it come together. Slowly, round for round, they're asserting some dominance. Double off though on the Heroic side. So they're pushing their chips all in as well. They're saying, all right, our money's not looking that good, but we can afford this. Now let's try and see if they lose this round. That is devastating. That is the door wide open for G2 to get back into the semi-final in a big way. Again, Inferno is the deciding map.
Yes.
We should all want that to happen.
If we could get Inferno, just the legendary series ender. We need that. But first, you need G2 to just keep their cool, stay focused in this. They're getting pumped up, they're getting hype. But I really like that Heroic have elected to go for a double AWP in this round. We have yet to see this from them, and that could catch G2 off guard. Perhaps not expecting one here as Nexa is thinking about rounding that corner. Yep, there's the flash, there's the peek. A little bit of a spot.
This puts a lot of pressure on that defense because they've lost all of middle. They have no idea what's coming next. 3 people defending the bomb sites down. He actually gets some damage in, but it's not enough for a kill. That's interesting. Shush is playing down on that A-ramp, and they need to get rid of him because otherwise they can't really cross the bomb site. They're so nervous about it at all times. And on the site itself, Refresh. He goes down so quick. Shush with a double, and Stown is there as well. They almost made it, G2, but Heroic will turn it around. 7-5. Shush, the pivotal play, triple kill. That's why they needed to get rid of him, because they're basically fighting 3 or 4 different angles while trying to track across the bomb site. It's too much.
He's still just running away with it. 13 kills on the board for Shush. 7 of those were within the first 4 rounds of this half. So he started strong, and now he's just showing up again when his team needed him to. And now they know, G2, how this is playing out because they saw the double AWP as well. Info gauge. Nico winning the duel versus Cadian in mid, though.
There we go. More of that. And look, again, we're back with the Bloodlust. He just wants to fight them. Oh, no damage. Looked like it could have been. But he knew. There's a shot from Amanek. And there's that, like you said, the immediate pop out. No grenades, no nothing. They just walk out of the A apartments. You've been calling for it a number of rounds. And especially with the distraction of Nico, alone, solo, AWP in middle, it's so hard to deal with.
Nico opping in mid is going to throw things out of whack because he's your palace leader. So if all of a sudden Nico is getting kills somewhere else, that's got to throw wrench in things for Heroic, where they all of a sudden have to try and figure out on the fly what it is that G2 are preparing.
I've got to say, I love this version of Nico. I wish they could have had it from the start of the map here, but the fact that he started to wake up a little bit, it's just the level of confidence. It's hard to imagine that you can do this. This isn't just any old random game. It's a semi-final in a major. You run mid alone with an AWP to combat off the entire team. Now, he did lose it at the end, which is a bit of a shame, but it's going to be a 6th round for G2, building back in the game in a massive way. Hunter, 10 kills. Nico up to 7. Remember, a couple of rounds ago, when he was down at 2 along with Amanek, he's turned it around in such a massive fashion. Yeah, this is the play. So well done.
It's just hard right now.
I still don't have that feeling that G2 are fully here yet. It feels like they're just on the edge of that breakthrough, but not quite yet.
Well, the rounds that are so important right now is when G2 managed to get a man advantage. That's the thing. Both of these teams have been excellent so far at winning 5v4s. And so if G2 keep giving up these opening shots, now it's on G2 to finally come up with it. Refresh out of the picture. Nico blind takes him out. 80% win rate for G2 in situations like these. When it's a 5v4, they get the opening kill. They're so hard to put away here. G2 now in a prime position to tie things up, although Stout's gonna have something to say about it. He catches Hunter.
Oh no, right behind him, Jax, he almost caught. He might still. That actually is a cool move for Jax. I mean, it's from Stout as well. Individual plays here. This isn't even about strategy. It's just saying, I see an opening, I'm gonna go for it. And man, if they could have caught Down in return, it would have been fine. Now, Shush is playing Shadow. And Nico's thinking about walking out. He's got that AK in hand. Smoke goes up towards the jungle, trying to block off Cadian, but he's gonna move in front of it. Doesn't want to get blocked out. That's how he gets the kill on Amanek, and Shush comes in. That's a great 1-2 punch. Soon as that ult rings out from jungle, all of the attention is on him. Shush knows. Spray from Stout, he's gonna continue, nearly taking down Jackson, who's gonna die to Cadian instead. It's 8-6.
I wonder if Shush puts himself there because Refresh is dead. Because that's where Refresh has been for the past few times in Shadow. And so Nico's probably checking the scoreboard, like who's dead on the map right now? Refresh is dead, okay, maybe he's not gonna be Shadow, I can focus somewhere else. And then surprise, surprise, Shush is there, shooting him in the back. I mean, that is a tilt-worthy moment right there if you're Nico. Because he was checking, and he turns away, and that's when Shush peaks.
And you could be right, that's one of those important things that's usually very hard to catch in the middle of it, but it really matters not just where you get the kill, but who you're actually taking down. And that's part of the communication that's so hard in Counter-Strike, is to call that out while you're still fighting and say, wait a minute, maybe that was the wrong guy, isn't he usually playing somewhere else? Hard to catch in the moment. Nico, again, on a mission in the middle. He's had these opening kills, back to back now. Can he do it one more time? Oh my god, they're never gonna see this. He's here so quickly. He avoids Shush in the mid, who almost walked up behind him, but there should be no way for Cadian to see this coming. He might just walk up right in front of the window and shoot him in the face. Scope is up. If he unscopes, he's going to know it. Nico, ready and waiting, and there it is. Huge opening, steals the AWP, and now he can hold it. Oh, this is beautiful. Nico is such a god at this game. Gonna fall back from the flashbang, and they're setting it up. Another kill. He's doing everything. He truly is the eternal MVP of this game. There's another. Oh, he's getting the headshot on Tessus as well. He's just won the round on his. He's willed it, manifested it into reality. Refresh and Shush. They've got to be left wondering what is going on. A quad kill. He wants them back in this game, and nothing is going to stop him.
Now he just needs to get the ace. Let his teammates figure out where Shush is, and then let Nico just get that ace for the last round of this half. Please make it happen, because Shush is perfectly capable of running this back 1v3. He is a real threat. As soon as he gets this info, he's just spot next out, and immediately it's spotted, and he goes down. Amanek with the kill.
Ooh, G2, what a round. Nico,
There it is.
It's impossible to overstate the impact that he has on this game.
But the way that he set it up too, with the bait, the footstep to act as if he was wrapping around, so he comes back around with the deagle, and Tessus just takes the bait because he's expecting Nico to be on the flank. Walks right into that deagle. It's just perfect play through and through from Nico. It's a thing of beauty to behold. And this is now just blown wide open, 8-7. It could be either of these teams' second half now.
Yep, mirror of the first half on Nuke, similar situation. I can't understand it. How can you do this just back-to-back rounds? Even the rounds they lose, Nico is still in there in the middle, winning opening fights. Double HE on the CT side here. See if they can get anything done with that. Nexus going to take a peek into middle. But yeah, this is important. Refresh. What an opening and a dink on Nico. He has to back on out, but they're coming up behind him. Oh! Oh, Lord! He gets another one nearly there, and headshot on Refresh! That is a godlike move! And Tessus is now entirely on his own with the bomb dropped halfway across the map. How does he live? He is on 4 health at the outset of that round, and he still manages to double kill as they're jumping on top of him.
Amazing. Is this Nico? Is he finally showing up? Hunter's been trying to lead the way for a long time now, but if Nico's starting to warm up and he can have a star performance, everything can turn around here for G2, and Heroic are going to be the ones on the back foot. Tessus, though, he's always a threat in pistol rounds, and now he's got a USP as well. He is lethal with this gun.
Not to be underestimated. Hunter, though, he sees him, tags him up already. That's a bit unfortunate. 50 seconds, though. He's going to live a little while longer. Nico revealing his position, too, but the timing is great for Hunter, and they turn that around. Massive plays.
The man
I can't believe it.
It's the man with the goblin grip. Just wasn't quite there yet. Not this time.
Got to tilt that mouse even harder.
Dude, as if the tape wasn't enough. This is Nico's perspective. Yeah, just instant goosh. That's the thing, man. Nico is so insane in pistol rounds. So sick. A player with his aim. Kovac and Kovac just doing work.
Yeah, they are back again.
Okay, no eco. Okay, so full eco coming in from Heroic. They didn't get the bomb plant, so we'll get the Glocks. A couple of P250s, so they can still do some damage here. And yeah, sure enough, just too many guns here for Jax to handle. He gets overwhelmed.
That's a bit awkward.
Yeah, leaves a gun top mid as well. Can they manage that?
I was going to say that it kind of commits them to sticking around. They sort of have to hang around a little bit here to not give it up. Maybe that's what Heroic are also banking on, saying, all right, if they're going to be holding top mid, maybe we can get to the A-apps early enough to at least get the bomb down. If you get a kill in a bomb plant in this round where you have almost nothing, that's fine, that's great.
That's terrific, and now you go for a waterfall onto the A-bomb side as well here. Heroic, I love this strategy. It's going to be so hard for Nexa to stop.
Yeah, bomb plant was massive. It's on the ground now. Important kill. That might have been the most critical shot that he could have had. That'll shut it all down. Delays everything. Nexa comes in with a quad kill to seal the round. That's a good job. G2. They're taking steps in the right direction.
That was something else. 4 kills with the MP9. He's got monstrous cash now. He can drop an AWP over no problem at all. I am so impressed with that hold. That is not easy to do when you've got 4 guys. Even with pistols, they're dangerous. Pros, their aim, they'll take your head off. Nexus survives. 9-8. G2 taking the lead. And yeah, there's the AWP drop for Amanek. On the side of Heroic, they like to go for the op themselves. So, trusting in Cadian to come up with a kill. He's got 13 of them so far.
He's been solid with that AWP, but in the end, even that wasn't enough to stop Nico. 18th round coming your way. Heroic, they are pretty well equipped as well.
A lot of noise being made here by Hunter. This is some invaluable information to go off of if you're Heroic. They want to try and take advantage of it. Jackson position though, and he gets the kill to kick things off.
Sick HE, and then, yeah, the FAMAS on top.
I don't know if they were expecting that because they were hearing Hunter stomping around on short. I'm wondering if Heroic thought we can try and take advantage of this and get out there, catch him before he rotates back to the bomb site. And lo and behold, Jax is just ready and waiting.
Playing very spread out right now, Heroic, which when you have this much time, maybe that's fine. You go for a kill somewhere, you try and find it. Cadian making noise, running up, and I bet you Hunter will have called it into Jax saying, don't peek that angle. They might be there. He's going to take a quick look. Still a chance here for Heroic to get back into the round, but it's a pretty good defense right now between Hunter and Jax. They've got a little bit of a crossfire, hard to make their way out. Hunter getting shut down, but Jax on the follow-up. He's done a good job in this round. It's now Cadian and Shush is all the way at the A-bomb side. Nico, I think, has already heard him, and he's going to win that fight. So Cadian on his own, 1 versus 3, with less than 40 seconds on the clock. He knows that someone is in here. He's going to make the jump down. A little bit of a late shot. I don't think that's going to fool anyone. Jax knows, and he'll find the triple.
That is so cool, though. That is so cool, though. Takes the shot to cover the sound of him dropping. That's just a little tech, a little detail there from Cadian.
You have to try.
You got to try. He just doesn't obviously know that Jax is waiting behind. He's maneuvered himself into a position where he'll get the backstab. But now that is going to be G2 just continuing to extend their lead. Countdown has begun to get into this round. Heroic without a bomb plant. It's just going to be, man, a couple of pistols, a couple of nades. Should not have too much to work with. But again, it's still early days in this second half, so there's no reason to go for any kind of weird force buys in this scenario. Just take this round in the teeth, see if you can get another bomb plant. You've been very good about getting bombs planted so far, Heroic. So your money reflects that. So just get another bomb plant and then focus on the next one.
Yeah, that has to be the plan. But on the flip side here, there has to be a bit of fear that's creeping into Heroic at this point in time. 10-8, you can feel how much they're warmed up. You've already felt the damage that Nico he can output to your team. So again, their map pick, Heroic, they must be feeling nervous. No lead pistols in this round. Setting up a little bit in middle. Now they stole around like this earlier, which was a big way that they got back into the game. On Nuke now, could they do it again here? That would almost be too much. They've got a double orb on that CT side though. So actually the pistols, this is one of those rounds where if you can get close enough, maybe that could work against the double orb setup. It's a long ways away though. Smoke in the window. I'm going to be trying to see if they can get that mid control, and probably will just keep running from there once they get the first point of contact. They're going to get real close here. Can anyone help out Nico if they turn the corner? Maybe Nexa can go for a wide swing, but this is not without a little bit of danger. Smoke is there, but the APK will just power through. Nexa goes down. That was all the way by Shadow. Aminek trying to hold his line. 20 seconds. Someone needs to call that out on the G2 side. Play for time, get a couple of kills. Even if they get the bomb plan down, they're going to try and rush that AWP. And they keep trading successfully so. And it's a 2-1-2, 10 seconds on the clock. Nico, he wanted to beat that corner and find someone. Oh, a great setup! Headshot sprayed down, and Jax on the other side. And it will be G2 to win the round, but only barely.
Again, another bomb plant.
Yeah.
Nico feeling the heat. He played that situation perfectly, but it's still cause for concern here for G2 because Heroic are getting these bombs planted almost every round. That's going to have a reflection on their economy. They're going to have more money than they would normally to buy nades. But it's also a confidence booster for Heroic because they know how close they're cutting it each time. If they can keep getting the bomb planted, it's G2 who are on the back foot having to play retake every time, and that's never comfortable for G2. So we did get a tactical timeout called here. Now it's a question of whether or not it's going to be on Heroic. What does Heroic have to add to it? Exist has gotten a lot of praise so far as the coach for Heroic. I mean, big event for him. He was brought on for the purpose. Cadian has been nothing but, saying nothing but praise for him. But he doesn't quite know the playbook yet, and so that's been one of the main things here.
I mean, for your first tenure as a coach like this, it's a pretty good run. They can't be upset.
He's a major champ in his own right.
Indeed. I think this round illustrates so clearly what is the danger of giving up that connector and mid-control. Because that's just pistols, and because they got everyone in connector, they almost wipe out the defense on A. Nexa is on his own, Nico's on his own, even Aminek at CT Spawn kind of on his own. So that's why you can't give up that mid-control. Here is a deep nade landing on top of Heroic. On the best start to the round here. Nexa and Aminek are on the other side. A little bit of a shake there, but he gets the kill on Shush anyway, and that's all they need.
They didn't see the setup either. They don't know that Nexa is holding close. So instead of pouncing Heroic, they decide to back off. They could probably intimate. That's been something that we've seen from a lot of oppers, where they pair up with the rifler in case they get swung on. The rifle is there to save them. So Heroic are probably guessing that that's the case, but they can't be sure. So trying to play that information right now, Heroic.
Oh, what a move, G2. That's what we've been missing. We've just been talking about how they need to stay alive and keep the economy going, but now they've sent Jax out on a scouting mission. And this is the other big way to win. Get the information on the CT side. They can start to rotate Hunter over real soon. Jax is making his way down below. Nico hiding back here. Instant shot down. What a double kill for him. And he swings back in for more. Jax is going to be there to help him out. And it's all on refresh here. More damage is needed, more kills, but it's not going to happen. Amanek will drop him. And it's another round, 12-8. They have come through in the first half, or second half here. They won 5 in a row to start this off with.
Heroic have not picked up a T-side round yet. And that time, they do not get a bomb plant. They don't even get close to getting a bomb plant. Nico playing anti-flash, as you can see, just turning into the wall, trying to dodge that flash grenade. Plays it perfectly. And G2 on their map pick on this CT side, they are looking competent. They're looking good. It's on Heroic now to come up with it. And while they do have enough for some rifles, still a threat in this round. Amanek showing that he can be mobile with this AWP, not in the same place every time here, trying to keep Heroic guessing.
They're going to try and walk out Shush just like G2 do sometimes. He's on the edge. He could flash to set it up, and he's got an opportunity there. That's a cool move. But Nico, he dunks down and stays out of the line of that AK-47. That would have been a scary start to the round.
Yeah, really well done. I love that setup, though. That's so cool. And then from a default setup as well, Heroic can still pull a magic trick out of the hat like that. Oh, but this is interesting. Do they just go hunting for him? It looks like it. Who wins this duel?
I mean, there are a lot of angles to cover. They're going to double up against Shush. They want to take this away from him. Nico's right there, just the shoulder, the Y-peak. Oh, no! Shush is there instead, and that kills both of them. Who could have seen that coming? He's hardly even touched. 50 seconds on the clock, and now they're going to pick up the bomb. And they are actually going to run it the other way. Refresh is checking the B bomb site. Oh, this is a huge outplay. Heroic. What a brilliant round. This is G2. They should probably save if they even can.
This is what, the third, fourth round that Shush has given Heroic?
Yeah.
Every round, like half of Heroic's rounds, it's been Shush just coming up with the goods with a double kill that just makes it possible for Heroic to win the round. This has been Shush's map so far as Heroic are concerned.
And
19 kills for him.
Immediately they know, not even going to try and go for it here. Shush, though, he can still make this even harder on them. G2 have some money. They're going to find Hunter already. Every rifle right now is worth its weight in gold if you're on that G2 team. You have to keep it alive. Jax, he could be a hero and sneak into the bomb site if he's really lightning fast, but it's unlikely. Refresh is kind of hanging around, waiting for it, and Jax, surely not. He's going to back on out. Doesn't want to risk it. Amanek is going to get caught, so they lose everyone but Jax. And first round in the second half has been picked up by Heroic here.
And a bomb plant and a bomb going off. We haven't seen the Flames on the stage in a while here in this half. Got the cheering session going ham as well in the back, and now we're going to see what they're capable of here. G2 jerseys, G2 fans. And obviously G2 fighting back, doing a terrific job. Nice. 12-9, Anders, 12-9. G2 still keeping it together. They had the money to buy, so we will have the AWP, we will have the rifles. And as far as Heroic are concerned, it's a change of pace for them. Straight into the mid, Cadian. So aggressive. Does this work, though? Does he catch Nico? No, he's never expecting Nico to be there.
Yeah, he was checking every other angle but that one. That's a bit of a shame. Tessus, maybe an opportunity, but they're going to throw everything at him. Does put out the flames at his feet. Amanek will get the kill on Refresh, though, and it's still a 3-on-4 right now. And remember, G2 were in this similar position. Whenever they would win a round on the T side, it got taken away from them right away. Heroic need to stop that from happening, and a good step in the right direction as they take down Nico. 3 versus 3. Jax up in the A apartment. That's a really good position to be in if they're coming up from middle like this.
Well, they can assume the jungle's been compromised with that flash over the top. I think that's what they were thinking here. And now steps right into Stout, and that's so tough. Jax trying to make an information play, trying to figure out what's going on here. Gets caught, punished. We'll see if they expect another man on that A bomb site, though. This could be it. Nexa could be in the position to save his team. Doesn't do it, though. Tessus wins that duel. Amanek now in a 1v2.
G2 being, I think, way too active in that 3-on-3. The clock is running against Heroic, or it was. Now that the bomb is down, it's a bit different. Amanek 1 versus 2. Tessus is holding the line with the AK, and he's low on health. You could find him and maybe take him down. He doesn't have a smoke, but if you could find one, maybe he could even get the bomb. There's the attempted peek. He'll take him down. And now the question is, can he beat Stown's AWP? This would be a momentous clutch, but it's not going to happen. Stown will take him down instead. Just out and didn't even play around the bomb. Didn't even let him get close. Just shutting it down, 10-12.
Confident play from Stown. He's the second top fragger on Heroic right now, 19 kills. And really, he's just been every map so far this series. He's been turning up for Heroic, doing tremendous work. We saw a lot of that on Nuke, and here on Mirage, it's a lot of the same. 12-10, and we will get a hard eco called here by G2. I'm wondering if we're going to get the tag timeout called after this round here from G2. Where it's like, okay, time to put on the brakes. We're going to have the buy round here coming up after this round of eco.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's 2 rounds in a row here for Heroic, and you don't want Heroic getting much more momentum than this. I mean, this is Mirage after all. Nice CZ though.
Good start. They can steal that AK. Still too far away from the site here to make a big difference.
Give that AK over to Nico next round, see what's happening.
Yeah, just already.
Oh, clever.
Now they're going to try and see if they can swing for it. They should never be close to winning this round, but they're doing some damage. Nexa coming in. There's absolutely no way. Refresh is back here, and they do not have a kit, so they're going to have to move fast, but they've got him locked in the corner. Crouching out, he gets the one, but Nexa will take him down. There is no way. Nexa with the triple and G2. They robbed him of the round.
Nico with the pop-off as well, says it all. Starting to get that energy going on the side of G2. That was a hard eco, Anders. They had a CZ and a bunch of USPs. Heroic, talk about throwing it away.
That's a 1 in 1,000, maybe 1 in a 10,000 round. You pull it out in the semi-final of a major. Unbelievable scenes.
Oh, real Nexa, just what a play from him, and what a massive round.
Oh, the hype. Yeah, Nico, he is feeling it right now. 22 kills. He is out-fragging everyone. This is so cool.
But you gotta love how these players are just embracing being on LAN. You know, you got the fans in front of you. You're just popping off after these big rounds, dude. That is the life. 13-10. And, I mean, now that's just a monster round for G2. That was a Nico again, that hard eco. Now they actually have everything they need here going into this next round, G2. Whereas Heroic are going to be on the back foot. Little light on the grenades on the side of Heroic. So let's see what they've got in store for us now. If we're going to get more aggression in mid.
When history is written, that could well be the round that people are going to go back and look at it and say, that was Heroic's ticket potentially straight into the grand final.
Yep.
You never know what's going to happen. They had an opportunity there. They could have stolen it away and got right back into the game, maybe tie up the scoreline at the very least. But now G2 are a step closer and almost at that third map. Nexa and Amanek playing double on the ramp. Shush is up in the apps again. Very similar setup here. Flash coming out, but they win every fight. Headshot for Nexa. And Amanek on the secondary fight with the AWP Hunter. Crisp and clean to take down Stown. It's Refresh and Shush completely on their own. And this is the money as well for Heroic that's about to get wiped out.
Yep, this was the all or nothing round for Heroic. They've tapped their bank completely. Nexa just assassinates Refresh. Refresh has no idea. And Shush, well, the hero of this map so far for Heroic. The monster high-impact kills and rounds, and he's going to get another one. Takes Nexa out of it, but he will get traded immediately by Nico. And if it continues this way, I mean, that's 14-10. It should be a round of eco coming up here for Heroic. G2 will have plenty of opportunities to force a third map. Inferno, Anders. We may actually get Inferno after all.
Oh, this is brilliant. 14-10. They're looking so good right now. You can absolutely feel it. That final breakthrough for G2. Confidence has returned. Nexa is up there with the kills, almost catching up to Nico. We're headed into the 25th round. Blind shot there from Amanek, not connecting on anyone. Nico, though, inside of the smoke as they run in front of him, and they are checking it, but too late. Nexa's on the other side. They're going to get chewed up trying to get to this bomb site. They wanted to change the speed, change the pace, and catch G2 off guard, but it is not happening. KD in a 1 versus 4, and I think Jax will hear him stepping. Yep, he knows. This is looking just fine. Nice attempt from Heroic, but instead it's 15. It's map point now for G2.
But because that was the force coming in there from Heroic, I mean, it's just, they're just going to barely be able to squeak anything out of this round here. Going to have some rifles, have to go for Galil certainly to get some nades on the board. And so Heroic now, they need to play perfectly from here on out to force overtime. A little quiet over there now, lads, huh? It's, I need to show a little bit of hype here. Your boys need your energy.
For good reason.
There we go.
They're in a little bit of trouble, yeah. Got to wake them up. 15 to 10. One more round. G2, they've been looking not as powerful as I thought to come into the game. Both maps here, slow starts. They had to sort of work their way into it. Not so much Nico, even a slow start on this map, but it doesn't really matter. He's working all the time. I don't know what it takes to shut him down. I have no idea what it would actually take to stop him at this point. The determination and grit on this one person.
Well, he's the top-rated player so far in this tournament, Anders. So he is the man to beat, without a doubt. Map point for G2 and some aggression as well, trying to get that info early. Next, they're going to catch him in the open on the A-bomb site, though. 4 players survive for Heroic.
Nice spray through. Heroic need to keep the dream alive. They desperately do not want to go to a third map. It would be much better to just end it here. That's an awkward Molotov. Nexa, he's still going to live. That's unbelievable. Jax with a kill on Shush, and now Cadian and Tess's. The bomb is not actually planted for this mid play. I think they can defuse it from behind the boxes. I'd be really, really careful with this move. And they're making a lot of noise. Amanek hears it. Oh, and one shot, one kill to take him down. And Cadian, he is in trouble. I think there's no way he could do this. They're already going to be on the bomb on the other side. They know where. Oh, it was in the open. He could see it. He gets the shot on Jax. Can he do more? No, he's going to be found this time. And can they get the defuse? It is close, and it's a third map. 16 to 10. G2, they bring us there. What a round to win it on as well. That got so close on that defuse.
Oh, yes, but Anders, there you go. They're showing us what they're capable of on the side of G2. Our analysts going into this second match, that was the question that Maniac posed going into Mirage. What will G2 be capable of now that they've lost a map in the major? What are they going to show us? Well, they've shown us that they are still a contender for that major final.
Absolutely are. Wow, that is so scary. They almost lost control of that map. There's no doubt about it. But Nico, whatever it takes, he's going to carry them to the finish line, and this is the scary part, right? The G2 team very clearly are powering up throughout this best of 3 now. They got better and better, and now third map Inferno. Ooh, I'd be worried if I was Heroic.
You would be, but Heroic are definitely capable of running it back as well. If Shush can keep up coming up with the goods like this, I mean, Heroic are going to be a threat. Inferno is going to be terrific between these two teams, and now we get to hear what our analysts have to say.
I'll tell you what we say, Semler. We've got a classic on our hands. G2 bounce back into this one on their map pick. After being behind, guys, you know, you've got to hand it to G2. It's not just about their individual moments here. They really came together as a unit when they were up against it.
I think that's the story of the individuals allowing G2 to come back into the game and then the team catching on fire.
Exactly.
Obviously, it starts with Hunter in the 1v2 clutch that finally puts them on the board. And then we have moments of brilliance. Absolute brilliance from Nico, finding these opening kills. That round where he's got the 4K, when he rushes short, that is the mark of a superstar. It is game sense at its pure essence. The way he plays that round and just goes from kill to kill to kill. There's not a lot of people who can do that in the world, I can tell you that.
I'll also tell you a key round, and I'm sure we're going to see it when the highlights come, when they were on that eco, and Nico's saying, listen, we're just going to sit in CT spawn, if anyone peeks, boom. Head gone, and they rush onto the bomb site, and that, for me, was the pivotal moment in the map.
Yeah, I did feel like it was the final nail in the coffin for Heroic, and yeah, I agree. I think early on, obviously, G2 was down, and that showed you something that we were talking about beforehand, Heroic being 1-0 up. They just go for these calculated risks on the CT side. You know, if they decide to fight for mid this round, they're going to have 3 or 4 players there. They were playing a little bit of retake A in a way, right? And they were one step ahead of G2 early on. Later on, G2 managed to figure it out. Hunter and Nico with some of the aggressive plays towards mid, finding entry kills when Heroic switched it up and were focused more on the sides.
I mean, you look at the second half, yeah, obviously G2 were activated, you know, that round being won by Nexa with the USB as well. But that first half was all about Nico. Again, he was a catalyst, right? They were struggling, they were down, I think, what, 6-1 or something. Picks up the AWP. The AWP on the T side is individually just opening up the map. And then Discount Hunter as well, his cousin, coming in with some huge lure kills towards mid, just opening things up. And for a change, Heroic, this is a round, there we go. I mean, Nexa especially really stepping up. But the fact that Heroic were being forced to react and they could play their game where they're the one trying to wrest control, I think that just speaks volumes of what Nico can do.
I agree. I mean, the thing with Nico is that he represents what looking for the kill actually is. Like, I've very rarely seen a player that has such an instinct to know what is the next move to push the advantage. A lot of players go for one kill, they reposition, be safe. He always tries to push the envelope. He always tries to look for that second kill. And at the end of the day, that's exactly what he did to
But
Heroic.
it's never dumb. That's the thing.
No, absolutely not.
He's so confident in his abilities, and we're all watching the game, and we're like, Nico, don't do this. But he knows he's going to land those shots, and it's just his awareness almost feels like he's cheating at times.
Yeah, it's crazy. Shush
take it easy on that one.
Yeah.
I'm kidding, obviously.
Kidding, of course. Yeah, but Shush as well. He's going to feel a little bit aggrieved. Had a great game over on the Heroic side. One of the best I've seen him have. Probably at this competition, certainly. Wasn't able to sort of take the win home. You saw some frustrations from Katie, and so it's kind of flipped now, the psychological landscape, right?
Oh, absolutely. You know, now G2 has all the momentum, and you could see what they're capable of on the CT side when they simply have a good start, when they win the pistol round and convert and can play with a little bit of confidence. When Nico knows that, okay, if I try to go for this play and I die and we lose the round, you know, we don't have 1400 in the bank and have to eco now 1 or 2 rounds, right? So that definitely helps them a lot and will be one of the things to look out for going into Inferno.
And no surprises there, obviously, that Nico got the MVP for that map. I guess we can broadly talk about him because, you know, you can talk about Nico all day, right? He's just such a fantastic player. But one thing we haven't really done, we've talked a lot about Simple. We've talked a lot about Shiro. Yesterday we were talking about Ziwu. You know, currently, for Players of the Year, where are we ranking Nico? Because it feels to me that he's a guy that always just seems to slip through the cracks of the conversation, which is crazy.
Yeah, but that's also because the context is his team is lacking the success, right? And obviously that has to be part of the conversation. Now, G2 had a good ramp up towards the beginning of the year. They went from quarterfinal to semi-final to finals, and they had this massive breakdown after the break. If you win the major, if you're Nico, your name is straight back in the conversation. That is it. You are in this conversation. And I think that the aficionados of Counter-Strike all kind of accept and acknowledge the fact that he is one of the absolute greatest. But the title of a major, the fact he could be an MVP. I think right now he's leading the race as an MVP potential for the major and how he's playing Counter-Strike. These are the kind of accolades that create a legend, not just an extraordinary player, but an actual legend.
Just to highlight it, his stats, he's already not the highest rated player thus far in the tournament. After these 2 maps, where they did lose a map, he just increases average overall. That makes no sense.
Yeah, it is crazy how good he's been, and obviously someone, you know, you've known for a long time. Is this the best he's been?
Yeah, I think it absolutely is, because he's playing with so much determination, right? And also the moves and the kills he's getting are all, you know, most of them are really high impact. Like, those are the kills that swing around G2's way, and I think it's impressive that he's playing so well and that he's the highest rated player. You know, he's a rifler. We live in an era of AWPers, where AWPers are the highest rated players statistically, where they have probably the most impact in games, and for him to just be able to take over in such a fashion, I think it's really impressive.
And you've got to highlight over these 2 maps, despite the losing effort on Nuke, I think Nico's gone 17-4 in opening duels. That is filth.
Yeah, he's playing out of his mind right now, and we're going to find out whether he can continue as we get to the deciding map. It's going to be Inferno. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll set it all up for you. We'll see you then.
Apex is so fantastic. Just
So for that ace in 1v3 situation against Entropiq, I was A Palace at the beginning and they smoked me off. But we had the one crucial information that someone was balcony, so I decided to smoke balcony and go through the smoke. I killed that guy, then we were in a 3v4 situation. Ziwu just gave me a really important information that someone was in the box connector. So I was already balcony and I decided to pick him. I killed him like in a great way, to be honest. Then we planted the bomb because we knew no one was there anymore. And then 3-3 happened. My two friends died in a bad way, I would say. We didn't have enough time. I was 1v3 and I knew I was wrong, and I knew that at some point I had to pick. So I picked the first one, he was low HP, I killed him. Then I had the last two information, and one was CT and one was connector. So I decided to pick CT and I two-tapped him pretty damn well, to be honest. That was a nice shot. And for the last one, he knew I was Tetris. I knew he was coming from the right. And at some point I had to pick him up. And I just picked him and killed him in the right way again. And yeah, that get around helped us to come back and to stay strong mentally during that game. To be honest, after the clutch, I watched at my coach, but sometimes I don't remember that he can't talk, and he can't show emotion. So I was like looking at him like I was good, right? And he was like not moving that much. So that was fun, and everyone was really hyped, and it ended well. So that's pretty nice.
Ready for this. How on earth has Apex found a kill there? I don't know, but they're still not at the advantage vitality. Look, they know what's happening. A clean shot from Apex. He's been so dangerous. He took all of that one. Lackey with a great angle, and these retakes for Entropiq continue to be strong. 2 versus 1. Apex looking for one more to take it to 12 vitality.
Remontada!
Yes, welcome back. We saw Apex there from Vitality talking about one of his iconic plays. Fantastic piece of content. Of course, crazy news coming out. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. That's a mad story that's emerging right now. But we've got a story right here, guys. In Stockholm, we obviously have Heroic versus G2 on Inferno for a decider, for a final, for a place in the final. It's mental. This is everything you want from Counter-Strike.
That's beautiful. It is just beautiful that we get to that point. I was just thinking about Heroic, how we have been praising them for their composure. We've been praising them for how they handled all that context. Well, let me tell you this. This is the highest pressure any of these players has ever felt in their entire career. Nothing comes even close. Doesn't matter what kind of experience you have. Doesn't matter if Kadian has been to majors in the past. Nothing come close to that. Now we see what they're made of.
I agree. This is where boys become men, so to speak, right? And they have so far shown that they can kind of, contend with some of the good teams out there. But this Nico we're seeing coming in, I mean, again, I sound like a broken record at this point, but the form he's been in throughout this entire tournament, especially on the stage, it's looking unstoppable almost. So even though you might have all the stats, you might have all the tactics, all the set plays, all the executes, all the defenses, but he's like a wrecking ball, just comes ramming in. What do you really do?
Yeah, well, he is unplayable when he's in this kind of form.
For sure.
But I am going to say, if we look at the tail of the tape here, I think this is a map where, sure, I would favor G2, but Heroic, no slouches. They know how to play this map.
Absolutely. They won 8 out of their last 9 undefeated in this tournament.
Exactly.
On Inferno beat Virtus.pro 16-12 in that quarterfinal. And I think Heroic and their CT side comes down to 2 things. They like to retake map control right in the mid-round with the Opera like peeking, Rifle being behind them. And also they again have these calculated risks, calculated gambles. Sometimes they'll, fake like they're fighting for banana, give it to you, and then just have a 3B stack in a gun round. And that's going to be frustrating for G2 sometimes, right? Sometimes they're going to run into that stack, and you just have to be persistent, really, in a way, and don't let that affect you.
Yeah.
And to bounce back on that point, this man we're seeing on our screen right here, TeZeS, was quiet on Mirage.
Yeah,
and he is one of the absolute win conditions. You talk about these gambles. I agree with you. Sometimes TeZeS is alone on the B side.
Yep.
So you have to hope, if you're a Heroic fan, that he can just wash us away this Mirage game, completely forget about it, because there are going to be moments where everything is on his shoulder. He's going to be on his own on the B side under attack.
I can also have to point out the 2 stars thus far for the side of Heroic have to be, obviously Ston and of course we have Refresh as well, who hasn't really stepped up, to be very honest, thus far in this tournament. But Shush, in that balcony pit area, they're going to have Ston towards the B bomb side. They have to be the anchors. They have to shut this down.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one as well, because obviously, I know what you're going to say, Yanko.
No, listen, we've hyped up Heroic, great team, like everything's across the line. But it's games like this that you would like to have an eco, right? That's going to be taking the point for the team, that's going to have the big rounds as well. Even someone like Hunter, right? So this is where we'll see who is going to be that guy for Heroic. Yes, Stan is the obvious name, but let's see who is the one who's going to step up for them on the biggest stage.
Well, one of the things I want to point out as well is obviously Exist, what a difference a coach makes, right? He's come in on short notice. This is probably one of the best vetoes I think I've seen him do in his career.
Makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. It makes total sense. I think he's really helped. He's got that big game experience, and he's put his team in a place to succeed against all of the odds here.
You would hope he finds the right words to tell his teams, because again, he has been in that position. He's played majors, semifinals of majors, exactly. He's won some of them. So you have to actually communicate with your teammate. Exactly. You have to tell him, listen, this is what you need to do. This is how he can help.
Speaking of coaches, you have to just touch upon IGL as well. I feel Cadian, look, I know he's got these young stars in his team, but he has had a very quiet game thus far, right? I think he's like right now, so that's 26 kills or something across 2 maps. He needs to deliver here. Like, you need to lead by example as the captain.
Yep. All right. Well, we're going to see if he can do it. I am absolutely hyped for this one. I'm sure you are too. We're going to go back to Anderson Semler. This is it for a place in the final. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, we're going to get into a 3rd map to decide who goes to that grand final at the major, and it's on Inferno Summer. It couldn't be more perfect.
It's so good, Anders. It's the perfect map. It is the legendary map to end best of 3s on. Both of these teams are extremely competent on the map as well, so I really expect it to be just as even, just as close between the two as they battle it out. It's going to be a question of who do the nerves get to, Anders? Who's going to crack under the pressure?
Yeah, both teams, I think, have been playing incredibly solid Counter-Strike. But obviously, yeah, once you get to that 3rd map, you didn't take it, or you almost could have on Mirage. If you were Heroic, maybe there was a chance. This is where people start to make some small mistakes. This is where the pressure is really on. There is no doubt about it.
Well, the last time these two teams faced, it was a while ago, granted, but it was on these 3 maps, and G2 won that series 2-1. So it's going to be, Heroic are going to be looking for revenge here, and G2 are going to be looking to confirm that and do it once more. Now let's see, we're live in the pistol, Anders. This is it.
Let's get this underway. Heroic on the T side, G2 on the CT side, and already attempted jump down the middle. Could have been a little bit scary, but he's going to fall back. He doesn't want to push the envelope any further than that. Otherwise, there's a pretty pedestrian setup coming out right now for the G2 side.
Indeed. I was hoping that we would see a similar setup to what we saw from NIP, where both teams just decide to fight it out in mid and, let the round fall where it may. Not going to be the case.
3 men pushing up in the A apartments here. Refresh leading the charge. Kadeen has got a smoke and a flash. So if they wanted to go for the pop out of A, you can smoke off library, you can send the flash down towards pit, and then try and set it up from there. It's hard to tell from what they have exactly where they're going to land. They've cleared out top mid yet, so there's the smoke for the library. There's the flashbang for the pit, so I'm setting it up nicely. Amanek though, there to receive them on the other side of the smoke, and he almost had the double. Did tag up Shush down to 20 health. Now the problem is it's going to be a B split in the pistol round, which is, wait, they slow it down. They realize we've got 45 seconds. We can need to see if they're going to make a mistake, which is a cool idea. If you see Cadian here waiting for said mistake.
That smoke going down to block them off in CT is so vicious, though. Because now Heroic are stuck in a box. They've got nowhere to go. They have to commit through these choke points, and now that favors G2.
It's true. The slowdown is it's amazing if G2 make a mistake and come running, but if they don't, you're right. Heroic are just in trouble. Nico all the way at the back line here with the USP in hand. Missing a bit of accuracy here, and he's going to get a chance to reload, so plenty of time for that. Nexa battling on his own. Now it's down to Nico, 13 seconds on the clock, alone in the bomb site. Although backup is here, Hunter's shown up. Perfect timing. Oh, this is such a good defense. Hunter with a strong double kill, and G2, they win the opening round on Inferno.
Kovac and Kovac, attorneys at law, showing up, dropping the pain on Heroic. Nico played that impeccably. Even though he was struggling to find the kills, he stayed alive. That's the whole point. If he stays alive behind 2 boxes back there, Heroic have to come and root him out. They have to waste time going after him. And with 15 seconds left on the clock, you don't have time for that. 8 seconds left by the time that kill was coming through.
Both those kills for Hunter were badass, weren't they? He just tapped them once with the dualies, no less.
He's such a monster.
We've got MP9s. We're ready.
We are. This is it. And no shenanigans coming in from Heroic either. So no bomb plant, no force buy. They go for the hard eco so they can afford the rifles and the nades in the next round. So G2, maybe sensing this, they've got the MP9s. And they're just looking to farm up some money right now. And they're playing aggressively in Banana as well. I like to see this. Had anybody been hiding there for Heroic, it would have been a sad time. And instead, they're going to get forced up the top. Perfect pop flash. Hunter, though, not able to control the spray.
4 versus 4 here. Cadian, a chance against Jax. I mean, if they can isolate Jax in this position, he could be in a bit of trouble. He's got that MP9, so it can't be Cadian, I think, that initiates the fight. It's going to have to be someone from middle to help out. And that's tricky. If only they had a flashbang or something, it would really make it a little bit more easy. But actually, Cadian finds the timing. Oh, it's the Glock at range, though. Oh, you could tell how much he wanted it. It was a deagle instead. It would have made a big difference. He's trying to get onto the site. That's a cool idea. But Amanek will show up and cancel all of that out. And G2 will find a second round.
No bomb plants either, so Cadian is going to be hard-pressed to get an AWP. Tessus could drop him one, but then that would be glass cannon. So I think that we're going to get AKs across the board here for Heroic and just a lot of run and gun. Unless, I mean, you don't want to do Tessus dirty that way. He would do it. He's a team player, but
yeah,
that would suck. 2-0 now for G2 on this CT side and holding on to the MP9s as well.
Just a moment there where it could have got bad. They did find a way, so imagine if you get the bomb plant here. They have a lot more work to do in this third round. 3 MP9s, and on a map like Inferno, I don't even really consider that much of a downgrade. You're pretty much going to be fighting point blank range every step of the way, so there's no reason to be worried.
Yeah, choke points abound on this map, right? You can't get close quarters. Heroic are going to do the best they can to clear those angles out with these Molotovs, so they don't have any of those unwanted surprises kind of lurking around. But with 4 players here on this A-bomb site, Heroic, had they committed, this would have been a bloodbath. Now taking over Banana, though, with a minute on the clock, and so they're still leaving the options open here as Heroic rotate around, try and get a little bit of control on this side of the map. They're leaving their options. They don't need to commit here just yet.
No, they still have plenty of time. Not that many nades, though, which is kind of an issue. Almost at top mid, but they need to check it. They need to clear it. Down, a random shot through the smoke from Stown over at the B-bomb site. And that is a huge opening round here with the rifles. They've just won the round by essentially shooting half the team through smoke. That's ridiculous.
How is that even a thing? And then Amanek and Hunter just decided enough is enough. We're actually going to rotate back over. They were hoping for the double bluff, I think, to make it sound like they were rotating hard to B, and then to rub back over to towards mid, but Heroic are not falling for that. They get that bomb planted, and Heroic are going to get on the board nice and early here in this first half. Almost feels like Nuke all over again.
Yeah, a bit of a start, but swift return.
Yeah.
Heroic 2-1 is, I mean, it's too early to say, but it's at least something to be able to take some of it away. And that's the gambler's strategy too, when you have that many MP9. Sometimes the AK will be a lot more hard hitting. Refresh with a pretty good cleanup here. And let's see, G2, if they force this round, it's going to be really awkward, isn't it?
It is. I almost want to see them just go for half buys. I mean, 3 players survive for Heroic as well, so it's not like their economy is getting tapped. I would like to see just like Eagles and let it ride. Because then you can get the AWPs if you want to make that a core strategy here going forward. You'll have the money for those. And yeah, G2 going for a very hard eco almost. Just a few Deagles. Considering the money they have, just a couple of Deagles and a P250. I mean, it is still Deco, of course. Give that guy a Deagle, he might as well have an op. But,
well, that just made it a lot more difficult.
Max damage.
I mean, he is good, but that's asking a lot. USP, they just sneak past, maybe leaving it for the pistols behind. And they're going to go for the charge down. It's a cool idea, and I kind of even understand why he didn't try and take the shot with the USP, because very likely they just spin and kill him. So
if he had a Deagle, it would have been totally different.
Yeah, and I think maybe some of the people behind him had some upgraded pistols. He was like, you know, you take care of him, I'll try and look for the fight. And the timing didn't work out. So fair play. Nico might have a chance to flex that Deagle in spite of everything.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
He's in the right position for it. And yeah, they know where he is. He has to get that instant kill for that to work out. So a second round on the board now for Heroic.
It can never be easy, that's the thing. Neither of these teams, I think, are capable of blowing out the other one. I mean, we saw a little bit of that in the second half of Mirage, where G2 were really confident, and Heroic had a struggle fest to try and get involved.
Yeah.
But it has to be tit for tat and back and forth between these two teams.
That's a dedication.
That's
dedication
solid.
to the meme.
That's solid. Many of those chickens are going to die here on this map, dude, so it sucks for you.
Tassie's running up second mid really quickly, going to jump all the way into apps. He's on a mission to try and get into those A apartments as fast as he possibly can. Hasn't found any resistance out there either. Yeah, see him, he's checked everything. Great speed.
She's over the top, and here's that the delayed retake of Banana. So just making sure that Heroic are going to be having to fully commit to this if they want to get in on this side of the map. Exactly. Maximum noise, maximum pressure. And now Heroic are just trying to freak out and wonder what is going on over here. See the hesitation. They don't know what's on the other side. All those footsteps.
Smoking up at the archway. Refresh is just trying to make some noise and trying to see if he can draw or keep people on this side, while Nexa is on his own in the B-bomb side.
Man, Nexa! He only just now throws that smoke!
Yeah.
Every second matters on Inferno. The longer you can delay that smoke, the better.
And that's going to buy time for Nico to rotate back, which is incredible news. Amanek is making a run for it. They've made a call right now, G2. They realize this is going to be a B hit, and they're not wrong about it either. 29 seconds, trying to get the boost in time. It's almost there. Nico actually waiting maybe for the bomb to be attempted. He's sneaking on over, but they see it coming. What a peek from Shush and Nexa. Back at the bomb site. Big double kill for him so far, 15 seconds. He almost could have had it. If he gets that triple, maybe he can fall back and try and win the round. But instead, Jackson Hunter are just gonna have to stay back at the A-bomb site instead.
Oh, Nico and Amanek trying to get clever there. That was such a close call, trying to delay that boost. But Heroic, they had so much room to maneuver with. There were no flashes or anything to throw them off, and so they can just sit there and watch that CT angle and wait for it. Nexa did the best that he could there. 2 kills and really delaying that push. But G2 now going to be on the back foot at the beginning of this half on Inferno, and that's the last thing you want on CT side. You really need all of your grenades on the CT side of Inferno to really get that defense rolling. You see just how much utility they're throwing into Banana each round, and so G2 now are really going to have to fight from behind. Boom, there are the Flames.
Get those
gonna walk out of here with a tan after that.
3-2, 6th round is coming up, and I mean, this is a brilliant beginning for Heroic. You lose the pistol and you just roll right back into it. Jax so far has got 0 kills. The rest of them are kind of up there, starting to get in the right direction. But we know there's such a strong correlation between winning CT rounds on Inferno and having the weapons and especially the grenades. So the fact that it turned around against G2 so early on is a big problem. We've got 2 M4s in this round and a Deagle on the CT side. Try and see if they can build something on it. Interesting boost they've got going on over at B right now.
Oh, catching Hunter already. Hunter out of the picture, gets caught in Boiler. And now this opens up the business here for Heroic. The rotation's already gone through. Jack's thinking he needs to use that B-bomb site. Amanek peek for info in mid. Loses his head, and that's going to be the round. You can save one rifle at least here, although Jax is going to be the closest one to the action. If he can catch Tessus out, this would be big! Not going to react in time. Just hoping to make it a little bit more expensive there for Heroic. They're just getting these opening kills, and that's the thing. I mean, it's really something to keep an eye on, guys. Whichever of the 2 teams gets the opening kill in the round, the odds heavily favor those 2 teams. These 2 teams rarely give up the advantage once they've got it. And so if Heroic keep finding these opening kills, it's going to be grim for G2.
They're not making any of these mistakes, which, I mean, thank God at this point in the tournament, you don't want to see a team, you know, that get overconfident and try to say, oh, we got one opening kill, it's fine, we're just going to rush it. They keep lurking around for them. They're playing it as carefully as they can. And for good reason. We've already seen in this best of 3 what happens if G2 start to feel like they can get back into it. Just they don't need a lot, and they're going to be fired up once again. So it's good to see. Pretty common around this one. G2 just going to be trying to save that Deagle on the other side. And Heroic, though, now up to 4. At some point, G2 will have to put an end to this little run that they've got going. They're building a lot of money on the T side as well. They're actually filthy rich right now in Heroic. Man.
Bombs goes off, and there you go. Cheering section starting to get pumped up here a little bit on that Danish side. Heroic extending that lead to 4-2. And now after that last round, that's why G2 were willing to go ahead and get a little bit more frisky with the rifles. Jax, you know, kind of hunting, because that was rounds, those were rounds of eco, and now we're going to get the full buy coming in here on G2 side. But again, somewhat light on the grenades. No kits to play with. This is it here from G2, and Heroic really trying to turn up the pace. Boost over the top. Does it catch him out?
I mean, he was flashed. If they peeked a little bit further, it might have worked, but instead it's Amanek to take down Shush. Man, it was close. They almost had that peek on it. I don't think he could have seen anything, and a shot through the wall on Cadian, just letting him know they're not welcome on this side of the map. 4 on 5 now as they try to return to top mid. See if they can have an impact here, but I think G2 smartly say, yeah, you can have that now. Now that we have the man lead, feel free.
That is such a nicely done, nice timing on that incendiary as well. Heroic were trying to hit a timing to get onto this A side quick, and it's still possible. Flash around the corner, and now they have to go. This is all on the defense to hold.
Yep, they're going to speed it up, but the Molotov will slow them down. That's a pretty good defense already, and now it's buying time. The rotation down through Banana and up through middle. Grenade going to land right on top of them. Will soften them up a bit more. Jax on the other side still looking for his first kill, but he turns around expecting a flashbang. Test will take him down, and Hunter will fall next. That is a disaster. Still a 3-on-3. With 40 seconds now, but at least they're on the site. Nexa gets blown up in library. Straight headshot from Stown to take him down. And Nico, he's been on that long flank, but it might have been too late. Because they fell so quickly in this A-bomb site, there might not be enough time for the flank to actually do its job. Nico trying to get in, being covered by that AWP, but he's walking into a giant crossfire. Sees the shot though. Tessus is gone. Nice start. They need a lot more, and Stown inside of it will drop him into return. Triple kill for Stown right now, and Amanek, how do you do this with an AWP? He gets the 1 kill, he can't miss a single shot, and Cadian will take him down. It's another one for Heroic. They survive losing that early Banana fight.
Cadian's reaction says it all. That is a monster clutch to win against G2 right now. And Amanek is going to be feeling it, but again, when you're that close trying to clutch with the AWP, they can hear the scope sound. As soon as he scopes up, there's no reason for Heroic to start peeking. They just hold their angles and wait for him to try to initiate it. Oh yeah, there you go. Cadian just popping off as always. Always wearing his heart on his sleeve, showing so much emotion. So 5-2 now. And keep in mind that that was a round that G2 had the advantage in. So uncharacteristic loss.
Yeah, it was. Because they more or less did everything right. They fell back, they bought time with the Molotovs. It was all looking really good. Now, Maybe a chance with that CSAT 75 at the back of the bomb site. It is a strong double kill as he takes down Tess as well. He needs something here to get the rifle back. Damanek shows up, absolutely stunning play, shutting down Shush and Cadian. They've turned it around with just pistols and nothing else. Refresh, 1 versus 3. He's got a minute left, but how do you bring this round back? Absolutely outrageous. Refresh here. What can he do? Sneak it outside of the B bomb site. He's got a full minute. He would love it if someone would come peek anything right now to give it back to him, but G2, they're too smart right now. They're staying put, and they're going to let him come to them instead. Behind the pillar, it's a hard position to clear. You could see Refresh, he knows that someone could be back there. Oh, they're all going to jump him at the same time. Smoke is up, counter 3. He's going to pick up the bomb. Maybe he can make a run for it, but no, Emanek will stop him. What a stunning round from G2.
You got to get a few of those in as well, Anders. And both of these teams right now, it's that mental back and forth, that tug of war. Heroic were the one to catch a fast one on G2, and now G2 are the ones to catch Heroic getting complacent. This is what it's all about now on this final map. It's who is going to have the mental fortitude to stay focused round in, round out, and not make any mistakes the way Heroic just made against G2. Not checking Hunter, not hard clearing that position with the CZ75, just threw everything out of whack for Heroic. Back to back though, and Heroic just with monstrous cash. They have so much money in the bank, so Heroic are just fine here. 5 rounds on the board on the T side. Full buy, and another full buy in the bank. So G2 have a long way ahead of them here to start taking the lead in this half.
They go for a bit of a gamble, which is understandable. When you have limited nades and everything else, they put Nico over at Banana on his own. He's actually going to get a bit of backup now with Damanek coming in. But they had that 4-1 set up for a minute. And if you were going to leave someone alone, why not let it be Nico? He's proven that he could probably carry that. Now instead, they do a bit of a swap out, getting Emanek into position. He has another smoke and an AWP. So looking to play this corner, get a kill and just try and smoke it off and run.
Name of the game, essentially. With a minute on the clock though, Heroic. We're gonna get those initial smokes over. They're still so light on grenades. 2 flash grenades. Refresh fully re-upped though. He's going to set it up for the rest of his team as Shusha is going to set. We're going to get a boost over the top from Cadian, and this is the angle change. Emanek is going to be quick enough. No! Misses the shot, but that gives it away. They know that at least 2 players are there, and Heroic decide it's now time to go. Get onto this B-bomb site.
And Nico shown up to try and save his teammate. Emanek has a nice shot. Shush! Oh my god! Cracking open the bomb site. And now it's a 4-on-3. I can't believe they make it into this round at all. Refresh trying to stay out of the line of that flashbang. Shooting through the smoke. It's next to the takedown. Refresh though. Still a 2-on-3. Hunter got killed, trying to edge his way onto the bomb side, but this is a strong position. If they had a Molotov, they could basically get a double kill in the corner, but they don't, and they start to back on out. They're going to give Heroic this round 6-3. That's shocking.
What a hard game. What a hard game for G2. Jax just can't catch a break either. It's either nightmare retakes into man disadvantages, or you're just flashed into oblivion getting rushed on the A bomb site. He's on a secret agent right now, just trying to save, but he has yet to get a kill on the board here for G2. 6th round picked up for Heroic. Some grins on that side of the stage. It's picking up. Everybody on Heroic is popping off right now. Cadian is a little quiet, but I mean, Shush just keeps coming up with monstrous kills that just open up bomb sites for him. A little bit of pressure now on the G2 side. But they're unfazed. They're unfazed.
Yeah, the fans are still with him, no doubt. It's still pretty early on. I wouldn't want to jump to any conclusions, but this feels like the same start that we've had. All right. He's got the prediction. Get a screenshot. See if it works out. Now, this is how every other map has started. It's been Heroic, off to a good start. They look like they're about to choke out G2, and then G2 starts to make their way back. We haven't reached that point yet, but that's been the formula so far for this best of 3. So they need to rediscover whatever it is that can bring them back in the game here, G2. 10th round coming your way. Remember, he's essentially breaking up a crossfire between Nico and Emanek on that AWP. That's really hard to do with the jump up from yellow like that. Made it look easy. All right, similar setup here. Nico ready to flash in Nexa. In case anything is happening. Quick peek there, top banana. Didn't see anyone though.
Oh, this Change of pace, though I could have swore Stalvin got that fadeaway headshot. That would have been insane. But the 3 take late here from G2, trying to apply maximum pressure to Banana to force Heroic back. And Heroic currently waiting to see if anybody was going to go for the play for info here in mid. So both of these teams feeling it out on the map. But Heroic definitely more connected on this side. Amanek, will he hit this shot? He's got a chance. Jax gonna be there to back him up, and Amanek gets the job done. Brilliant work. 4 players survive for Heroic, and now the push begins straight onto the A side. They're gonna try and wrap it, catching Hunter out in the open.
They know so much. They know where 3 out of 5 players are. They know that was a double setup. They just saw the guy at library, and now they're going to make a run for it. They can guess, they can know exactly how many people are in B. So this is an isolated, well, 1 versus 4 now. Next is going to smoke it off, but they shouldn't be respecting this too much. They're going to wrap around, and now the rest of them are coming through Banana. They're a little bit tagged up, but also out of nades on that Heroic side. And now Nico. He's ready for it, waiting for Nexa. There's the initial peek. He catches him mid-air. Brilliant double kill for Nico. The timing is so good. And Hunter is there to take down Stown. It's all on Cadian. 1 versus 3. They found a way to break through here, and Hunter will take down Cadian as the final kill. G2 back on the board after losing, well, almost 6 in a row. There's a little bit of an odd round there, but they've started to find the rhythm again.
Yeah, the pressure starting to mount here. Could fall on Heroic's shoulders more so than G2's, although G2 still hunting for kills on their side, but given a chance. I mean, Amanek right now is playing his heart out. 9 kills on the board for him, 10 for Hunter. But Amanek, you know, suffering a bit of criticism, obviously having to change up all these roles. What he brings to the table, though, has been tremendous. And Cadian just full flash, caught in the open. He is gone. Nexa with the double.
They almost burned, though, to the Molotov. That was dangerous. Hunter is only barely alive, but a 5-on-3. That is the nature of that Banana fight. That'll happen sometimes. All right, nice job.
Sick.
Nades.
Catching a few nades, why not? Works. With 1:15 though, Heroic. This is so hard to fight back from. Still a good couple of nades left on G2 as well. So refresh, hoping that somebody's going to step in. Yeah, there's the flash over the top, completely unfazed. J2 hold the line. Jax is on the board. Couple of kills for him, holding that A-bomb site. Given the chance, he steps up.
That's a good job. And they had 1 flashbang. It actually looks so funny because Refresh pulls out the knife to try and make a run for it, but it is the right move. You just have to clear the apartments to get out. And yeah, this is the devastation that was brought on to Banana by G2. Job on Jax as well, getting himself a little bit warmed up in the game. It's now 5-6. G2, they're starting to make their way back. It is following the same formula that we saw earlier.
Yep.
It just takes a while, but once G2 wake up, well,
they just need to make life hard on themselves first, right? It can't be easy. It can't be one-sided. It has to be a battle. It has to be a struggle. And that's just good entertainment. We all get to benefit. More rounds for us, Anders. Oh, nice flash over the top, though. Can they line up? Yep, Nico mowing them down. Triple, making a quad. Going for the ace, gets shut down. Only going to be the 1 left, though, and Cadian is not going to get it done. Nexa holds the line. Feel good round for Nico, though. He's been needing it. Got a little quiet there from him, but he's back on the scoreboard on the top.
Devastating flashbang on Nexa otherwise. So if Nico doesn't show up for that quad kill, I mean, maybe they actually just take down Nexa and could build something behind it. So that was really well done. 6-6, tied up. We're going into the 13th round. Let's see. They have a pretty decent bank right now on the G2 side. Something that they haven't really had the luxury of having that so far yet. Right now, it's looking good. Hunter listening for anything going on in the middle. Close by with the AWP, but if they burst through here, Hunter's on his own. That all might not be that good as a backup tool. Cadian goes down though. Hunter, nice shot from that one. And there's the kill. That's all you wanted it for. Another double opening this time for G2, and holding the bottom of Banana is Nexa, and they just come right through. Oh, brilliant double kill. And Refresh on his own. Man, G2 said you've got to put him to bed early.
You have to get him that, yeah, exactly. And I think right now the thing is that we're seeing Heroic trying to force the issue instead of it happening naturally the way it was before. Now they're trying to get in there early. They're trying to take the fight to G2, and G2 are prepared for that. Although Refresh hitting some freaky shots. There's a beautiful headshot. Hunts down a 3rd as well. Turns this into a 1v2, but he doesn't expect Nico at the bottom of mid. Only so much he can do in that situation. Too many angles to worry about. But that would have been insane. Still, puts a dent in the eco here for G2, so that's important. Every kill counts going into the remaining 2 rounds of this half.
Oh yeah, this is so tense. It really, you have just having the same repeat experience of watching Heroic look like they are dominant, and then seeing G2 just slowly bring it back round for round, waking up, powering up the whole thing here. 14th round is coming up. If they can finish this 9-6, that is going to be hard for Heroic to deal with.
Oh yeah, that'll be a nightmare. The disaster, considering how far ahead Heroic were. But that's really the trend these days, Anders, right? Where teams just pick up 4 or 5 rounds in a row, and then it starts to shift back the other way. And now we get to see G2, where they're on the CT side, they're fully equipped. They can even drop extra nades in CT spawn for the rotators. They have everything they need here to set up that defense. This is where they can go back to the defense that they practiced time and time again.
Ooh, they need this. They need this badly. I don't know if they want to go for something like a half buy here. Just, you know, get some Tech 9s and some pistols out.
Katie is feeling the pressure though. Only 3 kills for him right now. This was one of the comments that was raised by our analysts going into this match, where they weren't quite sure where was Katie going to be able to step up and having that impact. And right now, he's leaving us a little wanting.
Only 2 Tech 9s, that's a little bit disappointing. I feel like this is the perfect map for it.
Trying to throw it back to the good old days of Olaf.
Exactly. That's what I was hoping for. Hunter and Jax are playing a double position with the apartments, and otherwise 3 people over at B. Looks like there's a huge gap in the middle, but if you're on the T side, it's really hard to guess this is what is going on. They will flash their way through. I think Nexer is going to be back just in time in the library to at least spot them coming through. So, oh no, yep, he's going to realize he is ready and waiting. If he had been there a little bit earlier, he might have even just wide peeked it and got taken down. A lot of people there ready and waiting. Hunter sneaks in a kill, but stepping boundary a bit too much. Nico and Jax will follow it up, and it's down the last to go down. It's a good recovery. Jax is starting to wake up a bit. Nice double. 8-6.
Going into the last round now. Now I wonder if we really see the kind of default approach here from Heroic. The main thing is that in these past few rounds, it really has been G2 getting the opening kills, making all the difference. It's not like they're winning them decisively. You don't have one player that's just taking over completely in that sense, but they are getting it as a team. And so right now, Heroic, I wonder if they kind of play default hang back and wait for G2 to overstep. Starting with the Molly top banana, this is standard stuff. Yeah, everybody kind of hanging around here. Second mid, taking their time with it, waiting to see if G2 were going to go for the aggressive mid push. That's not the case.
Every single round that G2 has won so far in this first half have been kills. No bomb plants. We've had bomb plants in the rounds that Heroic won, obviously, but when they win, they just murder all of them before anyone even gets close to a bomb site, which
That's
is
big.
Crazy.
That's a big detail. Oh, and we're going back to the well. This worked last time. Trying to see if it's going to work again. Amanek has been consistent with that AWP. Yeah. Given the chance, he's been hitting shots.
And Jax has to trust in him quite a bit, right? They will cancel it right as refresh peaks. That's some scary timing. Oh, but it works out. They almost caught it there. Refresh almost had the timing against Jax when Amanek had already left.
We haven't really seen too much of this, though. Hiding in the corner. Nastiness. 50 seconds, though, Anders. This is getting close. Now Heroic are going to decide. They need to decide if this is A or B. The bomb right now rotating.
Jax is feeling so lonesome. Even more now.
Here we go.
He's on his own, and he realizes refresh is probably, he knows that refresh was up there because he shot him in the back already, so Cadian, oh, that's a Molotov in hand, don't go that way. Tessis is down, Jax with the opening of the return, taking down refresh, that is huge. And that'll seal the bomb side at least here, but they've already started to rotate over. Nico and Nexa, double setup in the B bomb side. It should be a powerful defense, and it will be. Nexa on the follow-up, this is such a lockdown. About to be 6 in a row for G2, taking down Heroic on Peck here. It's 9-6 at the end of the half. Such a brilliant return from G2 in the first half.
And Jax, he had a quiet start to the half, but man, did he come up with the monster kills in the end, the high impact kills to save his team the rounds, because that was not looking good. Heroic, once again, they played it perfectly, right? They just wait, play patient for Hunter to push into your crosshairs. They know that G2 are going to be the ones to make the info play, and they get the punish. And yet then Jax comes up with the goods and just turns it around completely. what a round, G2. And what a comeback.
Yeah.
What a comeback. 6 rounds in a row in the end to just save their first half.
Absolutely solid, absolutely needed. Again, one of these two teams is going to end up in the grand finals here at the Counter-Strike Major. It's 9-6 right now in favor of G2, but anything can still happen.
That rematch is not happening anytime soon. I'm sorry, dude.
The meme's gone out of control now.
We saw who holds the belt.
That is true. Undeniably so. The final half is coming up. We're back in land finally. We finally got an audience ready and waiting. 9-6 in favor of G2. Stockholm, are you ready? Well, let's get this show on the road. Second half here. Final battleground. G2 versus Heroic. And we need to decide on a winner. Shush and Refresh are playing the A-bomb side. Cadian's in spawn. It's like he's just waiting around. Oh no! He knocks him out. And that was Nico popped in the middle. What a grotesque beginning.
Talk about a high-value target as well in the pistol round. Taking Nico out of the picture already for Heroic is tremendous. Man advantage now going into this hold, and it's looking like G2 just going to get ready to go crashing through. Flash on Nexa. He'll be the one setting this up.
Oh, this is very tricky. This double position in pit can actually be so screwed. Molotov will force them out, and shockingly, no one is there to catch them. They needed to go while they were running. Refresh down in the pit. It's a good kill, and Shush, he made it out as well. He's getting tagged and dinked and trying to reload, but they're coming for him. It's Hunter with the kill, and Nexa on the follow-up, and just like that, it's a 2-on-2. The bomb is in pit, and Nexa's going to be backing out to pick that one up. Oh, what a ridiculous pistol round. It looked like that should have been lost already for G2, but they fought their way back in.
Oh, this is it, though. Star not going to be able to shut him down. That's valuable info. Hunter's picked that up. There's Tessus, though. They know it's all on Hunter. 1v2 to come up for the goods for G2. He's going to get the kill on Star and drops him out of it. Looking for the headshot, and he gets it. Hunter wins the pistol round for G2. Had to make that happen. Look at that, all the mind games. It's all happening up here.
What a
Not gonna crack under the pressure.
What a shocking clutch that is. He's flashed on the first kill. They know where he is. So there's no surprise. There's nothing else to work with here. No grenades. It's just him and his Glock. And it works. 10-6.
It's all up here, man. It's all up here.
Yeah.
Hunter doesn't crack on the stage. What a savage. 10 rounds on the board now for G2 winning the pistol round. There's the flying start that they were looking for in this second half. And what do you do if you're Heroic? Well, you go for the force buy. Deagles, scout on Cadian.
They have a pretty good team with 3 people. Eagle is out, and even the reduced damage to the body, still a pretty good spam there for Stown. He's going to take a kill. They are getting closer, though, and the closer they get, the more those MAC-10s will feel the damage. You can see how they could just jump, and even through the smoke and everything, it doesn't really matter. So, nice attempt. Good call on the stack, but couldn't get the kills. It's about to be 11-6 in favor of G2 as they are just a few steps away now from their grand finals.
They're so close, and this is where we're going to get the answers to our questions, whether or not Heroic, the lack of experience on this team, is going to spell their demise here, if the pressure is going to get to them. Cadian's still sitting on 3 kills. Everybody else at 10, apart from Tessus, he's got 9. So again, that's really that Heroic kind of stereotypical play from them where everybody's very even. But you don't have anybody just taking over the game right now and bailing Heroic out of these tight spots. So Heroic, rough start, as hard as it gets here to this second half. They do save a couple of Deagles and some Kevlar going into this one, but it's another round of eco. G2 are going to get just that much closer to the grand finals here in Stockholm. And there's the chant.
They're getting fired up for good reason. This has been, it's just a wall of G2 rounds that have been put up right. 6 to close out the first half with, opening here with another 2 rounds. Heroic struggling now. Without a doubt, the pressure is building. And this is where, again, we said it earlier, but when you're on the main stage like this is as deep as almost any of these players have ever made it into a tournament of this size. The pressure is going to be on. You're going to make mistakes. All it takes is one little crack, and you could lose the round. Amanek with a charge in. He's going to found his down. He's just
so fast.
He's not feeling any pressure. He's loving it.
Does that give it away, though? So fast, and he just finds a guy camping CT like that. That's so little information to go off of, but Heroic aren't showing anything either. This is a full-on gamble stack from Heroic. And that might be enough. Amanek gonna get caught. He's wondering where are these targets coming from right now. Jack's taking Katie, and did they just walk into this? No way.
They do, but they might still win the fight anyway just because of the rifles here. So, yeah, they know they're going to leave Refresh on his own. He can maybe go and find a Galil. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, you lose that Galil, fair enough. But it's a Galil after all, it's not an AK.
Yeah, and they can come back to find him maybe if they wanted to, but at least secure the round by planting the bomb. It kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, just leave it at this point. I mean, because now, next you can always use that MAC-10 in the next round for your entry man, right? You can always go for that. So even throwing away the MAC-10 unnecessarily is kind of a waste of money on the G2 side right now on this T side, because that MAC-10 can still get value. And a Galil is like, yeah, whatever.
Not a big deal.
He would have bought an M4 anyways this round. So you're actually keeping him on a Galil instead. That's solid.
Apart from Cadian, who's been struggling a bit at 4 kills, everyone else on Heroic is at 10.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They're just lined up for 10 kills.
The balance between these players. And there we go. We get the Flames, we get a tan. Oh, and he's not gonna make it! Nexa comes over the top and takes him down.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. I mean, again, like you said, it is just a Galil, but it's even the small things, right? When they stop working, when you feel like you can't even get to save the rifle. 12-6. G2. What is it going to take to stop them right now? Where is the heroic of that we've been seeing all throughout this tournament? They've become very quiet here.
Oh, they have. The pressure is on. And the Heroic fans right now, yeah, you're right, a bit quiet. Heroic need that energy. You know, it can't just be the G2. Yeah, exactly. G2 are organized over there. Okay, at least some of the Heroic fans aren't gathering in on this.
Isn't it wonderful to have Counter-Strike back finally? It's been a long time coming.
LAN audience, this is what it's all about for the Major as well. It couldn't be more fitting. And we come back to LAN with this.
Down the middle. It's down. He has just way in. He's only going to get the 1 kill though. Cadian, he's maybe a bit late to the party. That was the whole plan for him to maybe pick up another kill with the AWP. Shush is thinking about trying to work his way into one of his own. It's a strong position, but Hunter's right. Oh no, he doesn't check. This could go any which way. Hunter, is he going to give it up now? Cadian, does he realize Hunter is falling back? What in God's name is going on? It's just to find the kill on Hunter. Oh man.
He didn't see the gun barrel,
but
he just missed it.
But they've opened up the B bomb site, so even in spite of that huge coincidence over there, they have the B bomb site, they go for the bomb on, and Nico trucking Refresh on that kill. Cadian and Shush 2 versus 3, and they probably can't go for it.
They're so fast, Anders. That's the thing. The change of pace coming in here from G2, where Nico's putting himself in a position to catch the retake before it can even happen, before Refresh can get clever and try and push that smoke. You're thinking it's possible, because as soon as that bomb gets planted, if it's 2 players there, it's a 1v1 for Refresh, and he can make a play. But Nico gets there just ahead of him, cuts him off at the pass, and this will be a 13th round on the board for G2 on this T side of Inferno. And Heroic now just desperate to hold on to whatever they can going into this next round to give them a fighting chance.
I mean, again, that looked like the kind of opening that you could have built something off, right? A couple of good trades, they find Hunter up there, but because they lose the banana fight at the very same time, and Nico comes up with a triple kill, they just take the round like it's nothing. 13-6, G2 3 rounds away now, and Heroic, they have got no answers. They have got nothing that can stop this.
The hype is real right now, and this is it. Decent buy, actually, all things considered for Heroic. Able to get a good gamble going. G2, standard mollies so far. Second bid presence, not gonna let Heroic get frisky up in the apartments just yet. And now Eminem can take one with this MAC-10. He's gonna be so quick. This is a monster HE though. Oh. So much damage.
Oh no. That is devastating. They were just all stuck in that small confined space. Amanek tries to make the jump down, but they are very soft already. Shush will get the 1 kill, and this looks like it's a meant-to-be round for Heroic. There should be no way to give this one back. Nexa will find a kill in the middle on Stout. He was lurking around there, but they know where he is. They have him almost entirely boxed in, and the bomb is in the pit, so we have a couple of unlikely round wins, but this one will probably take the cake.
Oh yeah. Still a 1v2 here. winnable. Yeah, he spots, gets some information, knows where one of them is coming from now. The Molotov is going to buy some time, and this is, yeah, prompting the rotation now from Cadian. And so Nexus only got a couple of seconds before the door closes on him. As he tries to get around this corner, odds are Cadian is going to hit this shot. Jiggle peek. Oh, he catches Cadian out! No way. 1v2. It's entirely possible now for Nexus. 30 seconds left with that M4A1. They peek together. Very nicely done there. Refresh and TSS timed it up. 3, 2, 1, peak, and Nexus caught out.
You can feel the pressure is unquestionably getting to Cadian just a bit here. That's a shot that you need to hit. It's 13-7, and it is the first time in 10 rounds that Heroic have picked up a single round for themselves here.
4 kills on the board for Cadian right now, yeah. And he's actually having a bit of a discussion with an admin, wondering if he's got an audio issue or something.
That could be.
Admin is currently going in back and forth between the players. And during tech timeouts, the difference is that the players cannot speak with one another. So you have tactical timeouts where the coaches and the players can communicate for 30 seconds, 30 additional seconds to the bye period. But in technical timeouts, you can't use those as additional timeouts. So those are just, everybody freezes, and only the people who have an issue are able to communicate with the admins.
Unfortunate time for a bit of a break. That's not what you want to see.
Especially because it means that G2 just get to sit there and stew.
Yeah, they do.
They just lost that round, and they obviously want to go for the jugular here. So much money in the bank. At least that they have that going for them right now, G2. Nexa.
Oh, that is wonderful.
Sick. Full house here in Stockholm.
We've been missing this for 2 years.
Legit.
But this is what it's all about. 13-7. Figuring out the last couple of issues. What a scary position for Heroic to be in. You win that one round, you're not celebrating just yet, and especially because, you know, it wasn't even a super convincing win.
No.
You need so much more.
No, especially you cannot make any mistakes. You were able to save a couple of guns, but you're still going to have to spend most of your bank here. So Heroic are just walking the razor's edge. They can't afford to give up any of these rounds to G2. It has to be the comeback. It has to be now. Well, between these two players, looks like we're still having a little bit of discussion. Cadian, TSS, or Cadian Stouden, rather.
Yeah, figuring out the last couple of details. Hopefully, without too much delay, we can be back in. The tension is too much.
Like we're good. Countdown has begun, Anders. This is it.
Hell yes.
Little bump in the road there, but we're going to get into the thick of things here in a moment. G2, plenty of money for the full buy, and Heroic looking good themselves.
Only a 6-round difference. It's not even necessarily the math that's the problem here. It's just the atmosphere on that Heroic team. All of the air has gone out of the balloon for them, and they need to find a way to get this back. And they don't have a lot of time to do it either. Tension is rising. But that is a first proposal I think I've seen. Probably not right now, but you never know.
Pretty sure there's someone in the crowd sitting not far away from you who's going to have something to say about that.
Yeah, competitive tournament, isn't it? 21st round.
Interesting, though. In terms of opening kills right now, Nico's the highest rated in the tournament, but in this map, he's not coming up with those opening kills. So we'll see if Nico can wake up here in these critical rounds for G2.
Issues have been resolved. And G2 want to pick up where they left off. They won 10 rounds in a row. And now, finally, Heroic popped up and had something to say. Not the most convincing round that we've seen at all. But something to build on without a doubt. Got that AWP on Cadian. He's gone missing in this game, and it's hard to pull yourself back out of a slump in the middle of a semi-final, but good opening on Nico will certainly be a step in the right direction. They need much more of that. If Cadian can wake up very, very late in the hour here, what a difference it would make.
The pop-offs would be insane. But the Molotov into back pit. Just to try and keep Heroic on their toes here on this A defense as G2 wrap back around to the other side of the map, and they are going to challenge Cadian once again. They have the utility to throw over the top here to clear this angle, and he is going to try and play it close. Legendary angle here, top of Banana. There's the first kill from Cadian, gets the second as well. Not going to get the third though, so close, but he's done his job this round.
That's exactly the kind of Cadian they need. Brilliant stuff, very aggressive. Oh no! Through the smoke though, Hunter, he could see nothing, and he still got the kill on Stown. Now the bomb is going to be planted swiftly. Molotov, I would say that's a pretty early use of it. If you were going to win this round, hold on to those nades. They're going to smoke off CT spawn again. That might push Heroic all the way onto construction. Hunter started the walkout here. That's the lineup you want. You want to be able to spray through them as they try and get that defuse. We've seen it many times before. I think Hunter's got the right idea. He's also low on health, and Nexer is inside of the bomb site. Bit of a crossfire. There's the spray for Nexer, but he can't get more. Hunter on his own, and he's going to be found by a refresh. Nice kill, nice return here in Heroic. They're going to have the kit, and they're going to have the round as well to top it off. Oh, man. They are slow to get back into this game, but a couple of steps here in the right direction. It's 8-13.
Such a close call, but well done on the side of Cadian. Triple kill, that's what your offer can come up with on Inferno. That's what's possible, especially from that position in particular. If you can turn it into a series of duels as they come around the corner, you can gun them down one at a time. Ends up getting overwhelmed, but still, he did his job in this round. What wonderful work from him. And now 8 rounds on the board for Heroic. Still plenty of money for G2, though. They are able to get that buy. Early nades towards Banana, putting some pressure. Cadian going to get forced back, and in the meantime, Hunter very quickly through. Does he have the chance? Does he have the chance? He doesn't check behind him. He doesn't check. Boiler. Shush with the double.
Oh, no. He's going to come back for more. He had the triple there. Amanek, lucky to be alive. There's a 4-on-3 hit. Stown just playing it as safely as you can. Shoulder peeking, jiggle peeking at Nico. Is he thinking about it? He wants it again. He's got the right idea. But all he does is bait out the smoke, and that will slow them down.
These are the kinds of unforced errors, though, that are really going to make or break this half.
Yeah.
You usually check that. You're checking that angle every time, but you cut that corner just this once, and that's where Shush happens to be standing. Shush wasn't even looking at you. Shush was looking into the apartments. It would have been a free kill, and that'll haunt Hunter when they check the demo later. But with 3 players alive here at G2, it looks like they're just going to commit. The hard flank is coming in from Heroic. They have to get onto the bomb site now.
Refresh, nice flank. Oh, that will just cancel it out. The timing could not have been better. That's the kind of proactive move that we haven't seen really out of Heroic too much at all in the second half, but that's what happens sometimes when you win a couple of rounds, a little bit goes your way, you start to feel like, okay, but maybe we could keep doing this. 3 in a row here, 13-9. The money started to get depleted here for G2. With no bomb plant either in that round, it's a problem.
Interesting. We have another pause coming in here, trying to determine whether it's a tactical or a technical. I don't see any of the players talking, so I'm assuming that right now it's a technical timeout called.
It must be, yeah.
How frustrating it would be right now if this is, this is where you're starting to get tech timeouts, tech issues in a major that has so far been impeccable in terms of tech issues for the players on the PCs and everything. It's been perfect pretty much through and through.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Heroic right now, you just want to get back into it, and luckily this has been fixed really quickly, so appreciate that from the admins.
Yep.
Countdown is ready. 13-9. It's now only 4 rounds. It was just 6. Cadian. He's had a couple of more kills. He had that triple in the round. How much more can we get out of him?
We're about to find out as they are finally forced to go for pistols here at G2 after that last round. It's going to be the hard buy, big buy coming up in the next one. So this is all just on G2 hoping that they're going to be able to find someone to hit a headshot on. Jackson Nico. Just applying a little bit of pressure on that side of the map, and this is all great for G2. If they can get Heroic to throw more grenades before Heroic figure out what they're up against, this is all money being spent by Heroic that G2 are just going to be so happy about. Name of the game in eco rounds is also to try and get your opponents to throw as many grenades as possible, because that's all money that they're not getting back and that they're going to have to spend in the following round. that boost once again. We've been seeing teams go for this a lot over half wall. All right.
Don't give up this round, Heroic. It's just pistols, but it's also Nico on the Deagle. This is a big upset. Oh, it's down. Nice hold. Nico spinning around for the straight headshot. And that's at least something that they can build on. Amanek, can he catch Shush? He's walking with his back out in middle. Oh, this is scary. Amanek will find the kill. And now Nico's going to make the escape. He's out of the bomb site. Making a run for it. They can't catch him. He is, oh, wait. They don't realize. Nico, he is a genius. He gets the spring. Oh! They jump around the corner. What a save! Unbelievable. And Amanek is now on his own. That was the round. That might have been the game. That might have been the semi-final. Amanek is going to be found, and Heroic, they found a way through anyway. Unbelievable.
Yeah, you can see that one stings. You can see it in Nico's eyes. You know you could have had it there. You got real clever. You really pushed the envelope. And it's, again, choosing which target you're going to go for in that moment. You don't know if he's about to turn around and check behind him. You don't know how far back his teammate is. It just doesn't line up. Shake it off and go again. That was a round of eco. G2 still did a lot of damage to Heroic.
They did. Oh, shaking that off, though. That is hard to do. Not easy on any level. Test pushes through. He's going to get traded. Not bad. But the nade, it might chase him down. Following it through. And, oh, even blowing up that AK-47 on top. That's a great 2-for-1 trade in favor of Heroic. They're starting to really feel it.
What a monster round.
Well, they could have lost that so easily.
What a power play from Heroic, though. Charging Banana like that through the smoke. G2 wanted to take the fight, too. So instead of mid, this time it's just Banana, out-and-out brawl. And Heroic come out on top. But, that being said, Heroic are on top. But if G2 stay grouped up like this, they can still have the man advantage going onto the B-bomb side in a moment. This is the best chance that they've got because, yeah, look at this. Shush once again, just relentless. This is Heroic playing Heroic CS. Yeah. On the CT side, pushing constantly. You can never get complacent against Heroic. They will always push.
Nexa was holding it, but the timing is just working out dead against him. Oh, if you watch that round from Nexa's point of view, he was holding Banana for a long time. He knew that something could have been coming, and he turns around, and 3 seconds later, he's dead. That is so unfortunate. Amanek has the bomb site, but no teammates, no bomb with him either. He's going to be found by Refresh, comes tumbling through the smoke, and still picks him up. Oh dear, 5 in a row now for Heroic. They're not that far away. This is out of control.
And the money's going to be in shambles now for G2 as well. No bomb plant. So they're getting max loss at this point. But it's a question of whether or not they're going to, yeah, they're just going to go for the half buy. A couple of nades, some pistols. We saw how close it got last time, so let's definitely not count it out yet for G2. Still 2 rounds separating these two teams. And now we have it. Stavin with the flash over the top. Only the 1-for-1, a bit too close for comfort, though. He saw all those bodies. Quick rotation coming out here from Heroic, trying to get over here to bolster the defense. And G2 decide they make the right decision to back off and reset. They forced a lot of utility out of Heroic, and now they've got a gun to work with as well.
I mean, that's a pretty successful hit to begin with. Did lose some health on Nexa, but otherwise, AK now making his way. All the way to top middle, but Heroic, they were briefly over-rotated to the B-bomb side. They've made their way back. Cadian is ready and waiting. He does miss the shot. It's a bit uncomfortable. Shush, though, he has been incredibly good in the second half. To get the kill right there. Some spammer on the other side for Jax. That AK, though, it's dangerous, and there's less than 50 seconds now. They need to find some kind of breakthrough here, and I think they were hoping it was a top mid, but they've just been slowed down.
To a halt, 40 seconds left. Still have nades, wonderfully enough here for G2 to work with, but they're just hoping to get some kind of value out of this AK. If they can create an off angle here, this could be pretty good. Looking over broken wall. Does he make the jump? Yes, he does. Nico now. This is insane. He can catch him out completely. They'll never expect this angle over the top. Does he see anybody in the open, though? This is it. Yep, looking for the reaction from Pit.
He's just waiting for it all along. Refresh, he's going to stay hidden. Oh man, if he had shown himself at that moment, I mean, it's a hard position to clear. Refresh is going to do it anyway. It's 12 on the board. It's 6 in a row for Heroic. Oh, they're stepping back into the semi-final. They were on the verge of losing everything. But that is, that's a tight defense down in that pit. Or if he'd gone for a bit of a swing, if he's like, all right, let me just take a peek. We don't really know what's happening. If he dies, maybe the bomb site goes with him.
Yeah, to have that opportunity, and again, it just doesn't work out. I mean, Heroic, they're the ones who are showing that they're in control of this situation now. A round separates both of these teams. And now we'll get the full buy coming up here for G2 after that round of eco. It's not done yet, but Heroic right now, they've got the lockdown going on this map. And Shush, I cannot stress how important Shush is in these rounds. He is always in the right place at the right time, getting the high impact kills. He has saved Heroic a couple times now with these flanks.
Yeah. Shush, Refresh, and down right now. The trio, the engine that's bringing Heroic back. I mean, this is exactly why we love Inferno as the deciding map.
Yes.
It's somehow just always meant to be. Nico gets a little bit of damage on him down at the bottom of Banana, but he's going to start to fall back. Cadian is playing it alone on A for the beginning, which is super risky if they go for a fast A play, but how would G2 know when to do that? They are speeding it up a bit at top mid, but he's just holding this angle, and now the backup is here.
It's just the standoff between these two teams now. Bottom Banana smoked. We've seen that smoke make its way back into the meta. So Heroic able to buy a little bit more time, but now G2 gathering up with a minute on the clock after showing some presence in mid. Look at how passive Heroic are playing on that A-bomb site. Nothing but there, but there's the room. Jax, can he make it across? Pre-fire from Stavin is not good enough. Stavin still gets the kill on him, though. He did just enough damage.
Yep, slowed him down. Amanek trying to push through. On the other side is Tesses, and that's an important hold. At least now, they have that 4-on-3. But the bomb is going to be planted in this round. Nico sprays, they keep coming through. They're not going to be slowed down by that smoke. Just with the headshot as well. And Nico's on his own, and Just will come through once again. Heroic, it's now 13 on the board. That was a lightning fast retake.
No hesitation, no chance to double think things, to hesitate at all, right? You just go through the smoke, you get it going, you're all there. That's the advantage of having all three on A like that, is that you can rotate together as a group and hit together as a group. You're not trickling in one after another. You're not leaving yourselves a chance to make a mistake in that key situation. But we're tied up, all tied up.
7 rounds in a row. They keep building.
This is so rare to see a total dominant chain of rounds like this as well on the CT side on any of these maps. It feels like.
I really cannot believe what I'm witnessing here. 27th round.
There it is.
Nico, there's the opening. Did he get more? Is he going to really try and double down on this? He's just hiding inside of the smoke, and nope, he thinks better of it, realizing, you know what, not worth it.
This has prompted a rotation from Heroic over, from Cadian. Heading over towards B side, hoping to catch somebody there. And there is a chance this repeat is going to be glorious if it works. Everything his team needs right now. A huge chance to do some serious damage. Jax! What a headshot! Tessus trades it. Oh, that's insane. Tessus brings it back. Nexus there to trade, and they're trying to accelerate onto the bomb site. G2 have the man advantage.
Yeah, and they're going to save. They are thinking about the long game here. 2-on-3, maybe you win it. But if you run out of cash, they're not right about to, but if you do, that might not work out. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, well, they have so much money in the bank.
Yeah, but they look like they had already given up. They must have changed their minds. Maybe they're just looking for exits, but it looks more like they're actually trying to do this. The bomb was a bit delayed. There's a bit of a peek, and Refresh comes in. Heroic, what is happening? They had already left this round. You could tell on the minimap they were not ready to go for it. And now they're going to try and see if they can push their lock deep. Molotov forces them out. Shush with the headshot. This can't really be happening. Amanek is on his own, and he's panicked. He's desperate. He's going to get the kill on one. The follow-up, and Shush comes in with the double. Unbelievable.
All of these rounds are so close between these two teams. Again, Shush coming through for his team. For Heroic, they're so even across the board, Heroic. It's unreal. But whatever Shush touches right now, it turns to gold. He is so good. And this shot here from Refresh is amazing. Catching Hunter in the off angle like that. What a play from Refresh.
You could tell. I want to see the replay of the whole round. They'd given up on it. They were out.
14-13. Sometimes that's the reason why you got to make plays sometimes, Andrews. You just got to go for it. You had the money to go for the full buy, and so you just try and make that play happen. Nico trying to sell a fake, trying to make Heroic think that somebody is stuck in the cubby right now. I mean, the big thing here is that G2 are getting bomb plants. Each time they're getting the bomb plant, they're getting the bonus money if they lose the round. So they're still able to get these rifles in, but they're running out of room now. Heroic are 2 rounds away from a spot in the grand finals. And G2, man, that is 8 rounds in a row.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that this is happening. 8 in a row, 28th round. Oh, this is what we've been surviving for a couple of years. We've been sort of waiting it out, but this is what we live for. Cadian goes down. Nico, another good opening. That's a step in the right direction. We've had this before. It's not enough to just get the opening anymore. We need to actually win the round. Get up to 14, tie this all up. Don't let Heroic get away with this. Refresh playing the arch position, and Stout is on his own over at the B bomb side, and he is going to be put to the test.
Oh yes, all 5 gathering up. This is what a fantastic read from Nexa. No time wasted at all. They're going to go straight in. Snavin hits a headshot on Nico. Outrageous.
Just a running strafe shot. Here's the flashbang to set it up. He turns for it, but they're not flashed at all. Jack still goes down. It's a good defense. Hunter is there, and it's even better trying to hold them back, and he can't take every one of them. Instead, they're going to get the bomb plant. There's only 5 seconds left. Shush comes in. He's still fighting for it. He's never going to give up. Grenade doesn't do enough there. I think it bounced off the wall. Maybe he would have landed and done some more damage. But he's here in time. And now he's out on the look, flanking around through construction. They don't quite know where he is. 2 versus 1. But he should be their round here, G2, looking to finally break the streak. 8 in a row for Heroic, and I think it's going to be the end of it here. Shush turning his back, a little bit of an awkward spray, and he gets the headshot. Nexus walking up behind, but Shush, no, this is a 1 in a million. He taps the bomb 1 time, and Nexa comes running for him. He's giving up on the round. It's going to be the kill. Nexa will go up with the bomb, so they're going to get that. 14-14, big round out of G2, but Shush is a monster.
He is. And even with losing that round, there's no bank for G2. So this next buy coming up here is not going to be terrific for him. It's them scraping the bottom of the barrel, whereas Heroic, plenty of money. They're going to be fully equipped. So by no means does this get any easier for G2. You couldn't cut it any closer than this. 14-14, all tied up on Inferno. It had to be like this, Anders. We had to have the comeback from Heroic. It had to go the distance.
Yeah, I don't know how this happens, but it seems like every time on Inferno, we're going to get this 29th round. It's going to go the full distance here. Opening semi-final of the Major, the first one up. Oh, man. Double Mac 10, double Galil, and an AK on the side of G2, and that's after winning the round.
Yes, that's the thing. They have so little to work with here, G2. By no means is this over, and Heroic, the power play. Here it comes.
The middle, they know it. Flash is there to set it up. Stone, he's not going to get that one this time. Cadian hits the shot. They tried it earlier, and Cadian didn't get it, but here he is. Shush, he is unstoppable, taking down Amanek and Hunter both. Nothing can shut him down. And Nico now, 1 versus 4. Heroic about to be on map point.
And this is, talk about the power play coming in from Heroic to call for this aggressive strategy when it's all on the line. You know that G2's economy is going to be screwed, but still, to make that call, that is bold. And now it's Nico, 1v4, trying to keep his team alive, but Heroic have all fully rotated over. They're just going to play the power of bodies. They have the crossfire set up, and they can afford to make the trades. As soon as Nico shows anything over here, that's it.
Yeah, if he could pick up the bomb and run, I mean, that's his ticket back into the round. It's unlikely, and here's what's even worse, right? They actually might need that AK on him, so even though you'd love to see him try and go for the 1 versus 4, they actually might just need the gun. What a heartbreaking turn of events. He's looked everywhere for a kill. He's like, someone please make a mistake, come look, come peek, come fight me at Banana or anywhere else. He's not getting it. Stuck in the kitchen instead. Man, Shush is relentless. Absolutely relentless.
It's so fitting that it goes the distance between these two teams. In terms of rosters, they're indistinguishable when you look at the stats throughout the tournament. It had to go the 30 rounds on the third map. It had to go all the way because they're so evenly matched. Heroic, though, this time, amazing. This second half of Inferno says it all.
Oh, it's not that far away.
So close.
But yeah, we've been blessed by the Counter-Strike gods for a 30th round here. 15-14. Heroic, a round away from the grand finals. And G2 now suddenly fighting for overtime. And that is, it is a momentum switch, a mental switch inside of the brains of every player. It doesn't feel the same knowing that you're not fighting to win straight away. You're just trying not to lose now.
Well, Shush getting a bit of a highlight there, deservedly so. The number of times he's come through for his team here. Stalin getting flashed in a banana. They're looking for the fight now. On the other side of the smoke, it's all out spray, and Jax and Nico work together to drop him. Man advantage now for G2. Still a chance at forcing overtime.
They tried to overpower them yet again. They wanted to see if they could get the clean knockout here. But on the other side, Jax with the Galil able to pick it up. Nico is close enough. They could have a pop flash around the corner. That double setup doesn't really work out, but if Nico gets one good flashbang here, that could win this round. He's ready, almost takes the kill. Smoke is up, Tessus is walking forward, but Nico, he makes it look easy. He is on the hunt, the Bloodlust is back. They want this round. They want the overtime. Refreshes on his own inside of the site, and they'll find him cleanly. No issues. Cadian and Shush, 2 versus 5. G2 have surely done it.
And for the two of those players who have just struggled so mightily in Banana to get results for G2, for Jax and Nico to come with it here at the end, to come up with the goods. Nico's put on a star level performance so far, all series long, and well, there you go. It's like you summon him when you say his name. Another headshot for him. Hunter ends it. We're going to more overtime, Anders. This is it, 15-15.
Shush on 24 kills, Nico on 27. If not for him, this is not happening. If not for Nico, Heroic already in the grand finals. He truly is just the eternal MVP. He cannot, in every game that we've seen him in, he shows up.
He's the top of the opening kills for this tournament. He is the top rated player this tournament across 8 maps. The man is a monster, the world-class talent, the best talent in the world is here, and he stands at the top of the pack, and once again, comes up with it. G2 now, can they show the killer instinct to get it done? Now that they've been given this chance, can they get it done here?
I mean, the reset, there's almost no time, right? Oh, we didn't win it, now it's overtime.
And we need to put this out in the open as well for Heroic. It's 10,000 starting money as well. So there is additional pressure now on Heroic to win this round and win it decisively because they've spent a lot of their bank on this round right here.
Yeah, double up. That'll dig deep into that 10K. There's a bit of a trade. Jax coming up with a huge headshot to take down Shush. What a nice start. Cadian looking for the highlights as well, trying to get the wall bang, which you can do. Nico nearly catching him. Oh, that is dangerous. Deep nade will at least tag him up a bit. He needs some backup to get out of here, and the smoke might actually help him out. Nexer is paranoid about the flank from Banana, so he's already looking for it, while the rest of them, they've called a freeze.
Yeah, that almost worked as well. We have not seen that aggressive a take of apartments where Nico gets out almost on a balcony that early in the round. We haven't seen that yet. That was so close to working perfectly for G2. Still, an even manned advantage favors the T side. The CT side has to cover more ground with fewer bodies at this point. You can see them split up, 2 on B, 2 on A right now for Heroic. So G2 still have the advantage going into this take.
All the relevant nades right now are on the B-bomb side. So the fact that there are 2 people here, Katie and Refresh, they have nothing to fight with, but a stunning headshot to start up with. Jax is down and out, 20 seconds. Cadian, he's got the right idea. He's got the crossfire there, but Refresh is down. Cadian still picks up the kill. They catch him. Nico, he wanted to make the jump past the Cadian, and it looked like he was successful. But now the retake is on. And again, just to remind you, double Molotov, double smoke. They have everything on this retake. And that could be huge. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. There's the early nade, double nade, blows up Nico. That's why it was important. And now Nexa is on his own. 1 versus 2 inside of the bomb site. They can guess that. They know that he's here. Flashbang, and it is picture perfect. Nexa, he can't see anything. He's on his own. Wait, they don't check the bomb site. They smoke it up instead. He might have a shot here. They line up for him, and there's the spray on 1. Nexa, has he got what it takes? Oh my God! He brings it through.
There's the clutch once again, showing the IGL that he is more than capable of stepping up to the task for G2. 29.
They had the flashbang on him. If they take one more step to the right, they see him and he's dead. Oh no. I don't even think Nexa can believe what's happening now.
And that just decked Heroic. Now Heroic have spent all of their money on this round. Maximum pressure on them to come up with it here because Jax, it's tagged by Cadian. Nice aggressive peeking there from Cadian into mid. Could throw things off here for G2. G2 once again going back to the well in Banana, hoping to find somebody playing aggressively here. Nico's had success so far. But Heroic, they're going to make G2 work for it. Flash in a top mid, set up though. Amanek gonna catch Shush, but there's Refresh trading it immediately. Jax just can't catch up. Break, he keeps going down.
Yep, and the pressure is on. They catch Cadian. Oh, great tempo change. Nico with a double headshot to enter the bomb site. A little bit of an excessive smoke over there, but who cares? This is locked down. It's gonna be 17-15. Heroic not even thinking about it. Like you pointed out, they need the cash, they need the rifles. Oh, that is such a great call from G2.
I wish that we could see G2 actually get out there aggressively and hunt right now because they have to know. They know that it's 10,000. They know that Heroic need every dime going into this last round. 2v4 odds of them retaking are so slim. So I kind of wish that G2 would get out there and start aggressively hunting for these guns because if they can take these rifles off of Heroic, this could shape up into a perfect T-side overtime for G2. Yeah, that smoke has to tell you something. You see a smoke at top of it, suspicious.
Yeah, and they might as well go for it here, right? They have the money to rebuy. If you just take one more rifle, it's a big deal. Nexa goes up with a bomb. They're trying to look for Stown. He's going to get one of them and a double kill.
Wow.
It doesn't really matter. From the side of G2, they don't care about that. They just wanted the rifle off his hands. 17-15. They didn't quite do it, but this is going to be a struggle now for Heroic in the final round of the first half of overtime.
Considering how many rounds Heroic were able to chain together on the CT side, the fact that G2 pick up 2 rounds on the T side is unreal. They have set themselves up for success here. And now we're going to get the aggression in Banana. Nico turned away, trying to dodge the flashes. He may just go right through here. Yep, Tezis, they're trying to think about it. Stalin trying to put some shots through, trying to stop him short. And there's the nade over the top. Too much pressure.
Threw that into the skybox and right down into his face. And a lot of damage on the other side too. Jax is low on health. Stown is reoccupied. They're never going to know. Oh, Amanek, that is a quick flick to take down Stown. If that doesn't happen, they're all going to get wiped out. I can't believe he won that battle. Now, the grenades raining down amongst Testis. He's going to burn alive. Amanek with the flames to bring him down. And now it's a 3-on-3. They're going to go for a quick bomb plant here.
Oh, what? Jax through the smoke. Cadian can't catch a break. What a play though from Refresh. Nearly gets both. 1v2 now for Shush. He's had some monster rounds for Heroic so far on this 3rd map of the series. He has come up so many times for his team, but a 1v2 with only half the bomb time left is so difficult. Post-plant positions for G2. They're in a position to shut him down. As soon as he comes around the corner, they get the headshot. Amanek puts him away. A perfect half in the T-side overtime for G2. They have 3 match points.
Amanek, the hero of that round. Quad kill, but the fact that he saved them at the car at the beginning of Top Banana, if he doesn't get that, they get wiped out. Absolutely brilliant. 18-15. They need one more round here, G2. And not only will they make the comeback back into overtime, they'll end up winning the semifinals and making it to the grand finals as your first team. Oh man, that first opening kill is everything.
What an amazing comeback. The resilience here from G2 after that beating they took in the second half to force overtime and to get this result at the end of the first half of it as well. Unreal. And now we go into a changing sides. G2 now on the CT side. Heroic on the T side. They have Oh, they have to play perfectly from here on out. Win all 3 T-side rounds to force another round of overtime.
Deep fade. That's actually
that hurts.
Very deep on the down. Yeah. They can't make any mistake right now. This is, again, the pressure is unimaginable right now if you're on the side of Heroic. You know, if you're the person to walk, past the smoke, you get shot in the side of the face, that could be the end. Everything weighs so much more. Amanek and Nico at the top of Banana. Going to be forced back slightly with some grenades. They've isolated Nico out here. That's not a bad idea. But can they take him down, though? Amanek is not that far behind. He wants to get back into the action. Some more nades ringing out, and they don't really capitalize on that initial pressure. They maybe could have made it work. Now they lose that control again for a minute.
Minute on the clock, yeah. 45 seconds left. And Nico still just, I mean, it's amazing that they keep challenging top Banana like this. Heroic have had to commit so much to get this much room to work with, but now it's going to be on the other side of the map where they start to show a presence. Smoke's going down, and the setup is here for G2.
It might be a fake. 30 seconds, but it would be a bold call. Down has started to make his way in here. 25 seconds, shot from Amanek. That's going to draw Nico back, and now they can't fake it. Now they have to go for it. They've left themselves 20 seconds to try and survive in the semifinals. It's madness right now. They might be in a lot of trouble. G2 have the bomb site on lockdown. Shush with a big double, but Hunter, he's back for more, and now he just has to stay alive. Still Katie and left, and they get eradicated by Hunter. It's 19-15. G2 make the grand finals of the major.
What a comeback from G2 in overtime all the way. And once again, we have the most legendary map, Inferno, to play it out on. It goes the distance, and G2 show what they're made of. And Nico has made a grand final at the major once again.
Absolutely stunning performance. I mean, this is a historic moment without a doubt. The fact that they made it back, what was that, 8 or 9 rounds in a row for Heroic at that second half, they looked like they had won that game right then and there. And somehow they summon the strength, they get it into overtime, and then they never look back.
What incredible success for this team. This is going to be one of those feelings after all of this hard work, surviving this online period, ups and downs. Nico, just an amazing performance from him all tournament long. And now he's going to get a chance to show what he's made of in the grand finals here, to show what all of that potential, that untapped potential that he has, if he can bring it to the fore here for his team when it matters most. Heroic, what tremendous work from these players. There were questions regarding what kind of level they would be able to bring on LAN, given the experience that these players have, and yet here they stand, making it to the semifinals of the major.
Shocking, shocking scenes. They've won the crowd over even. Started with boos, and it ends in cheers. Fantastic.
Both teams. Man, and the fans. What an audience we have for such a fantastic match. You guys were awesome.
Yeah, truly. Oh, it's been such a long time.
And Anders, it doesn't even end here. There's a second semifinal coming up between Na'Vi and Gambit. Two of the heaviest hitting teams.
It's too much to even handle, isn't it? What a brilliant start to the day.
Well, this is the result. G2, the winners. The well-deserved victory for them, a spot in the grand finals. They'll be playing against either Na'Vi or Gambit next.
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, I can't believe it. This is, it's hard to say anything more. What a match.
Well, it's been a real pleasure, guys, but now it's time to hand it over to our analysts. Richard and the boys, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. An instant classic. There is no doubt about it. G2 are the winners, but there are no losers when Counter-Strike is played like that, guys. I'm absolutely pumped. We were jumping all over the place in the green room, at the desk. So many fantastic moments, guys. Yanko's loving it especially. He can't even hide. Look at that grin. I mean, never seen you smile like this before.
I mean, I'm stuck between a Serbian and a Frenchman, and it's G2 winning.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Lots of bias. Yeah. But look, let's start by, what do I mean when I say there's no losers? Obviously, Heroic lost that series, but let's talk about their story very quickly. I think they have won over hearts and minds. They played out of their minds here at the Major, and that dark cloud, all the scandals, all the negativity, it all ebbs away now because they have proven themselves in a LAN environment. They've shown themselves to be this fantastic, talented, young team.
The courage they had, the courage that Heroic had in that comeback they attempted against G2 is insane. You look at the way they were winning rounds, backs against the wall, one map away from being eliminated, and they were trying, they were taking all the risks. They were crossing the smokes, they were taking the duels, they were giving everything they had in the battle just for it to be stolen right from their grasp at the very end. This is heartbreaking.
And this is against a Nico who had ascended to a level I've never seen from him. Like, this is against a god in the server, and yet they were able to bounce back and still make it extremely competitive, because I thought they were going to be running away with it where G2, I think it was a 13-6, 13-7. So, kudos to them. I mean, you should be holding your head up high despite it being a loss.
And just hold that thought. Someone who is holding their head up high is Nexa, the in-game leader for G2. He's on the stage with James Banks now.
Thank you very much, Richard. Now, Nexa, I've got to start by saying thank you so much for giving us one incredible game of Counter-Strike, but I'm sure it was a little bit stressful for you. You avoided the choke though, mate.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we actually brought it to overtime. We were looking kind of sketchy there at the second half. A lot of thrown rounds, like we had a lot of post plans that could have gone our way and could have made this game way, way easier than it was. But I'm glad that we stuck it out and we never gave up even when we were down 15-14. Our money was shit. And we won this miracle round, and then we knew we were going to win. Like, we just rolled over them after.
Yeah, the confidence was high after that one. But I want to take you back to that 13-6 scoreline that you had. What on earth was going on to let that slip away? Because you look like you had it in your bag.
Maybe it was the nerves, a bit of pressure, like realizing that, oh my God, you're just a few rounds away from a grand final of a major. I mean, 2 years ago, I was in my bedroom playing Face It, you know, and it's pretty crazy. Like, this is my first time in front of a crowd, and it's an amazing experience, and the support we've been getting is pretty crazy, and it's a phenomenal crowd, and it's been a pleasure to play here, and hopefully it'll be even crazier and better in the grand finals.
Oh, I'm sure it will, mate. But also looking at Nico, he was in some sort of god form today, right? Just popping off from start to finish. What happened to this guy? Did he just up a level again?
Today, I'm pretty sure he's in god form every single game we played so far this event, and honestly, I think he really wants to win the major, and whoever we get in the grand finals, this will be one of the best chances he's ever had, apart from the choke in Boston, yeah.
Well, you guys avoided choking today. I'm sure you're going to try and make sure that doesn't happen tomorrow, but I want to also know just how does it feel for you? Because obviously this is the biggest stage you've been on, the biggest crowd you've had in front of you, a new experience. You seem to be handling it well. I saw you throwing your hands up and enjoying the moments.
It's definitely one of the greatest experiences of my career and my life in general, to be honest. It was just amazing. Like, I felt the crowd giving us energy to play, and it was really great. Like, I have nothing else to say. Like, honestly, this is an experience I will never forget.
Now, the next semi-final, right? It will either Gambit or Na'Vi who you'll face in the grand final. Who would you like to face?
I know who I would not like to face. Honestly, even if you face Na'Vi, I think that'll be the real challenge for us. I think the game is kind of up in the air. I maybe favor Na'Vi a bit more to win, but I wouldn't be surprised if Gambit take it as well. But at the end of the day, if we face Na'Vi, it will be a real test for us, since the last two grand finals we lost against them. So it would only seem right that if we manage to win this trophy, it would be against them.
Time to get some revenge then, Nexa.
Yes.
Lovely, Nexa. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations. Stockholm, make some noise for G2 and Nexa, your first team to the grand final. Let's get back with the desk.
Thanks a lot, James. Great to see the crowd embracing G2. I just want to finish wrapping up what we were talking about. Janko, I'm going to come to you. Heroic, obviously, very brave in defeat, and we're going to wax lyrical about G2, but spare them a thought. I thought it was a great gesture as well at the end. They were all in the huddle. We win together. We lose together. They went out. They cheered the crowd. There was no despondency. They can be so proud of what they've done here in Stockholm.
Yeah, I think the most important thing for Heroic is they didn't lose their identity in this game at all. I mean, we saw that fast retake coming in. We saw the 2v3 being won. We saw on 14-14, you were calling the push down mid for Stone with a flash play that you already, I think, lost the last time you tried to do that. So they played with the same bravado they had during the online era. Unfortunately, they were just facing, you know, Nico in God mode today, and he was not going to be denied. 81 for 53 over the series, 100 ADR. He was not gonna let the Boston Major happen again.
And I agree with the analysis. I mean, Heroic did play their Counter-Strike. Unfortunately, their captain missed out on that game. And there's no way we can mention it. Cadian did not have any impact in that semi-final. And the problem is with his play style that is very risk-oriented, that was the worst case scenario to go out missing. We know when he's feeling it, he's out there making the plays, taking all the risks, making all the plays. And in that semi-final, he didn't exist. And I'm sure he's going to be full of regret because he's done something great in this tournament. But in that series, he let his team down on an individual level.
For me personally, I feel all the questions I and a lot of us had for the side of Heroic, I think it's been answered. These guys are legit. And bear in mind, it's their first actual LAN arena game. And it's a major, and they reached the semi-finals, and against an ascended Nico, they were able to push them all the way.
I dare anyone to call them online.
They're not online.
Like how can you say that now?
I just can't believe all the rounds that happened on Inferno. Like when you look at it, not only but look at the things that happened when G2 was up 13-6.
Yep.
So you have a round where Hunter just gets mid, doesn't look at Boiler, gets a kill for free on Shush, who gets a double kill, they lose that round. We had the Nico hiding in Cubby in a 2v2 where he just whiffs the spray, they lose that round. We have a 5v4 where Amanek just decides to push through the smoke, Heroic executes a fast retake. You're thinking, well, surely G2, you know, those were all their chances. How many chances do you want to have to close this game out? And that's it. It's happening. They choked it out. Heroic's coming back, and then this guy shows up again.
Yeah, you would think G2 would have broken down in that game. They had multiple opportunities to just absolutely break down.
G2 2 months ago would have broken down.
And this is where Yanko is right. This is where we have to put a different spin on the numbers for Nico. Not only was he a god, but he was the one man bringing and lifting the entire team up when everyone was doubting. Because in their places, I guarantee you, it was creeping in their mind. The rounds they were losing, oh my god, we're letting this one slip. It's happening. It's going away from us. I can see it in the distance. And then it's Nico again striking with the entry kills time and time again, saying next time, listen, I got you. I got you. I'm going to do this for you. Let's go. And just bringing the whole squad together. The impact is actually insane.
Oh, and let me tell you, there's a concept in American football they call missing rings. It's when you should have had a Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
And we've got missing majors here in CSGO. No bigger standout of that concept than Nico, the Boston Major, the miracle in Boston. It was meant to be his. It was the FaZe super team. He knows what it is like to be on that stage, last game of the tournament, left with nothing.
And this is an older Nico. This is a wiser Nico. This is a more hardened Nico. And I might dare even say a better Nico than I've ever seen. Yanko, I'm sure like
absolutely,
this is the best ever.
This is the best he's ever played. Even at times in 2016, 17, whatever, it was easier to be dominant back then. Now now average player is like way better. You can't bully people as easily, right? So for him to have these dominant performances on a rifle, playing the top, he just is in banana every single round and just finding openings, getting trades, finding rounds. Like, it's just insane. He was not going to be denied.
I'm going to just put that in numbers as well. At the beginning of the series, we said he's 1.39 rating over the tournament, which is ridiculous. The best already. He just pushed up his average by about, I think, 4.4 more points. That's nuts. Mathematically, almost impossible. He's just literally breaking the rules right now.
I think at this point, he's the best mechanically skilled player we have in the game. That is it. I mean, rifle in the hand, I don't think anyone can challenge Nico on a good day. We've had multiple examples right there. Whenever his cross-hit placement, his one-tap placement, that's just it. With the rifle, you don't discuss with him. There's no negotiation.
Don't worry, I'm sure someone will show up and tell you Yakinder is the best rifle player.
Yeah, well, they can come and we can have that conversation.
After a year on conversation.
The scene, yeah.
Well, look, let me tell you, I think there is one person that might be able to challenge him. It is simple. It is the Great One. We're going to be seeing him later in the other semi-final. I'm looking forward to breaking that down with you. For now, we are going to throw to an interview, a new one with the Great One. James Banks taking that. Here he is with Simple.
I've got a legend of his own right in here. It's Simple from Na'Vi, currently the best team in the world going into this event, and a major certainly could be on the cards. But I'm going to come back a little bit, mate, to IEM Full, right? You ended up second place, losing out to Gambit in that tournament. But I wanted to ask, did that game really matter to you guys? Because to me, it didn't seem like it was full force Na'Vi.
It was. It would be nice to win back this game, but I think we didn't prepare for 100% like we usually do. Because like our day was messed up.
Okay.
Because that was day after my birthday, so I messed a little bit up, you know.
At least you're honest with it. At least you're honest with it. But also, you made legend status anyway, right? You had enough points.
That was nice that we finished the first one.
Yeah.
So yeah, our main goal was done.
Perfect. And now you're here. Now it's major time. But I know you were boot camping in Germany beforehand. Yeah. So how long did you spend in Germany before?
It's around 2 weeks. So we had like 11 or 12 preparation day. So yeah, we just practiced our weakest maps. So yeah, I hope that was great bootcamp.
And let's talk about the sports psychologist for a bit, because actually in interviews I've done with many Na'Vi players, now you guys are mentioning this more. Before there used to be a factor where some of you guys would get tilted, you know, and we'd see you guys maybe start to crumble a bit in game. Now, is this what you guys have been working on? Is this trying to fix this side of things?
Yeah, so we have like 2 psychologists. First one is Gleb. He always been with us and he always fix all our tilt problems between each other. And now second we have, she's named Marina, and she help us to upgrade our brain, you know.
Okay.
So our brain could move as faster as it can, you know.
Nice. So the high functioning brain power. I like it.
You don't know your power if you don't if you don't practice it, you know.
Yeah. For you guys coming in as the best team in the world, right? All eyes are on you guys. You've been dominating. You've been having great results. Do even you start to feel the pressure now?
You can always lose, you know. So when you lose this confidence, or you start to think that they're better, you start losing. So we're just trying to upgrade our game from game to game and just trying to learn our opponents. Yeah.
And you, though, individually have a huge amount of confidence.
Yeah.
Are you feeling like you're in your best shape right now?
I feel like I did much better preparation than before individually, so I feel great, yeah. But I was still doing it, you know, like you're doing it every day. Because in any day you can lose it if you stop doing it, so yeah.
Are you ever bored? Do you ever not have the motivation? Like, where does this come from? Because you think of great players in all types of sports. Yeah. They have this like desire and motivation, not just to win, but to be the best. And I think that's very like similar to you. So how do you keep this all going?
No, just when I'm playing and I see some insane kills or headshots or some clashes, when I just watch it, I'm like, I need to do this, and I'm just going Counter-Strike, yeah. Because I don't know, it's you always see, and you know how you can play, and especially when you have low form or middle form, you tell to yourself that you need to play better, so your team has a little bit more chances, you know.
Did you avoid playing some teams knowing that they were here, or did you practice against them?
No. I don't know if we avoid or no, because only played book screams, but maybe he thought about some teams that he don't want to play and show some stuff. But yeah, overall, I think we prepared good. Yeah, I think, yeah.
And in terms of confidence for the whole team, what would you say you're at? Peak form Na'Vi? You're a little bit further you can go? Like, is this the championship major winning Na'Vi finally to get one?
I would say that our peak form always comes from game to game. And as you know, we didn't lose at LAN for 2 years, so last time it was against Fnatic. I think we have some extra boost of confidence at LAN because it's something different.
Yeah. And that's the magic of it all. Well, simple. I'm wishing you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's see if you can grab that major trophy finally. And then you've kind of completed the Counter-Strike Infinity Gauntlet, I guess is how we'll look at it. But that's another interview being wrapped up. Na'Vi have got their eyes set on that trophy here in Stockholm. Let's see if they can grab the PGL major.
Coming up next, Na'Vi versus Gambit.
So, I've got myself into another predicament. As you guys seem to already know, I like my tattoos, I've got everything all covered anyway. Counter-Strike's been a part of my life since late 2002. And well, I'm gonna get the Counter-Strike logo tattooed, and these fine gentlemen from Da Vinci have decided here in Stockholm that they're gonna be coming to do it. We're gonna have some fun, talk about some history of Counter-Strike, and watch me get some legacy put on my legs. So let's get in there and see how it all goes down.
What's going on?
Hello, James.
How are you, brother?
I'm fine, thank you. What about you? What are you doing?
I'm getting a new tattoo, mate, to represent Counter-Strike.
What it must be?
The Counter-Strike logo.
Oh my god.
You're gonna get you the Entropiq logo?
I think if you win on the...
If you win, alright, we got that on camera. If
no.
Cam wins the major, Entropiq logo tattoo. Let's go. Who's your first game against?
We are playing against BIG.
Oh, okay. Have you practiced much against them?
We played sometimes last month.
Yeah.
No, it was pretty comfortable.
Well, easy for you?
I think it will be not easy, but we will do it, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Good, man, good.
So, James.
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for stopping by. I'll show you the picture when it's all finished.
Yeah, okay.
All right, and good luck for you for your game.
Yeah, thank you a lot.
Bob. Hello, Entropiq team. What's going on? Make sure you're supporting and cheering these guys. As I just said, I've got them in the pick'ems to go through on the first stage. Let's see how far they can go. Crowd's going to be a beast.
Yes.
See you later, boys.
See you.
So, like, I used to sell drugs, sadly, when I was like 9 till I was about 13. Because where I'm from in London originally is quite a bad area, and there's not much opportunity for us. And basically, I'm a diabetic, a type 1 diabetic. I became diabetic, and I couldn't go out as much. And my dad gave me a computer, and I found this game Counter-Strike. I just played so much of it. I was pretty good. I was young and I was pretty good. I just played, like, I didn't go to school much anyway, so I just played a lot of video games. And then I went to a tournament with some friends from school, and so I used to obviously hang out with all like the bad people, the gangsters, whatever else you want to call them. And then when I came back to school after learning how to deal with diabetes, I went back in and I went to the geeks and I was like, do you play this game? And they thought, why the fuck is he talking to us about this game? And I said, oh, I picked this game up when I was off school. I said, like, can you guys show me some more stuff about it? And they said like I was really good at aiming because all I'd done was run around and just kill things. But they said I had no idea how to play with a team because I just played on my own. And so they taught me, we played together. I actually made new friends that way. And then when I was 13, we won our first event, but just like a local event, nothing big like you have now. It was just like people from the same area as us. 2003. Yeah, so the very early days. And then basically one of these other teams that was like a lot bigger team, they said like, oh, you've got a lot of skill. Would you like to join our team? And I was like, well, no, I don't want to leave my friends. Like, I'm with my school friends. And all my friends were like, no, leave, like go. Because they were like, you're so much better that you actually could. And I didn't understand any of this at the time. I didn't know what esports was. I didn't understand you could make big money from it. And basically we were a team from the UK. And that wasn't, their UK teams were never really that good. So we didn't make it that far. But it just got me into something that took me away from the gang life and selling drugs in the streets. And then as the esports and the whole industry grew, I was lucky enough to be able to stay involved. And I got the chance to start talking about the video games, like start commentating it. And now I do the interviewing and the hosting. And now my whole life has changed. Like, it's just crazy. Could never imagine it years ago. You really could. Like when I say like drug dealing, back then it was like I was 9 to about 12. But like the big drug dealers on the block, they just used to give us the drugs in a bag and tell us to take it from A to B because the police wouldn't stop kids. But obviously they didn't want to put their hands on it, and they just give you some money for it. So it wasn't like super serious. Obviously it wasn't good at all. But yeah, it was quite an interesting life choice. Yeah, not too bad, you know. Starts to get a bit more itchy and painful as it goes on. But I think I'm handling it well. I think I'm actually just really excited to see it, with Counter-Strike being so important to me. And like here, being the major as well. It's just going to be something special. I'm definitely never going to forget it, am I?
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We're at the semi-final stage. One more of those to go. And you just witnessed a classic, so who better to bring onto the desk than a man who has studied all of the classics in esports. It is, of course, the esports historian, Duncan Thorin Shields. He's joined by Maniac and, of course, Yanko. So, this is it. This is a fixture we've seen a lot. Na'Vi versus Gambit. And Duncan, just to start us off, I saw you tweet that this is the real final.
Yes, even though, listen, I guarantee you, the second after they stop celebrating that semi-final win, G2 will be getting out all the icons, everything, praying to the Lord, please Gambit, because they remember what happened at IEM Cologne. They know that actually this is the team they could beat. Meanwhile, they tried to meme it there, but like they know that they don't want to play Na'Vi. Listen, Nico might, some of the other players definitely do not want to see them. So I actually think that they might get their wish in terms of this could be a very close semi-final. I know people are going to look at form and go, Na'Vi's been dominant, they haven't lost a map. Simply even basically implied in the interview, he was just fucking around in the quarterfinals, day after his birthday. Wink, wink. What do you think that might mean? Still won the match, of course, didn't drop a map. Meanwhile, Gambit, like, they were actually tested by FURIA. That was a series that could have gone 3 maps. They were pushed. They almost lost the opener. So I think a lot of people are going, well, Na'Vi's the #1 team now. Gambit's era's over, and that was online anyway. They've never looked like their A game. What people are forgetting is Na'Vi haven't even beaten this Gambit lineup that many times. They even lost recently at the CIS RMR. So I look at this matchup and I say, I still think the team of Gambit is being overlooked. Like, I think they're gradually powering up as each phase goes on. They're always doing just enough, and Na'Vi's looked exceptional. But I tell you what, sometimes those high-flying birds, they drop off a little bit. One person has a bad game. So I think people are overlooking this. This could be a real heavyweight, one of the best games to ever be played in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, well, that's what we're all hoping for, obviously. Now, I said I don't think the real Gambit has shown up at the Major. I know you disagreed with that, Yanko. Maniac, you said you disagreed as well. Explain to me, what am I missing?
Just like Duncan said, right? At the end of the day, all you need is to win the game you're playing. There's no point for style, there's no point for fashion. They just made it. The first map against FURIA was a little bit shaky, I'll give you that. The second map to the eye test, completely different. They lost both pistols, they won convincingly anyway. Their superstar is here, he came to play. Shiro, second highest rated player at the event. He's the one that has to prove everything. One of the revelation of 2021 with Bit, of course. So when you have these weapons activated, I can see it against Na'Vi. Duncan mentioned it. They played 30 maps in 2021. 8 best of 3s won by Gambit, 1 to Na'Vi, 2 best of 5, 1 to Na'Vi. There's a game between these two teams. It's been the matchup of the year.
Yeah. And I think as we just saw in that semi-final, at the biggest scene, you know, you want your star players to deliver and to show up. And both of these teams, 8 out of the 10 players are in the top 20 highest rank for the event. So that's what has been not carrying them through, but that's what's really made them dominant so far in the tournament. You have a Perfecto just casually showing up in the quarterfinal, having 29 kills versus Vitality out of nowhere and just, you know, owning them, and Simple can just hang back, and Electronic and even Bit and so on, right? So that's giving me that this can be, as Duncan said, a great game, but a super high explosive game with a bunch of highlights.
Yeah, we've got actually James Banks in the fans. The stadium's full today, I think, so we'll just see how the fans are getting ready for the game.
Oh yes, Richard, we are here and ready, and I've managed to find some supporters from both sides here. I'm going to start with our side over here on Gambit. There's not as many of you fans. Do you feel a bit outnumbered?
No way, because I think a lot of people support Gambit for their play style. Yes, we have such great players like Hobbit, Major 1, Na'Vi 0, I'm sorry.
Well, it's time for Na'Vi to get a major though, surely.
Sure, it's time for Simple to get the major, Na'Vi make the major. Yeah, but I hope to see the great game and great Counter-Strike.
And what do you think the score is going to be? Because Na'Vi's been dominant, but Gambit this year have beaten them a lot.
2-1. Yeah, I don't know to whom, but 2-1.
Oh, you don't know who to whom. Okay, what about you? What do you think it's going to be?
It will be a tough game. Yes, I'm agree with my friend. It's 2-1. But we should know it's just CS derby. We are brothers to each other. It's a fight of brothers.
It is the fight of brothers. I love it. There's definitely some love and support for both sides. Stockholm, make some noise, because the next grand finalist is about to be found. Let's get it on!
So let's get it on indeed. I like that, though, a battle of brothers. Obviously, we've seen the CIS region sort of emerge this year, and they are two teams that know each other intimately. But let's just talk. We can't overlook Na'Vi here. Everyone is saying it's their major. This is the one they're supposed to get. Shades of FaZe when they went to Boston, frankly. There was this almost arrogance if you were a fan of that team. Like, it was just going to come. It was just going to happen. And we all know what happened there. Is this different, Duncan, or could Na'Vi be in for an upset?
I mean, to me, that's maybe if G2 plays them in the final. That would be where I'd heavily slant towards Na'Vi, and it'll take some epic performance. For me, like I said, I think it's only the fact that they're just winning matches that people are counting Gambit out. Like, Gambit is a fantastic squad. They crucially have a very good map pool. I think actually when we get into the map veto, you're going to see people have forgotten, because they haven't been as active the last few months, how good they are on certain maps, and they're thinking they're only good on 1 or 2 maps. They've even been doing punish picks that have been working against teams here. So I think the good thing is, stylistically, I love this matchup, because Na'Vi have all the heavy hitters right now. But as you said, like, it doesn't feel like Gambit's been impressive, but how are all those players in the top 20 ranked players?
Yeah, no,
because what happens is
that is weird.
The matches are close, but actually most of the players on Gambit are coming to play. It's not just Shiro. Yeah, Axal's had a few games that were off, maybe. Yeah. Hobbit's definitely had some good games. Actually, people like Nafani and ENCE, probably the players with the most pressure on LAN. They're doing pretty well.
Nafani is their kind of X factor on LAN, so to speak, really, like as the entry fragger, the captain. He's taking some of those early fights, converting them. That's almost as Buster is for VP, right? Online, you don't see him as much, but when the pressure is there, he steps up to the challenge.
And this is how insane Bit on Na'Vi's. I can't even believe that stat's real.
Right? By the way, 1.15 rating is pretty good for an entry player.
Yeah, and not only that, though, this is Axel. This is a guy that was winning MVPs at big tournaments all throughout the year, and Bit, the rookie that emerged. Look at his stats in comparison.
And what's actually mental, Richard, is that if you ask me now, is Big going to show up in this game? I'm tending to say yes. I think he's already given me insurances that he shows up in these games. Na'Vi is supposed to have Simple and Electronic, who always are going to deliver. That's what's great about it. Bit, anytime he's been tested so far, Cologne, amazing. Quarterfinal Major, amazing.
What else do we need? I'll take the other side of that, because here's the problem. He's never been in the semi-finals of a major.
Right.
He's never played against a team that, by the way, can withstand the body blows like Gambit, that hangs around in games, that make them extend even when you're having all your runs. And this is the problem I have. My mate Zeus, former team captain of, obviously, MIBR way back in the day, and more recently Team Liquid, when he was in these teams, right, he told me there's a saying they have in Brazilian where they say, it's a cow in a tree. No one knows how it got there, but it's going to have to come down. That's the problem. Like, if Bit really is this good, by the way, then it's just the Na'Vi era. They'll probably stack all the rest of the majors as well. In fact, it's just over. Why even bother analysing these games? No one's going to maintain a 1.57 rating throughout the whole tournament. And quite frankly, I expect him to have the odd map where he'll maybe just be human. And at that point in time, game on.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, but that's the other problem you've got with Na'Vi. Finding the weakness. Where is it? Because, okay, simple. By his own admission in that interview that we saw, he said, hey, I wasn't all that great. Turns out we didn't need to be. You just get perfecto, just emerge from nowhere.
Must be nice.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Nico's like, can I get one of those days?
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, this is the problem. Where is Na'Vi's Achilles heel?
Listen, I still think you have to go and look at this. As much as I've made fun of Nafani with the pressure comments and all the rest of it, actually, as an IGL, he does seem like he's translated a lot of what he did online, offline. I don't know that I trust Boomich as much in that regard. Right. So I've certainly seen times where fragging, including from Bit and Simple, just wins you the round. Like, that wasn't a tactic. That wasn't some great call. That was someone shooting 2 bullets into the heads of 2 opponents, and it turns around that should have been lost in a round that's won. So this is a very high-pressure matchup. And by the way, Boomich has never been in this scenario in a major.
Yeah, I think the Nafani versus Boomich is a very good angle to look at this game. Not only because of the skill, because as we said, Nafani's been showing up, but also because of the mental game. I think Nafani's already proven that in hard games, he can stay in it, stay composed, find solutions. For an IGL that is absolutely unproven at this stage, that is an asset that Gambit's going to make great use of. Boomich, never been in that position ever. Can you actually carry your team as a captain to win the major that they're supposed to win on his bare shoulders? This is not QB Fire anymore. This is Na'Vi supposed to win the major. This is a different game.
And I think, you know, weaknesses maybe not so much, because both of these teams are actually insanely good, right?
Yes.
So you point to Gambit, there's the obvious inexperience on a stage this big. 4 out of the 5 players have never been at a major, right? Hobbit won with the org 4 years ago, the last major PGL organized. And for Na'Vi, though, it is the pressure, because what the problem becomes is all eyes are pointed at you, right? You're the obvious favorite to win this major. You've always been saying on LAN you're better than Gambit. So if you start losing here, right, especially if you lose some frustrating rounds, like, you know, if you lose a 1v3 to Shiro that you really shouldn't, and this and that, are some of the... I don't think Simple's going to have any problems with that. I don't think Electronic's going to have any problems with that. But are Boomich, Perfecto, and Bit going to get more nervous and start doing uncharacteristic things for them?
I'll even give you another angle, which is in the same way G2's praying Gambit wins this game. If I was Na'Vi and I watched that semi-finals, I'm licking my lips. I'd love to play G2 in another final. You can't look ahead of this matchup, though. This could be the real final for you, right? This could be the hardest match you play all year, so you can absolutely not be imagining you're on some paved road where you're going to be crowned the champion. Like, this could be the hardest match you have ever played in your life.
Well, sure, and you know, you've touched on a key word there. It's leadership. And so far, Na'Vi haven't been tested, right? They have been in the online era, particularly in the CIS region, usually against Gambit. But this version of Na'Vi coming into this major, no one has tested them here. So we don't know what the reaction's going to be like. We just saw there when G2 were under it, Nico emerged and basically led his team to glory, put the game on his back, dragged him over the finish line. There is potential for them to maybe break down a little bit mentally.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, though, in that game versus Vitality, I saw in Na'Vi a killer instinct that is the make of champions. I guarantee you go back to watch that game, there are a couple of pivotal moments where players from Na'Vi have the edge on Vitality. They make the difference. It's the key round. You know you're going to be broken down economically if you lose it. They were making the plays. They were being proactive. I saw no doubt in their mind. Even though Vitality were close to pressure them, they showed absolute cold-blooded assassins. And that, to me, means they can make it all the way.
Yeah, I think obviously both teams, again, very similar in nature, Shiro, Simple, Electronic, Exile, and so on and so on. But the thing is, like, for a team like Gambit, really, in this sort of a situation, they need to have those good starts. In this year, they're one of the best. They have, I think, 3 of the 5 players are in the top 5 in pistol rounds. So they are a bit more disciplined in a way. They're a bit more similar like Astralis in a way that, you know, they'll always go for the high percentage play. They won't take any unnecessary risks. Navi obviously has the X factor with some of their players, right? So I think that's one of the win requirements for Gambit, is to get those good starts, give themselves a buffer, and that way they have more chances to shut Navi down.
Well, look, let's talk about Shiro. We spent a lot of time yesterday talking about, you know, Simple versus ZywOo. There's obviously only one of them left in the tournament. But with Nico already in the final, you know, this is Shiro's opportunity to sort of emerge from the pack and say, listen, I can put down the Undertaker or whatever you want to call him. I am a legitimately great player, and I could do it at LAN. There's been a lot of question marks about him, but if you look at him statistically, he's just behind Simple for the year.
Yeah, the tough thing for me is, like, I'll just give you a spoiler. If they make the final and it's close, Gambit, I think actually Nico's going to win the MVP anyway, because the thing is, you tend to give the MVP to the highlight round player, the one who in your brain breaks the game. I think, listen, I won't say that he's a system player, because I think what people did to Device in that sense, they did him a bit dirty. I do think, though, that Shiro is also a product of the Gambit system. Like, when you play, as my boy Device recently found out, it's different when there's an inexperienced guy behind you in the server. It's different when you don't have a great in-game leader. It's different when some of them have never been in that position. So I think the Gambit team also provides a really nice platform, and then Shiro hits every single easy shot that he gets.
Yes.
And then, listen, he can hit some of the crazy ones too, but it's not like Simple where, you know, he runs around a corner and he does an 89-degree flick and no-scope headshots. He just hits people in the crosshair, and he's amazing at it.
And as Maniac knows all too well, because we've talked about this before, you know, the road of Counter-Strike is just sort of paved with the fallen AWPers that could make the highlight shot, but couldn't consistently hit the easy ones.
Be efficient.
Shout out Draken.
I mean, all right, that was a bit chip job. Dragon.
Hey, we're in Sweden. I'm bringing it back.
Look, here is the thing. I agree with Duncan at the point about Shiro not missing easy shots. You have to imagine for a captain how great it is to have that sniper with you. You know that if you build the system, if you build the setup, if you have that 1-2 punch, your rifle takes the first kill, fades away, Shiro's behind, 99% of the time he hits the shot. How insane is that? It's like an insurance. It's a life insurance right behind you. He's the highest rated player on the CT side of this event, and that is not a surprise because he's stone cold. He doesn't miss these shots, and as a result, if you build the right system, you win the round. And for Gambit, that is the formula.
So here's what I'm going to do. We've got about 3 minutes before these teams walk out on stage. We're going to check that out. The atmosphere will be electric, no doubt about that. Let's talk a bit about map pool before the veto comes around, which we'll see. So where can Gambit take Navi to beat them?
So there's a couple of factors here. Again, I said because of the inactivity of Gambit, people have forgotten some of the maps they are incredible on. So one would be Dust 2, of course, right? You saw Navi look amazing on that with Perfecto. So here's the stat for you. Okay, Gambit's just 3-0 in the last 3 months on Dust 2. But here's one that you'll like. They've won 12 of their last 14 games on Dust 2. By the way, not the most tactical map in the world. The only 2 losses they had, I think that was to Navi. Interesting one for you there. Will that be a factor in the series here? Obviously, we saw Vitality try to pick it into Navi. And then Overpass, which obviously was the Navi punish pick against Vitality. Well, Gambit 6-0 on that one. And they've won their last 9 in a row. So I'm very interested to see where even the first 2 map picks go here.
Right. And that was initially this year the map that put them on the spot map that put them on the map. Because in the playoffs of Katowice, they were picking it a lot and they were winning every single time. And this is an interesting duel always between these 2 teams because the 2 best actual maps for the teams, Vertigo and Nuke, are the permabans of their opponents.
Perfect.
And so for Navi, you don't get, you know, the 11-0 streak that you're on in the last 3 months.
But I like the Dust 2 angle that you bring up, Duncan, honestly, because if you look at these numbers, Overpass is almost a no-brainer. Just by the eye test, you think, oh, Gambit, they have this 100%, let's go. But I guarantee you Navi have done the same calculus. Of course. They know Overpass will be obvious. You're Gambit, you scramble the odds a little bit, you go to Dust 2, a map that is way harder to prepare, by the way, because a bit more basic in how you approach it, and you make sure you can punish Blade and his preparation. I'd like to see Gambit throw a curveball. You don't have to go for the obvious Overpass. Your Dust 2 is good as well.
Yeah, but obviously we've seen Navi on Dust 2 just the other day against Vitality.
Not bad at all.
Well, yeah, it turns out they can play that a little bit.
Duncan also made a good point. They played it only 3 times recently, and I'm not exactly sure how many of those times are after the update, right? So that changed the dynamic of the map tremendously, right? So maybe their confidence isn't the same after that. I think it's going to be up to one of those 2 choices, And for Navi, we also have to wait and see where they're going to take it. Inferno was one where people constantly try to punish Gambit, but they picked it so many times against it. They actually got really good on Inferno too.
Here's the question. Since everyone says that even Navi favour themselves as the better team, and normally if you are like that, you just say, I'm just going to pick my maps and you can do what you want. But if you're Navi and you really want to put a bird among the pigeons, you pick Ancient.
Yep,
that's the map they originally came with to try and beat Gambit. It actually didn't work the first time they did it. The guys from Gambit are 2-2, and listen to who the losses are. NIP and Copenhagen Flames. It's not like they're only losing to Navi and G2 and the top teams. So I want to see, actually, is Navi going to go anywhere crazy in the veto?
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. We've yet to see an Ancient, I think, in the playoff stage.
That would be something.
So,
picking Ancient, going on that T-side
Navi
first.
have been playing it. So, listen, hold on to all those thoughts. We're going to go over to Freya now, who's on the stage. Let's see this atmosphere.
The atmosphere is absolutely electric down here, and it is a showdown for the ages. So much history between these two teams. We only have to look at the 11 times these two squads have faced each other this year alone to see they know each other like the back of their hand. And the only right way to kick this matchup off in style is to get the CSGO GOAT out here on the stage, hungry to claw his way closer and closer to lifting his first ever major trophy. It's simple and Navi.
Welcome on stage, Navi.
Navi have certainly turned up to battle, and fight hard they will. But now, turning to face their opponents, they've had the upper hand in terms of victories this year. 8 victories over the side of Navi, and looking to cement their 9th here on the big stage. It's Gambit to the floor.
Welcome on stage, Gambit.
They faced each other so many times already in 2021, but this is the one that we have been waiting for. The LAN, the arena, the crowd roaring behind them. And of course, we've got to get some representatives from each side of the stage. Nafani going to be joining me from Gambit, and of course, Simple from the legendary Navi. Nafani, I've got to ask you to start off with, we've had a few mixed messages about the stress, the pressure that Gambit have been feeling. I spoke to Hobbit, he was saying, you know, there's quite a lot of stress. You were saying, as soon as you come to the playoffs, no stress for you. How is the atmosphere within the team?
I can't say about like whole team, but for myself, it's pleasure to play in front of this great crowd, but still, I don't have like some different emotions which we maybe will have like usually when we're playing at studio or something like that. Maybe because we're not like favorite of this tournament, maybe because of it, but who knows.
The crowd have been absolutely incredible, already cheering for you there, Simple. We heard from you in your post-game interview with Banks. You were saying you're treating this tournament like it's any other tournament. You're not thinking it's a major. How do you and the team do that? How do you keep so composed?
No, we just do step by step because we understand that any team can beat any team on this tournament because it's a major and everyone can prepare really good. It's just one game.
Well, historically, Gambit, you've had the upper hand in terms of the matchups this year, 8 wins for your side. Why do you think you've been able to take down Na'Vi in terms of the online results?
To be honest, I didn't listen.
Thinking too much about the game, Nifani. I just wanted to ask you about why you think you've been able to take down Na'Vi so many times. Why do you think you've been able to get those 8 wins?
It's like a bit strange question because it was like time when we was like dark horse, and after this also it was online, so it's like different situations. It's hard to say about this right now.
Well, simple. I do want to ask you before we go into this, it's going to be a bit of a revenge match against Gambit, of course, playing in front of this crowd as well. The trophy within touching distance, that grand final spot up for grabs. How are you feeling? Anything you want to say to the crowd?
Yeah, just I hope there's going to be a second final today, you know?
It's going to be an absolutely incredible one to be kicking things off. Do you want to shake hands before you head into the game? And we're going to throw this one back on over to the desk.
Thanks a lot, Freya. Appreciate that. We are going to start breaking it down then. See, no, Duncan, you're never going to get Old Simple back. He's never going to trash talk anyone. He's gone forever. You're just going to have to live with it. So look, let's take a look. We're going to have the veto coming. We've already got some theories coming out. So are there any guaranteed picks here?
No, actually, there are no guarantees. Right? It just depends where the teams want to take. Dust 2 or Overpass are the obvious ones for Gambit. For Na'Vi, we see they go with Mirage, actually.
This is wild. Like, this is a map that even this version of Gambit is 5-2 on. They've won 4 of their last 5. By the way, one of the losses they had was an overtime loss to VP. Yes, they lost to Copenhagen Flames. By the way, Copenhagen Flames shocked a lot of people in this tournament, myself included. So
absolutely.
I actually think in this scenario, look, every time they did play Dust 2 and Mirage and all those series, it was always back and forth. It could always be traded. But quite frankly, this used to be a pick of the guys from Gambit. In fact, these are their main 2 picks.
It's pretty good for Gambit as well, because at the end they have the opportunity to push Ancient down the road.
Yes.
I would not favor Gambit against Na'Vi if it were the 3rd map. I think that would have been too tricky. They have Dust 2, which is a very good map for them. So of all the ways the veto could have gone, I think Gambit is pretty fine with that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they're loving it. I mean, we talked about Overpass and Dust 2, about potential picks. They get to play both of those maps, and then Na'Vi doesn't try to go for that punish with Age. It goes for Mirage, which is fine. Again, we talked about G2, right? They've been picking Mirage the whole tournament. Why? Because they're feeling it on that map. That's where players like Nick, their best players, can contribute the most, right? So if Na'Vi is feeling the same, you know, why don't do that? That also speaks of their confidence. Why we don't need to go for the punish. Let's go where we feel good. We're the better team. We'll own them anyway.
For me, though, that's why it's key that the series starts on Overpass, though. Because if the real tactical machine of Gambit is going to show up, this is a map you could beat Na'Vi on in the past. This is where you get 1-0 up, you take a lot of that pressure off the back, and then suddenly you can play free and clear on 2 of your best maps. If you don't, though, if you lose this opener, now you have to face all those fraggers on 2 maps that you can absolutely pop off on.
To give Gambit fans hope, famously, Overpass was the tipping point for Na'Vi. It was the map that they would always mess up their timings on. They would lose at least 1 or 2 T-sided rounds because they didn't do the right level of clock management. That's where all of the memes came from, and it's what forced Blade to go back to the drawing board and sort of revise his playstyle.
The problem with that is the evolution of Bit, and I guarantee you that could play a massive factor on Overpass. The way he plays now, the way he plays aggressively with Simple behind him as a cover, and he's got all the free will in the world. He can do whatever he wants. He can be super aggressive. They use him as a turret to just go there and fight. If he has a good start to the game, and then he starts feeling it, he starts going for these risk and safe multi-kills, Gambit must have a plan for that, because we've seen plenty of teams just break their teeth against Bit towards that fountain area.
I'll also say as well, I'll reiterate again, this is a map Gambit has won the last 9 in a row on, and I'll take an Na'Vi player, though, that I want to see perform if you're going to make this a great game. I'll take Perfecto, because this is a guy where the way he plays the B bomb site, if you are a player out there, you can't emulate most of the Na'Vi players. You don't have crazy aim. This guy's using his brain to play that bomb site, and that is a bomb site where you cannot die early, and he doesn't. He's really good at staying alive.
And I think it's just also the best kind of map pool for Gambit, also the narrative for them. This was the map that, you know, they broke out with this year with Overpass. They were beating all these really good teams in playoff games, right? So I think it's the perfect scene is there for them to make this upset. They couldn't get a better situation, a better map pool than what they have here.
Yeah, well, guys, I think we're ready to get into the game. I'm just so excited for this one. Gambit, Na'Vi for a place in the major final. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Richard, and the lads on the desk. We are going into the second semifinal here of the Stockholm Major. We couldn't ask for a more perfect match. Moses, this is Navi versus Gambit. It's a huge rivalry that's developed all throughout the year.
Yeah, all throughout the year and all throughout the rise of the CIS region. This is like the final boss. No matter how many finals these two teams have won throughout the year, they'd trade them all in. They'd cash them all in to win this one right here, make it over to those grand finals. And this is obviously just going to be phenomenal. Some of the most exciting and electric young talent on the Gambit side of things. And Navi, we just know what kind of beast they are.
They have everything lining up for them. It feels like they've got serious firepower there now to back up Simple. It's not all just on Simple and Electronic shoulders. Perfecto's had his moments. Bit has stepped up in a massive way for this team. Unreal from that guy. So already it feels like Navi are in the best shape possible to go into this semifinal.
Yeah, it's one of the coolest things about this Navi team. Obviously, having Simple on the team, just the best player to have touched the game in our history. But really, they didn't reach this level without the young guys coming in, without the young guys finding a whole new level. It's now a complete squad. It is not just the star player, and Gambit is going to have to find some way to slow them down. We are live, Stockholm, into the second semifinal of the PGL Major.
Navi versus Gambit. Time to get it rolling. And Navi on the CT side, on the defense. Gambit are going to be the ones to get to set the pace here in this first round and in this first map. So they already are going to go ahead and take a fight mid. Bit ready for it, though. Able to back off. He's going to hear that info and already communicating that to his teammates, but it turns out that Gambit are trying to pull a fast one on Navi, trying to catch them out of position. They show themselves mid, only to wrap down to B. Perfecto going to be calling in the reinforcements, but it's going to be too little too late. Shiro and Exile have already started it off. Electronic showing some fight, though, brings it back to a 4-on-4. But now we go into the sit and wait phase of this retake where Navi are hoping that somebody on Gambit are going to make a mistake. They go for the flash over the top. Shiro's there, and it's all the kills for Gambit. Nothing Perfecto can hope to do in this situation. Gambit win the pistol round to kick off the overpass.
Yeah, that's a great pistol round from Gambit, and Navi just trying to set up the retake, obviously, and get completely annihilated on it. That's a great convincing call from Gambit as well, seeing that window of opportunity and just taking it before Navi can really react. Some good long-range shots and beautiful crossfire set up in the bomb site to stop this retake. 1-0 for Gambit.
Such a sick fake. Navi, you can tell they were freaking out as soon as they saw all those players coming up mid. Already the rotations are getting called in. It just all fell apart for Navi so quickly there. And that's a very nice play coming in from Gambit to set the tone here. Quick and straight to the point. Just really shocking Navi on that CT side.
Well, let's see what Navi can do. They fully invested into this. Plenty of utility, all the deagles as well. Playing it pretty passively for the moment, and Gambit is going to send a lot of bodies out towards long. 3 players, 1 at Fountain to watch for any kind of push, and surely they would clear in towards bathrooms at this point. Make sure they can control some of the map before moving up and progressing towards the bomb site. No decisions being made.
Plenty of patient play coming in here from Gambit. They've given themselves an out, and they're still waiting on to catch any flanks that are getting potentially thrown in here by Navi. Nade's getting committed to the upper side, though, is probably going to give it away. Simple's in a position to just blast them in the face. He's not going to find a kill, though. Nafani gets tagged, gets a follow-up there from Bit, but the kills are not coming through. It's not until Boomich chimes in, finds one of his own.
There's not much more they can do here. 3-on-4. Boomich would have to do something really special. The rest of Navi has arrived. The smoke is going to give them a little bit of cover to be creative. And Boomich pushing up. They almost line up for him. He's got great damage onto Exile. They've got to back away. Gambit's under a lot of pressure, and they just leave the bomb site. They say, we want nothing to do with this. More than happy to back away and find a new option. And hoping for some overextensions. And Gambit's not leaving the bomb site quite yet.
That's the thing. They've still given themselves some time to play with here. And so Navi are the ones who are going to start second-guessing themselves. Is this going to be a B hit after all? They're committed to the A bomb site. Now they'd have to retake otherwise. And so it is going to be Navi here, ready to spring the trap. Boomich turns it into a 2v2. The bomb is yet to get planted with 8 seconds left on the clock. It's going down to a 1v1, and Shiro trying to hunt him down. Boomich just gets around, and he is going to win it. Boomich! Navi on the board!
That is unreal. Brilliant play from Boomich. Winning by mobility, no bullets as well. What an incredible turnaround. Gambit played that pretty well, and it's just snatched away from him.
That is a heartbreaking round. And that hesitation, do you think that was it, where they got cold feet, they met resistance? Boomich putting up the huge fight here on this A side. Do you think Gambit got cold feet and started to second guess themselves?
I don't know. I think Boomich just played it so perfect. Like, what can you say about that one? Wrapping around the car as well. Chance of Na'Vi streaming out as they get their first round on the board. And a lot of players, a lot of attention given over towards the B-bomb site. Bit in the staircase as well.
That's really where it's going to be brutal here for Gambit. It almost feels like they are the away team right now and that Na'Vi are playing in front of the home audience, even though they're both teams from the same region.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Na'Vi fans in the house tonight.
You got to know you're playing under the shadow of Na'Vi as well. Every time you step into the server against them. AK-47 on Shiro. Now his powerful weapon that Gambit has in their arsenal at the moment. He's going to lead the way. Would love to at least find some kills, some weapons to limit the economy.
Slow, patient stuff, and this is going to be the hallmark. This is going to be the trademark. How this whole series gets played out. Both of these teams love to use the clock, run it down for maximum effect, and opportunities like that one. Missed chance there to get a tag from Nefani. But that's what you're waiting for. You're waiting for Na'Vi to make the info plays, and you need to take advantage of them. There's Veto on the flank with the MP9. He gets the double! Outrageous! How long did it take to get that second kill? Nefani and Shiro now left wondering what they can hope to do here. They are sandwiched in with no way out.
This AK-47 hasn't even been put into play yet. They've already lost too many players. There's nothing it can really do. No opening it can provide. It would have to be everything from Shiro. Scout's going to lead the way, and there goes the AK. Simple is relentless. Double kill, both headshots, and Na'Vi have a 2-1 lead.
And Simple's on the board. He joins the party. First 2 kills of the server so far for him.
This is an important map for Na'Vi. You have to remember what we heard Simple talking about, the boot camp, all about building up their weaker maps, all about building up maps that they've struggled on throughout the year. This was one of them, where at certain stretches of the year, if you looked at Na'Vi statistically, take it to overpass, not a great win rate on it. And this one is really going to test the kind of preparation, the kind of practice, and the kind of boot camp that Na'Vi put in ahead of this event, of trying to deepen their map pool.
And I bet you in specific preparation for this potential matchup, going into it, if they know that Gambit have got their number on this map, and it's likely that Gambit go deep in this tournament and that they run into them, why wouldn't you put a little extra attention into the map just in case? You keep that on the back burner, ready to go. Sounds like Blade to me. And Na'Vi now comfortable here. This should be a comfortable round for them to win because it's a hard eco from Gambit. No money spent from Gambit. The Deeg on Nefani, but the rest of them pretty much rocking Glocks, and now it's a chance for Na'Vi to farm up a little bit because they've got those MP9s. Really want to see them prioritize the kills. Although for now, Na'Vi, Bit's just waiting again here in the wings. They're Simple to take point, finds that Deagle, and Bit's ready to pounce to support him as well. Not that Simple really needs any help in these sorts of situations.
Yeah, no, not at all. He's loving these fights as well. He knows exactly what he's up against. Calm and collected, but can't transfer it over. Bit's got to be careful. One behind him. There's Hobbit finally peeking. That's the bomb as well. Far back. Shiro's got the AK, and Bit is going to press the issue. He goes down as well. This is looking a little weird for Na'Vi. There's a chance, a small chance, that Gambit can steal this away. They still have left the bomb backwards. 30 seconds on the clock as they clear down the staircase.
Yeah, it's a question of not getting complacent here on the side of Na'Vi. All right, you're feeling it. You get a couple of big rounds going your way, but that doesn't mean that you need to start underestimating Gambit. If you give them the chance, they will rip your head off, as we've seen. With 16 seconds left. I mean, if they get out of this with an AK, actually, Shiro's not going to mind that too much. He'll get dropped an AWP from a teammate.
More importantly, losing out of the bonus money doesn't really matter quite yet. Plenty of cash to pick up armor and utility in the next round. So 3-1 for Na'Vi.
Oh, no AWP though. Still, yeah, holds on to that AK. He'll be able to full buy. Rest of the team will follow suit. It's a little light. Means that Nefani has to go for a Galil so he can afford some grenades. But 3-1 in favor of Na'Vi on the CT side of Overpass. Exactly what Na'Vi were hoping for here, to get a good, strong start early on this map. This is Gambit's map pick after all. So the more rounds that Na'Vi can get on this CT side, the more pressure they can put on Gambit. This is one of the big questions as to whether or not Gambit will be able to bear up under the pressure that you feel playing in front of the fans.
Yeah, and on the pressure of losing that second round after winning the pistol. That's an easy way to lose a little bit of composure early on and fall into a deep, deep hole, and Gambit's trying to avoid that at all costs. Standard control over towards Playground and over towards Fountain at the moment as Gambit leaks out of the choke point. Na'Vi playing a little bit further back. Bit is in bathrooms. With his M4, you've got Simple with the AWP. Lying in wait as well.
patient play on both sides right now as both of these teams feel out the map. Again, Gambit, a lot of this style revolves around waiting on Na'Vi to make info pushes, to take risks, and you be there to punish them in the early round, and then eventually, this is what we see, the group and gather, getting ready to hit a bomb site. They have to make that decision early on now, 45 seconds pretty much on the clock. Fanny with the pop flash, this could be a golden opportunity here.
This setup in Monster is everything. This pop flash, here it comes. Both of them are looking right at it. They just spam. Molotov is dropped. They're going to know there's a second player, but they don't press the issue. The Flames hold them back for the moment. And Electronic has to get out. No more utility. And somehow he's actually going to be able to escape all the way back. And here comes the re-hit.
What a beautiful Molotov. That saved everything. Without it, I'm pretty sure Gambit just plow onto the bomb site. Now we're down on time. 20 seconds on the clock. Bit catches out Inters, and now Hobbit has to press forward. Has to hit this shot. He will drop Electronic in the end. And Simple, uncharacteristic miss from him. Can that bomb get planted? Bowman's going to take a bullet to the side of the head. Simple takes Exile, but the bomb is planted and ticking. And Gambit have found a way to find a man advantage here. Simple's down. Hobbit looking for more. It's a 1v3, and Bit gets picked. Nafani takes him out. A second round on the board for Gambit, and that was a bumpy round. That was not smooth, Moses.
Yeah, that was not, but I mean, good composure from Gambit, obviously. Getting forced away by the Molotovs, just kind of falling back, setting up, staying patient, re-executing, and they found all the advantages. Timeouts called by Na'Vi.
I like that.
Yeah, they have a bit of a weird money situation. They're going to figure out exactly how they want to toss guns around and how they want to spend this cash. Nafany's able to save the AWP from the round and toss it over to Shiro.
Blade doing a lot of the talking there for Na'Vi. I imagine Blade, I imagine when attack timeout gets called by Na'Vi, that's when Blade's going to be stepping in and saying, okay, guys, this is what needs to happen here. This is what I've noticed already. Oh, yeah. Going into the round, countdown's begun. And that is just so solid from Gambit. The fact that they even keep enough utility left to re-aggress after the door gets closed on them, that's the kind of stuff that Na'Vi really need to force Gambit to use those nades early. They can't let them have that much to work with deep in a round. Alrighty. Bit setting up for some early aggression, or at least trying to keep Gambit honest over here.
Simple showing an early new look, this time the AWP towards dirty water. Electronic's going to be covering the door behind him. They would love to just find one kill, one pick. If Gambit are a little bit lazy, and it might be there. Hobbit crouching, just past the tunnel, a stalemate for the moment. Simple doesn't want to cross the threshold.
Finest of margins. Who cracks first, though? Simple's thinking about it. He's edging out closer and closer. There it is. Hits the timing, impeccable stuff from Simple. Hobbit is out of it. Man advantage now for Na'Vi.
Now there is a defender Bit who's just kind of hiding halfway up highway at the moment, and that's going to allow Simple to be a little bit aggressive when he comes back if he chooses to go all the way to the A bomb site. He knows there's nothing on highway. He knows there's no danger when he rotates over. But at the moment, still sticking around at the B bomb site, and Gambit is spread across the map. 42 seconds. And still haven't picked out where they want to finish. Bomb is towards the B side, and utility's going to start being spent. And parts of the map are cleared and now taken over by Gambit to line up this hit, but it's going to be tough. 3 defenders here, including the Undertaker.
He spots him out as well. There's the info that they need. Outside of Monster gathered up, and the rotation is coming through now. Bit holding close could ruin Nafany's day, and this is going to be it. The push begins. 15 seconds on the clock. Electronic going to catch Shiro. And this round is falling apart. He gets traded, but the bomb gets denied. Perfecto with the double spray. And Simple collects the final kill of the round. Gambit with the slow play eventually just walks right into Navi's clutches.
Yeah, that felt a very desperate round from Gambit. That was a small attempt at a fake. Those footsteps with that much time on the clock, and actually it worked. It pulled defenders of Na'Vi away from the B bomb site. Just Electronic's position so very strong and just eliminates half the attack. Picks off the AWPer, and really there's no danger from there. Perfecto's able to have great impact with the double kill, and Simple to finish things off. So 4-2, a 2-round lead, and Na'Vi looking pretty good. Timeout called by Gambit as they want to discuss things.
And both of these teams quick to call the timeouts. I love to see it. We've seen it's happened with a few of them where you have rounds that just get stacked and stacked and stacked, no timeout. You're just wondering when are you going to step in and try and stop the bleeding. Gambit don't even let it get to that point. They have a scuffed knee and they're already calling a timeout.
Yeah, it's tweaking the game plan, right? It's like, what are you seeing? What are we seeing that we've maybe looked into, that we researched, that we want to take advantage of? What are we seeing that's different than what we thought we were going to encounter? Still early going. And also figuring out exactly what tactic they want to run here with mostly just Deagles and a few upgraded pistols. Not a lot of utility going to come out for Gambit. And a double op setup they're facing into. Bit has picked that up for Na'Vi next to Simple, and both of those ops are going to be aggressively pushed forward, long A and towards Fountain.
Early smokes just to exactly make Gambit wonder what's going on with that smoke out there. He's going to keep him honest. Electronic catches Exile trying to, that was interesting, just lurk his way up short, hoping to find a gap in the defense. Not going to be the case. So once again, Na'Vi with the man advantage in the round early. And going into this series, 79% of the time, Na'Vi have a man advantage, they win at 5v4. Brutal. But that's pretty much what we expect from the elite teams here. The teams that have made it to the top 4, they don't give up many rounds they have an advantage in. That's why they're here. That's why they win.
Good shot from Simple. A follow-up shot through the corner of the doorway. This is brutal. 4-2, it's going to be 5-2. Hobbits left in a 1-on-5.
It's one of those rounds, man. The nerves are going to be setting in a little bit here for Gambit. It's never fun to get brutalized like this, even if it's a round of eco. I mean, you need to find at least a couple of kills here just to make it feel good. So they're like, okay, we put up a fight in the round. It wasn't a blowout. But Hobbit doesn't even have the bomb, which is kind of the name of the game here. You want to get the bomb plant so you can get the bonus money.
An easy kill for Boomich. 5-2. Na'Vi looking calm and collected. No issues in the round. Now we get Gambit back to full strength. Now we get the AK-47s, all the utility. The AWP is going to be back in Shiro's hands. I don't think they've seen this double op setup yet, though. They don't know what kind of defense they're about to encounter. And this is the beautiful shot from Simple, the first one. And the follow-up as well. Just sees a hip go behind the wall.
Oh, it's not every day we get to see that. It's so sick. But I love this, the element of surprise. Bit and Simple both rocking ops, and Bit going combat op and connector as well, just looking for a fight. Hoping that somebody here from Gambit is going to try to get clever. And while he is up against a veteran. The rest of the team now on the side of Na'Vi, just gearing up. Early, hard defense on that B-bomb side for Na'Vi. They were really expecting something here from Gambit. And instead, now you re-aggress and retake some map control. Do we get the bait and switch here?
This could be great positioning for Simple. He's going to be able to have impact no matter where the main thrust of this hit comes in, but they now know his position, and they're already creeping out a monster as well. Electronics got to hold him back. Oh, he saved his life. Perfecto, and Simple jumps in, and just like that, it's over. Everyone from Na'Vi collapses, and everyone wins their fight. It's a 4-round lead.
The overlapping layers of defense there. You pointed it out. It works perfectly. It keeps Simple alive, but what an insane shot from Simple. Dead through the smoke instant.
It looked like, I mean, Perfecto saves his life. It looked like Simple was going down. Perfecto inside the bomb site just gets the one critical kill to keep Simple alive. Electronics able to get the kill towards the doorway. That way, Simple's got all the day to figure out where he wants to go. Now going to get aggressive early and hold back on it. Gambit looking stumped early on, even with that timeout. Although, fair play, it seemed like they had a decent enough call to get something done. Just beautiful shooting from Na'Vi, beautiful setups from Na'Vi.
But Na'Vi had the read on it. They had 4 players down there, right? It seems like they had an idea of what Gambit wanted to call in that situation, because they were just ready for that push. So Gambit, I wonder if we're going to see them going back to the default where they spread out across the map, trying to find picks, trying to get an opening kill to go their way. That's one thing they've been struggling mightily with so far. This map is finding opening kills.
Well, let's see what they have here. No utility. Gonna just walk through this smoke. They're gonna trust it. Flashbangs in, but it was a little bit late. Oh, and Inters follows it up. Gambit's cracked open the B bomb site. It's just Simple to hang on to it. Rotations are coming in. The flick's not gonna land. And Boomich is blocked off by a Molotov. And how much do they actually want to test into this bomb site? Do they want to risk the second AWP? Boomich will try and provide something, but without a kill or two from Boomich, there's no way they risk this weapon.
The turn of pace, and turns out it's just pistols all along that you needed. You just needed to be quick and running straight out onto a bomb site. Gambit, that works wonderfully for them. Hobbit sacked himself, but that's all he'll make that sacrifice every day of the week if it means that he gets a bomb planted in a round 1 against Na'Vi. So Boomich and Bit doing the best they can to hold on to these guns. And if you're going to challenge Simple, I mean, isn't that the perfect situation? You can only shoot 1 bullet at a time with the AWP. If you peek them together,
Yeah, it helps that they killed the first 2 teammates at the bomb site as well. The timing on that flashbang to peek in towards Monster was everything. Na'Vi just barely missed the window of opportunity. 3-round lead as Gambit chew into it, steal one away with pistols, and back to the rifles we go.
Now they need to actually build on something here. It can't just be, you can't just rely on the perfect timing to work out for you every single time, right, to get rounds on the board.
This is like 3 times, though, now in the first, 9 rounds of this game that we've seen Gambit kind of emphasize like a massive amount of bodies towards Monster, trying to pop flash themselves in early on the first gun round. We saw him go back to it and get annihilated. They've gone back to it again. So there's something that Gambit saw in their prep work that makes him feel like Monster can be a weakness for this overpass defense. We've really seen him only crack it and succeed once, but simple timing shot is going to tag Shiro.
The rail saves him, it looks like. Nafani goes down at the hands of Nafani, or at the hands of Bit, rather. I think Simple shot the metal rail and Shiro took the brunt of it, but he is still alive and kicking. Man advantage once again, though, for Na'Vi. This is so important. They can keep their control here as Gambit look like they want to try and press onto the bomb site. Smoke blocks him off on short. Hobbit just hoping to get lucky through this, but now the rest of his teammates are wrapping around from Monster, and Perfecto out in the open gets obliterated. Traded immediately, though, by Electronic. Still a man advantage for Na'Vi, and the bomb is yet to get planted, and they are almost out of nades. They have a single smoke grenade left on Inters. He needs to use that to start creating some room to work with here on the side of Gambit.
Oh, Simple, so patient for the moment. Up top, flashbang out to enable his teammates to turn this corner. Inters inside the bomb site, they don't commit. Inters is able to connect. He's gonna look for more as well around the edge of the smoke, but Boomich scares him away. He knows there's one at the low angle. He wants Simple, he's got him. Deagle's out as well, and Boomich is gonna clean him up. Good trades from the Gambit side and into a one-on-one. It's Bit to Hobbit, and he's not gonna be able to find it. Huge clutch for Gambit.
That is such a savage angle from Hobbit as well, catching him right as his feet touch the ground. No chance to readjust his aim. He's already dead. Hobbit is too quick. Some frustrating rounds here for Na'Vi without a doubt. Again, when Na'Vi, I mean, these are uncharacteristic. Na'Vi, when they get the man advantage, they hold it and they win that round. This is another time where Gambit were able to fight back after a rough start.
Yeah, getting tagged up, getting damaged early, losing a player early. A miraculous round for Gambit to be able to win. You gotta love that, and that's just the timing on the flashbang that gets him.
And he did shoot that metal rail after all. That could have been Shiro out of the picture and a 2-man advantage for Na'Vi. Instead, sometimes that's just the luck of the draw.
Again, though, another Gambit attack through Monster. They found a little bit of a weakness, and at the moment, they're really leaning on it. See Na'Vi crack a couple times in that position, although the aggression last round from Bit was excellent. Good timing, he's got the first. And Inters doesn't want to peek, he has another follow-up, and Bit's gonna deliver again. He's been so good for Na'Vi, continuing here in the semifinal. A 5-on-3 advantage for Na'Vi.
These are just power plays coming in from Bit. Outrageous stuff that he decides to just take control of the situation like this. This is individual talent coming through. And now Na'Vi, they should be feeling far more comfortable in this round. Gambit they haven't sacrificed the bomb. They still have control of that at least, so they're locked out of this round completely.
The only thing Gambit can do now is figure out a way to get one kill. That's all you're really looking for. Get one kill and see what comes of it. See where you find it. See what kind of rotation it's going to cause. See how many players you have alive after the fact. And Bit has pretty much cut this map down. Everyone from Na'Vi can really feel pretty comfortable emphasizing the B bomb site. You can't leave everything unclear, but Na'Vi pretty much know where this is going to happen. Boost coming in, and nobody from Na'Vi is exposed to it.
Boomich holding too close. Oh, they may get a chance. Oh, the jumping shot there. Axel getting the info at least. He spots one player, but that's it. Electronic holding close on short. Drops Axel. And now he's going for more as well. Looking for the follow-up fight. Gonna whiff it, but still, that's confirmation of where the bomb is. Valuable information here for Na'Vi. And with 14 seconds left on the clock, it's looking like Gambit are deciding enough is enough. They're gonna back off and save.
Yeah, they tested it, but they got that one kill that they would have liked, but it cost them too much. And they're gonna back away with no time on the clock. 7th round now for Na'Vi. This defense is looking good so far.
And Bit is just making power plays, which is amazing to see. What terrific work from him so far. All tournament long, he's been making a name for himself. And what, going into this series, he's the 3rd highest rated player in the tournament. Just one above Simple. Simple is the 4th. But there was a lot of emphasis put on Shiro going into this match, and deservedly so. He's the 2nd highest rated player. So these are all semifinal players right now, and that is why they're here. They've got insane gods of CS on their teams.
Yeah, Shiro's made quite a name for himself throughout this year and looking to be one of the best young talents to come out of the region. certainly like to deliver here at the Major. AWP in his hands. And Gambit again playing it slow to start. I mean, they've been punished so much by that aggression from Bit, and you can see what it's caused. You can see the paranoia in the way Gambit is taking this so slow and so cautiously.
Opening shots, hoping for some more pressure to be applied here by Na'Vi. And yeah, sure enough, Bit gonna get spotted out in restrooms, able to dodge out before the HE reigns in. So good on him, and that's Gambit affording themselves some breathing room here finally.
Well, Simple's actually posted up in Monster with the AWP. That's going to allow Electronic to be a bit more mobile, rotating back to the A bomb site. Actually, all of them are going to feel the confidence to start rotating over. They feel no pressure. What a kill from Hobbit. That's a good opening. Gambit have found one. 3 players coming up long, and Navi's going to step in front of the smokes. Nafany can't connect, can't find the kill. 2 players at Truck, and it's Electronic to deliver. Even Hobbit's going to go down next, and Navi's recovering so well. They got here at the perfect moment. Shiro, leg shot, can do nothing so far. Finally one for him. Low HP, but too many players to look at. 8th round for Na'Vi.
8th round on the board, rock solid. The fight, Electronic has had a few chances to really step up, and he's whiffed a couple of them, but not this time, not this round. He holds the line for Na'Vi on that A defense. And yes, stand up for your Lord Boomich.
Lord Boomich. Got Na'Vi started in that 2nd round, a little ring around the rosy on the Truck, and they have been running away with it ever since.
Oh, the leg shot as well, that's ridiculous. Timings here, timings. Got another round of pistols for Gambit, and they've been a threat. It's not like Na'Vi can underestimate this. Cannot take these eco rounds lightly from Gambit. But I do like the early aggression there, trying to bully Gambit a bit. That's what you're supposed to do against these pistols. Show them no respect. Nice. Bit of the cheer going on as well for Na'Vi.
Here we go.
Comfortably in the lead. Oh, Bit, they heard that. Is that just to try and bait them out? Oh, Simple's changed up the angle, though. He's not watching anymore. Oh, the timing! Disaster.
Yeah, that hurts. Simple just wanted to look another direction, but he's going to recover. If anyone can, it would be him. He knows they can creep up close to him. Got to be a little bit cautious managing these angles. There's a minute left in the round, and he's taking a bit of pressure, a bit of fire from long, looking for this player creeping up. Doesn't want to swing too wide. He'd be overexposed. There's a lot of risk, a lot of timings on this. He spots one in towards bathroom. They're going to swing it long, and he wasn't prepared. Boomich now under so much pressure again, and once again going to deliver. Lord Boomich! Triple kill in the bomb site. And waiting for one more. Inters has nothing to do. He's going to go down. It's Perfecto with the final kill.
Bow down or stand for his Lord Boomich. The Boomich chant. Let's go. Dude, talk about it, though. He's been getting some flack, right? Out of all the players on this team, he's under so much scrutiny, questioning whether or not the in-game leadership is there, questioning the individual ability. If he's going to show up here in the semifinals like this, a chance for redemption.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously going to be massive, a huge boost for Na'Vi that already has a ton of firepower for the squad. 9-4 in the favor of Na'Vi. This half can very easily be dominant. These final 2 rounds are everything from Gambit.
That's the hallmark of all of the top teams, though, in their eras, right? Where there was no weakness on the roster. It wasn't like you could go, oh, we're going to go bully this guy in particular. It was like, no, you would still take your head off. So, I mean, if Na'Vi are going to start showing those kinds of qualities where everybody is ridiculous on this team, Gambit are going to have their work cut out for them going into this second half.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 4 of them. They've got 4 players like that. We'll see what Gambit comes up with in the timeout. At the moment, this Gambit attack doesn't feel too dangerous. The few strategies they've had towards Monster have had some promise, but they haven't been able to find kind of a second strategy that's really been effective in this opening half. We'll give it another go here in round number 14. Bit one more time is going to get right up in their face.
Simple as well on the hunt. Was not able to spot him, though. Hobbit able to thread that needle, get out of harm's way. And in the meantime, Gambit starting to show a little bit of presence over here towards top mid. Of course, this has been Bit's playground so far this half, and so they need to take the time to clear it out. Otherwise, they run the risk of getting flanked again.
Ooh, this is going to be interesting, though. Bit is actually coming up through bathrooms to join with Electronic. They can actually set up a pretty brutal follow-up peek. It's all about timing Bit. He sees the flashbang coming in. Now Electronic's going to peek. He sees the target far away. He wants nothing to do with that fight. They're happy with the 5-on-4 and the man advantage. And Gambit have once again been forced away from this A bomb site. They haven't really been able to pressure it a whole lot throughout this half. Good work from Bit on the aggression. And Gambit's going to head back towards B.
That timing was impeccable, and now you have 3 players locked and loaded, ready to go here for Na'Vi on the B bomb site. Simple gonna get out here. Proactive play from him. He gets rewarded. Spots Shiro. Doesn't quite hit the no-scope. That was sick, though. Perfecto gonna find another one, and it's all on Nafani and Exile now working their way through Monster. They've had success in the past here, but this is going to be a tall order. This is going to be so tough. Boomich has spotted him out. Simple strikes down Nafani, and Boomich is there to take out Exile. 10-4, double digits in a half on CT side. This is getting out of hand.
I mean, the protocols from Na'Vi are just so strong. That switch up from Simple and Perfecto there. Simple takes the attention from the right side. Hobbit thinks that's where the battle's going to come from. Perfecto then eliminates that second player, and he knows he can push up to sandbags and secure that, which just enables Simple to be the aggressive player he likes to be with a shot like this. He knows he's got Perfecto holding down that part of the map. Huge lead now for Na'Vi. A statement in this opening half in the semifinals.
If you have to play against Na'Vi right now, you're kind of pulling at your collar. It's starting to get a little uncomfortable because these guys, it's clear that they are ready. They are up to the task, and they are the team to beat here. Double digits on the CT side. It feels like it's a while since we've been able to say that. Getting a dominant first half here, Na'Vi. So no matter what happens now, they're going to be pretty pleased with it. Simple so quick, misses the shot though.
If he had to hit that, it's just like, get out.
Yeah,
it's time to go. Here we go, Monster again. They love this pop flash coming in. 2 players gonna turn the corner. Deep defense, Perfecto. The smoke is gonna cut off one angle. He's got to rip out behind, he's blind. Exile comes through, and Hobbit, they crack it open. Just a 3-man set piece at the B bomb site. 2 players moving forward, and now Na'Vi's got to recover. I don't know if they can.
You got no choice. There's no saving now. You need to get out here somehow. With 3 players alive, it's all about the retake now. 45 seconds left, and the bomb is just now getting planted. Electronic, beautiful kill there on Exile. 1 step closer to making this possible here for Na'Vi. Decides to take another fight, finds that headshot. Inter's laid low. Nafani, Shiro, and Hobbit the last alive, and they finally managed to remove Electronic, pull his plug. Hobbit with the kill on Bit, and it's all on Simple. Now 1v3, not quick enough. A 5th round collected for Gambit on their T side of Overpass. Moses, do you think it's going to be enough?
They're right on the edge. Obviously, I think a lot's going to come down towards those first 2 rounds, the pistol and who can convert it. But I think they've done enough to be competitive if they can find a solid defense and build up into it. Exile's another big name for this team. 3-13 for him. Been very, very quiet, but it's been a lockdown defense as well. Simple's got 14. Boomich has 14. Electronic with 13.
And the cheering sections. Yes, stand tall, stand proud for the Lord Boomich. Fist bumps going around, and we're about to get into the second half here. And we're going to get to see what Na'Vi have in store for us on the T side. What have they prepared? Because you know, if this is the outcome, you know that they put in the work. I see everybody with a stack of papers next to them on that team. There has to be something in there.
Yeah, we've seen that, saw it a couple times in the group stage come out. We'll see if they need it. Electronic.
All right, go ahead.
Electronic and Simple. Just taking a little bit of control early. Aggressive, actually. Electronic, this is so bold. There's the flashbang coming in. Shiro goes down. If he converts the second, that'd be huge. And Simple waiting for a follow-up peek, but gonna back off. That P250 can sing.
Certainly can. Keep it in the fight as long as you can. He's got Kevlar as well, so it's the raid boss strategy. Able to take some damage and dish it out. And they've decided to regroup here, Na'Vi, and work their way up onto this A-bomb site. Quick rotation coming in here from Gambit, though. They're not wasting any time with this. There will be a second body here to put up a fight in a moment. So Na'Vi have to hit this window before further reinforcements arrive. They decide to peek together. What a play from Gambit. Nafani finds the headshot. He gets traded, and now the push is in here from Na'Vi. Nafani doing the best he can to hold the line, but it's not going to be good enough. Perfecto with 2 kills and a bomb plant for Na'Vi.
All 3 players at the truck, though. They actually have to extend outward. Oh, they're going to jump right through the smoke. Inters knew it was coming, but he can do nothing about it. All on Hobbit, 1 versus 3, and he's got to at least try. He's got a challenge. Oh, and this is going to be so difficult. So many different angles. There is a kit right next to the bomb as well, but he needs the kills. He needs them now. There's the first. Reloading as well. He's got time. And pushing forward the stairs. They're trying to bait him into each other. Hobbit is making this possible. Oh, the kit. And this is not planted for Bank. He can stick this defuse. How does Bit play this? I don't think he's out of it. Hobbit has created a miracle. Gambit's got the pistol in improbable fashion.
And if anyone was going to deliver the monster round, it had to be Hobbit. What a play! Unreal. 1v3 clutch of the pistol on overpass. And that could be the round that sets Gambit up for success here in the half. What a close play. But again, first half pistol, it was tight. And then you get that insane second round from Boomich. Na'Vi coming back into it. Now we have to see, are Na'Vi going to be able to do the same thing here? With that bomb planted, they can afford to get a little bit of gear going in this round. But it's not fully committing to it. Hero AK on Simple, couple of nades and some deagles, but that is it. Na'Vi kind of trying to play halfway on this one. That's interesting. All right, still, I think the best meme I've seen so far is Simple looking at the pages and then written on it is, you know, Devil Walk 1 Major, Simple 0.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That was good. I like that one. Send us some more if you found them.
Well, a little bit of a lifeline provided by Hobbit, the 1v3. They got to survive this round. Simple with his AK-47 working in tandem with Electronic over towards Sandbags. Peek up, beautiful shot. There goes Hobbit.
Revenge.
5 on 4 for Na'Vi.
Revenge for the last round. All right, well, you managed to lay him low. Man advantage. And look at this push coming through here from Axel. What a mad lad.
I think Bit might have heard it.
Do you think he heard the footsteps? Because it seemed like Axel was running. And yeah, Bit's now got the angle. Axel's never going to expect this. Bit with the second shot connects, and Simple in the meantime finds another headshot. Ooh. Oh, and then another one. Where does this guy do it? Shiro now the last one alive here for Gambit, hoping to be the hero.
Oh my
Simple,
God.
that is disgusting. Look at confusion on Simple. Why is it gotta be so easy? Why is it always so easy for him?
That's so filthy. Just taking over the round single-handedly. This is so beautiful. And Gambit just got worked. Simple never had to move from his position. 11 to 6, he takes it right back. Yeah, that's the face of a man who's wondering who doubted he's the best player in the world.
Playing it up, what a boss. Oh no, and that's heart-wrenching for Gambit. Dude, that is both pistols won and then both follow-up rounds reversed on him. Gambit cannot catch a break on this map, and this is their map pick. We have Mirage coming up next. Na'Vi picked that one. This is going to be crazy. So let's see now. Na'Vi, that's a round. If ever a round was going to get you fired up, that one's got to be it. So far, just a little bit of presence being shown here on B. Gambit trying to make up their minds. Na'Vi haven't really shown their hand anywhere. Just busy taking over the map slowly but surely.
Yeah, just very passive. You might see like Perfecto being the more aggressive player with his MAC-10, Electronic getting a little bit of information as well. And for Gambit, it's got to be just fights won. No utility, nothing to do any kind of trickery with, just a stack towards the A bomb site. Even Hobbit is backing away from B, and Electronic is going to start investigating with his FAMAS. And he's going to see it's entirely clear. He sees one player jumping far back. He's going to start calling Na'Vi to rotate over. And Electronic has got the winning recipe, even with Simple out towards long, and maybe he just wants to farm.
He just wants the kills. Getting those stats. He's only got 18 kills so far, Moses. I mean, you know, you got to pump those numbers up if you're Simple. Well, the bomb plant's going to happen, and now Simple's going to get a chance because the rest of Gambit have cut him off from the rest of his team, and they're out and looking for him too. So life can get real interesting here real quick for Simple. He's going to have to fight his way out of here because the rest of Gambit are going to say, wait, hold on, that's an AK and it's alone. Can we get our hands on that?
Yeah, they might want to. Simple's going to be aggressive, of course, though.
Of course.
Smoke behind him for protection. And the rest of his team, you could see he's being patient. The rest of his teammates coming up the staircase, they might want to join in on the fight. He doesn't want to commit to anything before his team gets here, not even risking the AK-47. 5-7, doing work, double headshot for Exile. That would be great for Gambit if he could start heating up, passing some guns away. And now actually there's a little bit of hustle, a little bit of intensity to Na'Vi trying to chase this down. They don't want them to keep these rifles. Electronics got them both. Brilliant stuff from Na'Vi.
And Simple survives the entire time. He just served his bait. He guaranteed that Gambit had no way out. There was no backing off from that fight. Once Gambit were committed, they had to hold the line. That 5-7, it's really interesting that we're seeing so much 5-7 lately as well. It feels like it's really coming back into style with these players. And I mean, just look up close. You can nuke people with it. It does so much damage. Really cool to see. 12-6 now. Na'Vi 4 rounds away from securing victory on this first map of the best of 3 of our second semifinal here at the Stockholm Major.
They're going to have, Navi's going to have such a nice lead before Gambit's even able to fall back. Timing on this flashbang is everything, and it's a little bit early. Navi's not going to do anything to commit just off that one Molotov, so Gambit pulling the trigger on the stack a little bit early. And Electronic, again, loves these fights. Going to look hard clear towards the left, but there's that 5-7.
Again. Oh, enters at range. That was sick. Takes down Boomich. We're into a 3-on-3, and now you've got a FAMAS to play with if you're Axel. Not the best, but still. Exactly. You're going to go ahead and pass that around. Inters actually has Kevlar, so he may be able to take a fight with that. We have 2 players locked and loaded on the B bomb side, ready to dance, ready to go. Axel looking to do some more damage, trying to stay alive and set it up for his teammate. Unfortunately, Inters and Axel both drop at the same time. And we are going to get a bomb plant here for Na'Vi. Highly likely now that we'll have a 13th round for Na'Vi, barring some miracle play again here from Hobbit.
If he gets 2 1v3s in this game, that would be something unbelievable. This one, I don't think there's a chance with these AKs. Yeah, Bit's going to just turn the corner and not even let him get started. 13-6, a 7-round lead for Na'Vi.
Simple, just keeping it straightforward, right? Just click on their heads. Just click on that. That's all you need to do. And right now, I mean, that's exactly what's going on, what's working for the entire team. It doesn't really feel like there's an element that's lagging far behind here on Na'Vi. Everybody is doing work. Everybody's doing their job. On the side of Gambit, however, still waiting on Axel and Shiro to start having that impact. It's Hobbit who's just fighting tooth and nail right now to try and keep this team alive.
Yeah, the most experienced player as well on the team.
Yeah. There was always the speculation going into this.
Oh, Simple. I don't think he spotted that. I think he thinks he found the timing to where nobody could be here, but was he going to look? I thought he might check Hobbit. 1, and able to convert the 2nd. Big start to the round for Gambit. Now it's just all about not letting it slip away. A 5-on-3 for the defense.
I'm pretty sure I just saw Blade looking at the papers in front of him like, wait, we must have missed that. How did Hobbit get there that quickly? It's not written down here on this page.
Yeah, it wasn't in the script. Simple got there so fast. I think he believed he had the timing. Bit's going to go down next as he's trying to get creative, trying to take some liberties through the smoke, and Hobbit's being very mobile across the map, and this round has slipped away from Na'Vi. 7 on the board for Gambit, and they need to start stringing them together. They need to close this gap very, very soon. Electronic, perhaps a 1 and done. As Hobbit is behind him as well. There it is. Good round from Hobbit. Triple kill for him. And still a little bit of fight in Gambit.
Hobbit just keeping his cool. Doing terrific work. One of the top goes into the series with the 1.2 ratings. I mean, he has been doing tremendous work for Gambit. And again, it's worth mentioning, right? The veteran of this roster. And all eyes were on Gambit, or on Hobbit. We felt like, okay, Hobbit's definitely going to show up. The big question mark was always going to be whether or not the young guns were going to be able to follow suit, or if Hobbit is just going to have to try and lead from the front the entire time to show him, like, this is possible. He just needs to keep them alive long enough for Axel and Shiro to start slamming.
Look, it's Gambit's almost like that's been a question for this team, like, ever since they kind of rose to prominence in the first half of this year. First test was Cologne. Obviously here this is going to be a follow-up test of these young guys stepping onto the big stage, as well as in a LAN environment.
Yeah, and with the fans this time, that's the thing.
And remember, there's a part of Gambit that's a product of their own success. They were so good for the first half of this year. It is almost unreasonable to expect them to be able to maintain that performance heading into the major months down the road. And they need to come back into this match 6 rounds behind.
The bar has been set exceedingly high. Let's see if they can match it. 13-7. Na'Vi 3 rounds away. And now we get that standard patient waiting game between both of these teams. They're known for it. It's how they play the game. It's how they approach the game. The CIS region, slow, measured, use the utility, and play the clock.
And Gambit's playing this one passive, and that means Navi's going to be spending a lot of utility to kind of gain some of this map control, some of this map presence, and try and figure out exactly what the defense is. But if Gambit just stays kind of far back at the moment like they are, You know, eventually when the hit comes in from Navi, if it's too late in the round, there's going to be plenty of counter nades for Gambit to use. They're going to have a lot of options on how to play their situations.
Now we've got restrooms control. Next, or we'll see if Bit is going to keep pushing that forward to take control of Banana as well. But for now, they have long restroom. That's one starting block if the A hit were to come through.
One of the most common information plays is a push out towards long, and Bit is watching for it at the moment. Now he can be put into play at a moment's notice. You can see the bomb centralized in this attack. It's going to be Boomage to probe through. Monster completely blinded, no chance. But they're simple. Axile got baited into pushing forward, but there's still Shiro lying in wait.
Exactly. He needs to hold the line here. Perfecto seems to realize it as well. Is he going to check a hard left? Yes, he will. Oh! Instant death for Shiro. Perfecto, that was a beautiful headshot. And Bit's going to catch Nafani out in the open as well. Goes for the follow-up, takes Hobbit out of the fight. Beautiful work from Na'Vi.
They needed both those kills. That bomb almost did not get planted in time, even with all that success. So God bless Bit for those double kills inside of the A bomb site. Navi's going to be on 14, and they just worked Gambit again.
These are painful losses for Gambit as well, just one-sided batterings. And now you're going to get Inters backing off, trying to save an AK.
That's a beautiful glimpse of Navi just throwing a feint towards that B bomb site. Minimal pressure, see what it's going to cause. Boomage coming out Monster has forced Axile into an aggressive play where the rest of Navi's lying in wait. Absolutely beautiful, and obviously followed up by some incredible shots. Perfecto and Bit delivering all the entrances that Navi needed.
Hobbit just looking pensive right now, trying to figure out what it is that needs to happen. I'd be very curious to see if Gambit decide to call a tactical timeout. Maybe a little bit of a breather here, trying to stumble Navi for a second, and it looks like we will get a timeout called.
I mean, they have to. They have to decide what they want to buy here. I think 7 to 14 is way too far back to just let them get up to 15 with just pistols. You have to invest something, especially since you have that AK-47. So Inters can drop a rifle. A couple players may have to drop down to like light armor or some FAMAS, but Gambit will have a decent enough buy to feel comfortable fighting back. It's all about where are you going to position it.
What have you picked up so far that you can take advantage of as we get closer and closer to this timeout running down? The clock has begun. We're going to be getting into this round. And as far as Gambit are concerned, it is going to be, yeah, just a little bit of utility picked up here. They have, they're going for it. FAMAS, nades, just a laid by. So you get the replay here of the last round. Simple, just that is the brilliant shot there from Perfecto. If Shiro holds out for even a second longer, that buys so much time for his teammates to get into position. The fact that Perfecto annihilates him immediately is just outrageous.
Well, round 22, 14 to 7. Gambit need another lifeline. They already were delivered one earlier with the Hobbit 1 versus 3. They need more. Almost looks like they want to set up some aggression through this smoke. It's going to fade. They want the fight, and there goes Electronic. Simple's got one, and Inters wants nothing to do with that battle. He just backs away. Happy to be in a man or in an even situation 4-on-4.
You could just hear the nope from here. It's like noping out of there. Not wanting to take that fight whatsoever. Had he gone down, that would have been disastrous. He was the only man alive on that B-bomb site on the defense. Instead now Na'Vi still spread out quite a bit. Bit just now starting to make his way up long where there are 2 pros waiting for Gambit. It's an interesting setup though. Not the hugest fan. He's now, Axel is going to find himself a bit isolated from the rest of them. It feels like Bit's comfortable to once again just set up here at long restroom.
Ooh, here's a play. Nafany in the 4-on-4. He's going to test and see if there's any kind of a gap in the default. Oh, and Bit just barely misses him. He doesn't see him. This flank could be huge. Bit goes down. That's the only presence towards the A bomb site. So now Navi just have to pull the trigger on this hit towards the B site. Smoke's going to go down to provide cover, but look at the player ready to jump up on the boxes. Inters, he can do so much. And Navi's not going to see him. Boomage isn't going to see him quite yet. Ball is being planted. There's the jump over. There goes Simple, and not able to convert another. But he's caused chaos. He's made it hectic, and Boomage still alive, but just for a moment. Gambit hold on just barely. An 8th round.
It's just barely enough. Inters, that smoke ends up hurting Navi more than it helps him. Without that smoke, he gets clipped immediately, and yet that smoke just barely covers him. A bit too tall a task there for Boomage, though, when he's getting swarmed, and that is a much-needed round for Gambit picked up, but I don't think it's going to be a confidence-building one. I think they realize just how close they came to disaster there. But some very nice flanks working out for him, and Gambit can count that a huge win. Because you got to start somewhere. It's the first round, and CS is a game of rounds. So just start putting them together, and before you know it, the map is over. So many times to talk to players, I'm like, yeah, I didn't even look at the score. I didn't even know what score was anymore. I was just playing round for round. I was just playing the game. So this is all a mental aspect of it. Early exchanges, top mid, keeping him honest. Navi showing a little bit of presence, and in the meantime, in connector, it's about to pop off. Perfecto, ready to take point. Oh, and Hobbit just a split second too late.
Oh, they've actually bypassed the defense that pushed forward. They actually weren't even spotted whatsoever in this kind of a setup. So Perfecto and Simple have a decent amount of control, and they can start pressuring up Highway already into the A bomb site. A little bit of an off angle. Simple hasn't realized it just yet. There's the peek. Now he knows he wants these fights. Dinked is going to force him back. That's damaging, but Perfecto steps up in his place.
So sick. Hobbit, though, golden opportunity here for him to ruin their days. Perfecto has no reason to think that he's coming up here, and he's going to get caught completely off guard. Hobbit taking his time to work in here. Instant death for Perfecto. 4-on-4. And Hobbit peeling back to the B site.
Bomb is split now as well. We can see Boomich with that just passing T spawn. Simple is going to come join him, but he's got low HP. Now they're going to have a tough decision to make. Hobbit still alive, and he needs that kill, or he needs to just survive a little bit longer. Electronics got one. That makes Hobbit get aggressive, and he's found eventually. Nowhere to go. All options removed.
30 seconds left, though. They're cutting it so close. They don't have any room for error here. Inters could ruin their day completely.
Oh, this is weird. This is so dangerous. Electronic is going to clear the A bomb set. I don't think they have time to go back. He's got to have a very aggressive flank.
17 seconds left on the clock here. Simple. He knows that Inters is close. Not going to get the kill. And Shiro's here to hold the line. It's looking like another round for Gambit. 8 seconds left, and the kills come through. Boomich and Electronic saved the day for Na'Vi. You can't cut it much closer than that.
That's crazy. What a wild amount of trust you have to have as a team to pull off something like that. No time to fall back to a clear A bomb site. And Electronic just has to be pure aggression on the flank. And again, Na'Vi find a tactical way to beat Gambit.
Unreal. Unreal, this level coming in here from Na'Vi so far. And that they managed to get that done. They are looking so good right now, and it is going to be another tactical timeout called by Gambit. A bit of chatter happening over there, trying to figure out what it is that they need to do. I mean, the copy pasta comes to mind, but
there's not much left to do. Like they have to win 7 rounds in a row, and they have to start it out in such a desperate situation. They have no more timeouts to use throughout this half to make the comeback happen, even if it was to get going. And it doesn't look like Na'Vi's even going to allow him to get started. 22 kills on Simple now, 21 on Electronic.
yeah, that's the beauty of it. There's been so much focus on Bit and Boomich and Perfecto, but you know, Electronic is just comfortably up there, getting kills, doing his job, getting his work in. And yes, now Gambit backs to the wall on this map. It's map point for Na'Vi on Gambit's map pick. A tremendous situation here for Na'Vi where they could really set themselves up for success going into Mirage next. And so we have that soul rifle in the hands of Hobbit. MP9 on Shiro. Beautiful headshot from Axile. Takes down Bit. That's certainly a good start here in this round for Gambit with a man advantage. That puts Na'Vi a little bit on the back foot. In the meantime, Na'Vi, instant reaction from them is to rotate hard over towards B.
Let's see if they can pull this off. There's a timing here with only 2 defenders. Hobbit inside the bomb site. Inters at the barrels, and they're going to bypass any utility he wanted to put out. Hobbit's the first player. He gets the first. Boomich responds in kind, and Hobbit's just going to chill behind that smoke. He's trying to, Inters is just going to try and stay alive as much as possible, waiting for his teammates to get in, but Na'Vi as well. They've got 50 seconds. They've applied a lot of pressure. It doesn't need to be a commitment just yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. Look at this. They just put the brakes on, wait for the smoke to clear, find Inters in the open, and now they have the man advantage in this situation with 40 seconds left on the clock. Loads of time to work with, and they have the superior firepower. As soon as the P comes through, whoa, Simple with the uncharacteristic miss, but still, that gets them the info. There's one on high, and there's one on low. They know where everybody is now, Na'Vi. They have all the information that they need. Boomich gonna find one, and it's Shiro with a double. Simple to save the day and close out the map. But for a second, it was looking hairy for Na'Vi. Gambit doing the best that they could, but it was not enough. Na'Vi emerged victorious on Overpass.
Even some conversations at the end there for Na'Vi to make sure those mistakes get cleaned up going into the next map. But, I mean, if you're Na'Vi, you have to be happy with the performance of everyone on that team. Simple was incredible, single-handedly winning multiple rounds. Electronic was there all game long. Beautiful stuff, and Na'Vi called a great game. All that prep work they talked about, it's coming to fruition. Now they're being rewarded for it.
It really is. It feels like this team, every time you see them play, every time you see them compete, they're getting better and better. They're getting more comfortable with the system. It feels like the more time that Blade has to work, he just keeps getting better. Talent, Bit stepping up in a tremendous fashion. But it seems like Simple, everybody's just getting more and more comfortable on this team.
Yeah, they really do seem like they're all just on the same page at all times. Some of the protocols, some of the switches on defense were absolutely magnificent, but just start to finish, dominance from Na'Vi. Regardless, before we get to the next map, we're going to send it back over to the guys on the panel.
Yeah, thanks a lot, gentlemen. You can see the Na'Vi logo emblazoned on the side of the Avicii Arena there. Get a feeling, not the last time we're going to see it. We're about to break it down on the desk. Obviously, I've got Thorin, Blair, Yanko here. I'm just going to say what I said throughout this competition. The Gambit you think you know doesn't exist anymore. For whatever reason, I think they've been very poor overall at this major. And I know a lot of people were all, oh, but look at what they did here. They weren't in this game at all.
Yeah, I think unfortunately they had to play this game on hard mode, right? Like winning the both pistol rounds, losing the second round, right? Being on the back foot throughout. Listen, like Na'Vi is just so good. Maps don't really matter that much because they're just firing on all cylinders this whole tournament, right? Every time Gambit would win a round, Na'Vi would come back, take the following round. They couldn't get any quote-unquote free wins, right? Anti-eco rounds or anything along those lines. And yeah, some of the players didn't show up either.
And I've just got to say, but as you just pointed out, right, we're talking about a Na'Vi just come to play. And then, of course, these two guys, the two guys on the tip of their tongues, Shiro and Axel, just didn't show up at all.
Yeah, this is my problem, right, is we can talk, I'm sure we'll do it in a minute. We'll praise all Na'Vi players to the heavens. We'll talk about Boomage, talk about Simple going God mode as usual. But the problem is this was the map pick of Gambit. This is the map they have won 9 times in a row. This is supposed to be the one that they're a team that they will win this map, and then we look at the rest of the series. So those two players who have been MVPs this year, Shiro was the MVP of IM Katowice online. And then obviously, Axel himself, people were saying maybe he's even the best player in the team. Where was he on the T side there? Why was it players like Nafani and Inters I saw who were trying to double peak into Bit, etc.? Then for Shiro, don't ever compare this player to Simple or ever utter the words new Simple. Simple doesn't just play passively off and go, nah, save the AWP this time, I reckon. He goes in impossible situations. He goes first if he needs to. He will re-peak into a totally dodgy setup and get the kill. Axel just kills people who walk in with his crosshair. If it ain't true, mate, prove it to me.
Yeah, well, listen, I'll talk about Axel. That's the one for me that has been missing in this Gambit team. The other things have happened. Like Shiro's had a bad map there for sure, but we've seen aspects.
We were told he's the best CT side player in the world or whatever.
Well, yeah, he has been statistically at this tournament.
Not
but
today.
Not today. No, not today when it matters. But let's talk about Axel. I'll come to you, Yanko. Really had the high standards he set prior to this major. It's been a very poor showing from him.
Yeah, it has been, and after that first quarter of the year, really, when he did win an MVP as well and all that stuff, he did go missing every now and then. It did fall back mostly on Shiro and Hobbit to carry them through these performances. And Hobbit, by the way, amazing here as well. And that's where you see the experience. And I think that's the biggest problem. Just, this is a whole different environment for Gambit. And we see that some of their players are really just failing to show up. We talked about Nafani as well. He's the entry fragger. We praised them for being, in these games, maybe leads by example a little bit. He also couldn't really find those openings and get things done.
I mean, speaking about Hobbit, how much can a man do? The amount of space he was getting, the amount of flanks he was getting, that connector area, the amount of work he was putting in. Not to forget that 1v3 pistol round he played. I mean, brilliant clutch coming out from him as well, right? But there's so much this guy can do, right? We talk about him being kind of the pillar of the team, but you have the stars like Axel, like Ashiro, like Nafani, all these guys are supposed to be stepping up. You can't just put all the weight of this team on this one guy. No. But I got to give credit to Hobbit, though. Major champion for a reason.
Yes. Yeah. Here's the thing. Normally, the story with Gambit is they don't need one player to go. They've got this phalanx of players, haven't they? They had one really great player in this server. He was doing everything to keep them in the game. Yeah. And I'll even say this. This is why I know it's firepower that killed Gambit in this game. Because if you actually watch that T side, if you were to run it back and I get a bunch of IGLs before they hit the site, is this good utility usage? Are they going to get in here? Do you think they get the trades? They probably tell me yes. I actually thought Gambit could have won the first first half there. Now, yes, once you go in, you get a miracle couple of kills from Perfecto. Simple starts just heating up and hitting everything. Boom, it just wins 2 rounds by himself. That's the problem with Na'Vi. They break the game. Like, I know the casters were saying, like, what a great game they called. So the way they won the CT half, it was just pure firepower.
Yeah, they had some good plays, you know, some mid-aggression flash plays, so on. A couple of really good setups. And I guess that's what forced, you know, that made Gambit use more utility to take map control and so on, spend more time. But at the end of the day, Na'Vi was just playing from ahead from start to finish.
And I'll give an example as well. That second round of the second half after they won the pistol, the way the Simple got those kills, firstly, 6 shots, like nutty shots, but it's almost from one position. They're just peeking into him, just reading him like an open book. Yeah, first half I agree with Duncan as well. I think it would have easily gone the way of Gambit. Maybe they could have had a few more rounds, but on the defensive side, it just fell apart. Yeah.
By the way, if you're out there, the legend Zeus, you remember back in the day where you were like, it's Simple, you take the Deagle, you're really good on the Deagle, I'll have the AK. That's why you give the hero AK to Simple, because he is the hero. You saw what he can do in the game.
We have settled. Thorin's Law has been proven to be accurate once again. Guys, great to get your thoughts. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Gambit are going to be looking for a miracle on Mirage. Make sure you join us.
I want to say to all Gambit players, Nafani, Shiro, Axel, Hobbit, good luck, guys. You must win this major, and I believe.
That guy is good, and looks like he's from Russia. I don't know, but it's always I appreciate it. His support is amazing. Yeah, he's from heart, and I'm feeling it.
Gambit, I came here from Russia, from St. Petersburg. It was a very tough road, and you're gonna do it for us, for Russia, and for CIS. Let's go.
Let's go. Yes, I already understand that you are from Russia. Thank you. Спасибо за поддержку, ребят, реально, очень приятно.
Гамбит, один шанс на миллион победить Фурию. 14 часов поездки, чтобы прийти и посмотреть на вашу игру. Гамбит!
Yeah, Gambit, I wish you good luck. It was a hard road, and I believe in you. Yeah, good luck. We are from Ukraine, and we vote for you.
This guy is super energy. Thank you. I mean, yeah, good Na'Vi t-shirt, by the way.
All right, Gambit, we got a lot of Brazilians in the house. We got to shut them up. 16-0, baby, incoming. Let's go.
Let's go. Thank you. I mean, I respect Brazilians community, but thank you for the support. Yeah.
Gambit, I wish you win, because Kazakhstan, I came from Kazakhstan to support you. I want you real to be first and to prove everyone that we are not online, but you will do it online and took the first place. Hobbit, my boy, I love you.
Thank you, brother, my brother from Kazakhstan. Alha, Kazakhstan. I mean, thank you, guys. Thank you. It's really a pleasure to play in front of you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Я хочу сказать на русском языке спасибо нашим фанатам за поддержку. Честно, очень чувствуется. Мы сидим в наушниках, чувствуется, как вы там кричите, ну, которые здесь находятся. Ну и, конечно же, хочу сказать большим фанатам, которые смотрят наши трансляции, в принципе, нас поддерживают. Турнир сложный, в эмоциональном плане. Мы готовились очень много. И, надеюсь, ментальные проблемы не помешают нам показать нашу лучшую игру. Спасибо, ребята.
Yeah, welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. We are in the second semi-final. Advantage Na'Vi. They're taking on Gambit, and we go into Na'Vi's pick of Mirage. Now, I said before we went to the break, guys, I said they need a miracle on Mirage. I stand by it. I really feel the gulf in class between these two teams. It's just evident now. Na'Vi have evolved to a new phase, a new level.
Richard, you know what they need? They need a good start. They need a little bit of room to work with, really. Na'Vi actually so far through the playoffs has either, you know, won a pistol round and converted, or if they lost it, they won the second round, right? So they've been putting pressure on their opponents from the very get-go, and we know how good they are, even when they don't have all the weapons and all the utilities. So that makes just that much more difficult for people to play against them. And if there's a silver lining for Gambit, last time Na'Vi played this map was against Gambit, and Gambit won.
That's the problem, though, right? That's a game that didn't really matter. That's my issue with
Also
that, right?
true.
It was a 16-8 win. It was a very convincing win. Na'Vi weren't even trying. This is a whole different team altogether. And for Gambit, here's the thing: when the pressure was on in the first map, they cracked, they crumbled. I don't know if they can do it, Duncan. For me, they need to reset the 5 minutes or 10 minutes they've had in between. If they can do that, this could be a competitive map. It is a map that Gambit can play. They have a pretty good record on as well. So we could potentially have a banger of a map here. But if they continue with that old mindset, they're going to be screwed.
There's two pieces of good news if you want Gambit to make this a competitive series. One, this is a map they themselves pick in series, including in the past against the aforementioned Na'Vi. And on top of that, you think about Na'Vi historically. Na'Vi are the ultimate team to go up 1-0. Maybe they're even winning the second map and then just sort of give it away and think they'll get it on the third map. And some players go away, some players go missing. So I want to see, is Na'Vi really going to win? Because if they are, by the way, they'll have won like 8 maps in a row. They will not have dropped a single map at the tournament, in which case maybe they are just going to stomp the whole tournament. But I'm still waiting. Like I did point out before, eventually he's going to have some games where he comes back down. It wasn't that crazy in the previous game.
And also, super interesting fact, neither of these teams played Mirage yet in this tournament, right? And we know that Na'Vi, after the break and in recent times, has just been out of this world, really, in terms of also preparation. They changed their approach, and you know they have some special things in store, right, for every map that they're playing here at the Major. So Gambit, you would expect them to have done the same. So that might be, you know, we might see something different because these teams are so familiar with each other. This is where we might have some, you know, X factors going on.
So without wanting to risk repeating some of the stuff we went over before the break, who's got to step it up to help deliver victory to Gambit?
Shiro, here we go. They're going to be starting on the CD side, I assume, right? It's obviously Na'Vi's map pick. Gambit's going to be choosing CD side. Highest rated player on the CD side thus far at the Major. The star AWP player. The player some people used to call, oh, he's the new next Simple. Step up, show up what you got. Show us what you got, and maybe if you can do that, we might actually see a game on our hands here.
Yeah, let's have a few rounds where when you're actually in a position with the AWP to get the first battle, the first duel, you get the first kill, you can actually make Simple and the other Na'Vi players have to think about it then, have to start running the clock down again, get a little bit hesitant. As Janko said, like, if you get a start like that in the beginning of every map as Na'Vi, or you just break them back immediately when they win the pistol, you're never really under pressure in that scenario. In fact, especially when seemingly everyone in the last few maps has had a chance to go off and have a round where they go crazy. Like, I haven't really seen, as you said in the intro, actually, I haven't seen Na'Vi tested, so let's test them a little. Let's put them under some pressure to win this match.
Yeah, well, you hope that they can. Janko, any thoughts for you? I mean, I know you're like me. I just don't think that Gambit can challenge them.
Unfortunately, it does feel that way. It just feels that as a team on this big of a stage, they're not there yet. They're lacking the experience, and it's showing.
All right, well, this is it now. It's do or die for Gambit on Na'Vi's pick of Mirage. Take it away, Semler and Moses.
Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you very much to our wonderful analysts. And, well, I mean, the question that I have to ask you right off the bat, Moses, is do you agree? Do you feel like Na'Vi have got this one in the bag, or do Gambit have a chance to show us something here?
I mean, they have a chance to show us something. They have a chance to wake up on this map, and it essentially has to happen because that Na'Vi looked unstoppable in a lot of different ways. Individual performances they were on top of, a lot of clutches going their way. Tactically, they seem to outplay Gambit on Overpass. Now on Mirage, they get to start on the CT side. They get a chill. It's their map pick. They're going to be just eternally prepared for this map. It's going to be so tough.
And it is time to get hype. We have the second map of the semifinal underway. Na'Vi in the lead, up 1-0 over Gambit. And it's all on the line for Gambit. They have to fight back now, tooth and nail, or they are done. It is the end of the line.
Yeah, that's the tough part. Everything on this. No more mistakes for Gambit. We're going to get live into the pistol run here. Countdown expiring. G2 waiting in the grand finals of the PGL Major here in Stockholm.
That's amazing.
Waiting for the winner of this one. Imagine Simple versus Nico. And here we go, pistol round.
And we're live. We're in the thick of it. And it's going to be Navi starting on the CT side, Gambit on the T side. Gambit get to set the pace, and then Simple, he's not waiting around. He's already taken Shiro out of the fight. Man advantage for Navi in this pistol. And they have yet to show anything here, Gambit. Only a single man spotted. They're going to hear the footsteps, though. Hobbit stomping around in mid, trying to draw some attention to himself. This alerts Simple. At least he's going to be able to communicate that over to his teammates. But the setup is here, and Boomich and Electronic already finding the headshots. Gambit are walking right into a wall in the first round of this map already. Simple is merciless. He's going for a third. And he's going to get it. Navi, what a dominant pistol round here to start off Mirage.
I don't even think they took any damage. That's the worst way to get things started if you're Gambit coming out of that first map. It's like, all right, boys, let's get started on the right foot. Let's win this pistol round. And they get shut down every step they take.
Dude, that one hurt so bad. Nefandi had a little like half smile going where it's just like, ouch.
Yeah, what can you do? Just immediate headshots from everybody on the Navi side. All right, 1-0. Now up against, I mean, really just the MAC-10 for the Gambit side. They invested in one weapon, armor as well.
Okay, then. Oh, man. When was the last time we saw this? No way do they think this is going to work. I was about to say, if this is going to be the OG fake into bomb plants on the other side, oh, man, please, this is going to be insane.
The only way this works is if they get kills at this B-bomb site. They need at least one, probably two. And I don't really know if they have what it takes to get it. Just the MAC-10, that has armor to protect against some utility damage. And actually, an odd timing for Perfecto, but Bit is holding the line. 2 kills, and that's it. Boomich knows not to move. He knows not to do anything. His teammates aren't calling out the bomb, and this is going to be the easiest kill of his life.
Sucks to say. There's a reason why that doesn't usually work, or why teams started to fall off of it. There's too much discipline now. In the early days of CSGO, that was a strategy that we actually saw quite a bit, because players would over-rotate so quickly off of bomb sites. As soon as there was action, they were already rotating off the bomb site, and you had a chance to just slip out of the apartments and get that bomb planted. But the teams are too disciplined now. They're too long in the tooth. So going into it now, third round, this is going to be the buy. A little light on the side of Gambit. They're not going to have as many nades as they would like because they didn't get the bomb planted. No bonus money. Some early aggression in mid.
Just basic control behind the boxes. A little bit of nade damage. Follow up. Ooh, Simple. That was dangerous, but well done from him. He's going to stick around. He wants to fight it. Actually dinked up through the wall. Might back away now. AK's on the board as well for Gambit, so he's got to be cautious. And he's going to sneak all the way through the B-bomb site, falling back every step of the way. So early success for Gambit, taking control of mid and forcing Simple back without losing a whole lot.
Indeed, limiting that information for Na'Vi. Now Na'Vi are going to kind of left wondering what is in store for them. See if they can make an information play here. Minute left on this clock. It's about now where Na'Vi are going to want to try to figure out what's coming at them. Simple still keeping an eye on mid. He's hearing these footsteps, so he can communicate this over to his teammates. And here it is, Electronic with a push down ramp. Now they're going to see that nothing is over here towards A. And this could be the giveaway. Perfecto kind of falling back, closing off that angle towards B apartments. He's got his teammate Bit there to watch his back as well.
I think Nafany just, he wants to give it. This is a little bit of a fake again. That kill would have been everything, but he wanted to give the impression like pressure was going to be here, combined with Hobbit to soften up this B defense. It didn't work. There's the first kill. It goes to Inters, low on HP, and he looks like he's got Simple boxed in. Looks like he knows he's there, but it doesn't matter. Simple's still alive, and there's Perfecto making the SMG work. Hobbit is going to come up, and this is a tough position to clear. Perfecto gets aggressive. He's got the bomb site, and Hobbit's got no HP and no time for the 1-on-2.
With 10 seconds left on this clock, he has to get in here quick and hope that somebody's going to step out into the open, but Na'Vi are playing this perfectly. Closing off the angles, whittling this guy down. He has no health left to play with and no time either. The round is over, and now it's all about surviving it. Can they hunt him down? Perfecto's going to deny him at the last second. Hobbit, because he survives the bomb time, or the timer, he gets no money going into this round.
That's a god tier 2v1 from Na'Vi, just letting him live if that's what he wants to do. Hobbit never aggressed onto the bomb site, waiting for those peaks and not able to connect. And that is disaster. Hobbit's going to be stuck on $300.
Brutal. Brutal start. As hard a start as you can get here for Gambit on this map. Na'Vi's map pick as well. So Na'Vi are going to be feeling comfortable. They got everything going their way right now. And Gambit, well, if you were asking for as difficult a situation as possible to fight your way into the grand finals from, I'm getting the feeling that this is it. Because Na'Vi just look so cool, calm, and collected right now. Big spread coming in here from Gambit, trying to maximize their map coverage. But this is a round of eco from them. They don't really have a whole lot to work with here. Just the standoff now is Gambit are going to start working their way in. Bomb is still going to be tucked away top mid with a minute left on the clock. In standard Gambit fashion, they're going to just run it down and see if they can get more utility out of Na'Vi. That's the name of the game for them. Simple rewards Nafani with a bullet to the dome. And Boomich spots out ramp, immediately rotates around to keep an eye on connector. It's going to be so hard for Gambit to get a bomb plant here.
Yeah, these are just easy kills as well. I think the problem in this round for Gambit is these are just like, you're just walking into fights with these Deagles and hoping you win them. And in that sense, you're not even getting any kills on the Na'Vi side. They're going to be able to build up so much money through this opening in this first half. 4-0.
$10,000 already on Perfecto at the beginning of this round.
There's only 3 kills on Gambit in these first 4 rounds. They're not even finding all the frags that they would like. This is brutal to
Moses,
start.
Right now, would you call a timeout?
No.
If you're Gambit? No. No timeout.
You got to trust what you talked about between the maps. You've got the guns in your hand as well. You've only really had one round where you were fighting with 4 AK-47s. So put some trust in the players. Let them play the game a little bit early on. Electronic's going to push up. Some spam through the smoke. Oh, and he's blinded. Vision wasn't clear. Nafany's got an entrance.
Here we go. Ideal start to this round for Gambit already. And now they're not wasting any time at all here, Na'Vi. Already making an info play on the other side of the map. Perfecto could pull a fast one here. He's got Simple to back him up as well. Just hoping that Gambit are going to walk into this. And they may get rewarded for their patience over here. Axel's thinking about it. Definitely aware, Gambit, that with Na'Vi being a man down, they're going to try and get frisky on the extremities of the map. It is an option for them. But with a minute 10 on this clock now, it's all about Gambit rotating back around, gathering up, and getting ready to execute onto a bomb site here. Do you reckon they go early so that they have a bit more time to move with?
It's possible. I mean, they can just walk up right now with the cover of the AWP over the top of the stairs. Boomich has one. Shiro doesn't react quick enough. He's got good damage. And Bit is still waiting if he can get any help from his teammates. Any flashbangs so he can peek out. Simple is coming around. Smoke to give him some cover, and Bit's got a double. The Molotov doesn't do its job until it's too late. And the Na'Vi defense once again holds strong. Not a gap for Gambit to work with.
These guys are running headfirst into a brick wall right now, it feels like. There's nowhere for them to go. Nothing but death facing them down at every corner. And now we are going to get just a little bit of, it's not even going to be the tack timeout called here by Gambit. They're just going to continue taking the beating.
I was going to say, to answer your previous question, now I call a timeout.
Now you call a timeout, yeah. You would think at some point Gambit needs to start trying to take a breather here.
I mean, some of these do seem like there's an element of, I mean, I know the Death touch on it, it's always been a talking point, the young nerves, not waiting for the Molotov to force Bit out into the open. And man, this is getting mental warfare from Na'Vi, obliterating everyone, showing no quarter.
Pure power plays coming through here from Na'Vi.
5 kills total in 6 rounds for Gambit.
And Simple just looks like he's loving life right now. And there we go. Tactical timeout called. First one of the half for Gambit. 6-0 lead for Na'Vi, and enough is enough. They feel like they need to take a little bit of a breather here. So Coach obviously taking a chance here to try and talk up his players. Blade is going to be taking the similar opportunity on the other side. And while Na'Vi right now are just looking utterly unstoppable. This is a huge task that Gambit have on their hands now going into the remainder of this half. They need to just put a halt to this aggression from Na'Vi, but I'm getting like G2 vibes from Na'Vi right now. G2 versus NIP, where G2 were just relentlessly pummeling NIP, just constantly looking for fights, constantly pushing everywhere, never letting NIP get their game plan going. I get the same feeling here from Na'Vi, where they're like, we're not even going to let you play your game. We're just going to constantly run at you.
Well, Gambit's going to have to fight back. That's certainly what's going on in these first 6 rounds. We'll see if Gambit can find a way to pull it off. Standard default so far, smokes in mid. And Gambit just looking for aggression everywhere.
Patient stuff from Gambit, and I like this little play here from Electronic. It's worth throwing it in once a half. And cross your fingers and hope that they're going to hit that B bomb side and that you can be effective up there. for now, quick rotations coming through here. Axile gonna start clearing out underpass. We can start to get that bottom and top mid crunch coming in here from Gambit so they can get some control and open up access to connector. Bit is definitely keeping an eye on things though. With a minute left on the clock, this slow play from Gambit is agonizing. All the timing.
He's lucky. I thought Simple was going to keep pushing forward. Simple's going to back away now. And Gambit is closing in towards this A bomb site. 2 players coming up connector. 2 on the ramp, make that 1. And Simple's going to be zoned in. The peek from Palace could be everything, but now it's Bit's turn to be put into play. Misses an opportunity. Falls all the way back. Simple again with the kill. Finally put down. Good double from Inters into a 3-on-3.
That Molotov into Khan was so slick, though. It just puts a halt to him. What a shot from Shiro. Had to happen. And, well, this is just all over. This round, what are you going to do? Perfection here from Nafani. No idea, Bit. He never knew what hit him. Electronic now going to be caught in a 1v3 with the bomb planted. And no reason for Gambit to peek him at all. They know where he has to go eventually if he wants to have a chance at winning this round. So now the name of the game here for Electronic is to get out of dodge and hold on to this AK by the looks of things.
This is good though. I mean, if you're Gambit now, you can breathe a little bit easier. You've got your first round on the board. You found some things that work. Inters finds a great timing coming out of Palace. The double entry there is magnificent. It's everything they needed in that moment. Now it's about stringing them together. Now it's about doing it one more time.
Shiro also, just that was the hero shot on CT that saved them. The flames go off. Bomb has exploded. And well, Gambit now with 1 round on the board. Showing some fight here in this first half of Mirage. Of course, they'll be able to get fully equipped again. No problems there on that side. And Na'Vi had plenty of money as well. So it's going to take more from Gambit to break Na'Vi's economy and start getting some easy rounds on the board. I'm curious to see if we see a change of pace coming out here from Gambit, or if we just keep going into the default hold everywhere and wait for Na'Vi to make plays. Looks like we are going to just get stuff. What the? Hobbit, what? Did he drop off by accident? No way did he drop off by accident.
That's a great shot from Boomich.
Unreal.
5-on-4 for Na'Vi. And Gambit's going to start looking towards the other side of the map. Shiro, Nafany, and Axile all together to work in towards B. They have left a lurk that's Inters towards A. And at the moment, he's not doing much. And he might just be out of this fight. I think a lot of this is going to be on this 3-man hit.
Oh, man, if he just throws a little more juice on that HE there, Perfecto, that would have been an insane nade. But he is going to get help here from Bit. Simple lines up a shot. 15th kill for Simple so far this map. Outrageous performance from him. Bit takes Axile, and it's just Shiro left alone on B. Enters in mid, does catch out Electronic, and Shiro trying to make a difference over here, trying to dance on top of Bit, but he is going to get forced into the open, and Perfecto takes control of the bomb. Enters alone now, and, well, not for long. Bit has mercy, puts him out of his misery quick, and Na'Vi are just looking indomitable on this defense right now, 7-1.
Not just that, but individually, the Gambit players look labored at the moment. They looked really uncomfortable in these situations. There's no flashbangs, there's no Molotovs, there's no smokes, there's nothing actually putting any pressure on the Na'Vi defense. They get a fight with complete comfort.
Look at that ADR, 169 ADR from Simple right now.
That's not bad. You take those.
And then you got Bit. It's a 1-2 combo right now. He's at 132. Between the two of them, they're shredding Gambit. And right back into the same sort of similar strategy here from Gambit. 1 on ramp, 1 in Palace, nobody in mid. And here they're going to try and speed things up towards the B-bomb side. Bomb is making its way there slowly behind, but they've got a player out on B. Nice shot there from Simple. Perfecto spots the man at bench. They can't catch a break here, Gambit.
No, they really can't. They're going to have to create one, although they have found an opening. This has been, I don't want to say it's a fake, but they've executed plan B. They've been able to take over the A-bomb site. The bomb is rotating all the way around. Problem is, they're not finding kills anywhere. Inters is going to accomplish absolutely nothing here. He's just trying to stay alive as long as possible. Maybe when these smokes clear, he might be able to get at least 1. But even that's kind of ambitious at this point.
They don't even know where the AWP is. Electronic is looking towards jungle. I think as it made its way onto the bomb site, They're going to know now. ENCE catches Perfecto. Electronic caught in the open. Hobbit with a valuable kill. And now they need to figure out, how do you deal with ENCE?
Oh, this is so weird. I don't know how Gambit's made this happen, but it's actually perfect. ENCE is somehow still alive, and he might be able to find one more kill. This is magnificent. So much time halfway through the bomb timer. This retake has got to be very quick. Plenty of kits to use.
They do have a bit more time on that side for Na'Vi. They have some grenades to use as well. Smoke onto the bomb. Shiro's on the other side of it, though. No mollies or HEs to get rid of this guy. They're going to have to go in here and do it point blank. Shiro looking for the spray.
Oh, no.
Not like this. Boomich gets denied. And they're running out of time. Simple, of course, he has to get the knife, but that's not going to get them the round. Gambit with 2. But what a round. And maybe this is Na'Vi getting a little ahead of themselves. Remember earlier when I was saying, they're not rotating off the bombs quick, right? That's a quality that these players have now. That time, Na'Vi just took the bait, hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, that felt very gimmicky, very improvised, but obviously Gambit at this point is going to take whatever they can. Small consolation prize for Simple, the knife in the semifinal. It's a 5-round lead for Na'Vi's defense, still got plenty of money in the bank, and man, one name we have to bring up again, Exile, 0-9 here so far in Mirage, and he's so important for Gambit.
Surprise, surprise. That is so crazy simple that he gets out of that intact. Down to half health, but another opening kill goes the way of Na'Vi.
That's a risky play. He's rewarded for it.
He's won all of his opening duels so far. He's 4-0 in opening duels, Simple. There isn't really anybody touching him on this server. He's got 18 kills.
Look at what Gambit have to play with. They've got a Molotov, a flashbang. They just used their final smoke. Everything from here is just going to have to be a heads-up fight. This is going to be so scary when these smokes finally clear in middle and Gambit realize they're just exposed everywhere. They have nothing really to put their players in any kind of an advantage situation. They have connector control. They have catwalk control.
And if they keep pushing, they're about to have T's. And there's Shiro dead. What is this?
No!
Boomich shakes him! Bomb gets dropped. They run into each other head on, and Boomich reacts fast enough to get the kill. Enters. At least he'll take Electronic out, but it's still a 2v4.
How has that happened? That's unbelievable. And yeah, you might have the bomb site, but you don't have the bomb. Simple towards spawn stairs. Boomich is protecting it in T-spawn, and even with Simple going down, there's not enough time. 15 seconds on the clock, and you still have to deal with Boomich. And you still have to get the bomb and get back to the site. And it's going to be an 8th round for Na'Vi. Gambit are giving it up because they know it's over. Now it's about survival.
Oh boy, are they going to be able to, though? Perfecto is here. The AWP picked up, and he slow walks into that angle. Axel's going to hit that shot every day of the week. So they get out of there with Simple's AWP. That's a nice trophy. A single AK saved as well, but they were hoping for the round. And instead, that's back-to-back knives in a semifinal of the major. What's going on here?
This one, I mean, the Boomich one is very weird, very strange. You don't see that too often.
Na'Vi Chan getting up there, yep. What a round from Na'Vi. And a tactical timeout called again here for Gambit Esports. Enough is enough. They need to start trying to figure out what is the solution here, because this is so crazy. Running into each other head first.
Yeah, and he has no idea how he got there. I mean, it's quite obvious when you see it occur.
Boomich's reaction is the best.
He's been a fan favorite since, what, Quantum Bellator Fire back in Boston?
Dude, he's nicknamed Snoop Dogg.
19-3 on Simple. A 6-round lead for Na'Vi. Just 8 rounds away from the grand final, where G2 awaits them.
And G2 watching this right now have got to be pulling at their collars, because this is uncomfortable. Na'Vi are just looking fantastic. One thing that G2 could have going their way, though, is that Na'Vi will have shown their hand on Mirage. They won't be running into this head first, G2. If Mirage comes up, now there won't be that element of surprise anymore. Advantage of playing the first semifinal of the day. But of course, Na'Vi have to get the job done here before we get ahead of ourselves. It's still Gambit we're talking about. Gambit absolutely capable of running it back if they can get their heads in this game. Start getting some kills on the board. We're 10 rounds in, and you've still got half the team rocking 2 kills. There's only ENCE who's got 7. So I need to see Gambit wake up, and the smokes come in. It's going to be an A execute. running straight into the bomb site. Boomich gonna find one, a second one as well. Nearly
No.
picks up a third before Exile can put an end to his shenanigans.
That's huge. 2 kills while playing retake. Now the next point of danger is Nafany lurking from the underpass, and he's got to hurry up because his teammates are dropping like flies, and he's going to be put into play, I think, a little bit too late. Bit misses the timing. There's the headshot. 2 on 3. A chance to recover for Gambit, but they've got a lot of work to do. Hobbit at least has control of the bomb.
This discipline from Simple, though, not overextending. You saw just how close it was to that angle. And instead now he's going, did he not see the yacht barrel? Oh, he sees it now. He sees it now, tries to take the shot, jumps right into it. Nafany was waiting. It was a trap. Perfecto and Electronic now. Last 2 alive for Na'Vi going into this retake. And if Gambit find a way to win this round somehow after all this, that would be a huge victory.
Yeah, that might have been a bit too much from Simple. He might have overextended there. A heat check. Nafany waiting. Good shot from Hobbit with the AWP. Perfecto now going to move in. Smoke dropped on the bomb. And he's going to get desperation. He might just stick it, taps it, forces him out into the open, and Nafany jumping across has found the final kill. 3rd round for Gambit as they try and fight back into this map, into this series.
Indeed, into this series. They've got their backs to the wall. They're already down a map in this best of 3. So this is it. There's no backing up here. If you lose this map, that's it. You're going home. You made it top 4 in the major, but you did not make it to that grand final. And Gambit are a team with, I mean, the players that you would expect to see in a major grand final, considering how they've performed throughout this year.
Well, there's more good news for Gambit. They finally, while they dug themselves a deep hole, they're on the verge of digging themselves out. They need this round. There's no money left on the Na'Vi side after this bye. What a way to get back into the map if you could complete this, if you could break the economy. And they're going to have to do it the hard way. 4 on 5. Boomich is available to be the equalizer, though, when this smoke eventually does clear. Hobbit's trying to find his legs. Find any gap in that smoke. Perfect timing for the Molotov, and that's going to isolate Hobbit. No chance for the trade. No chance for Shiro to spring into action, and it's all too easy for the Na'Vi defense.
It's so beautiful. It's just one step after another. They're playing so well together as a team. Na'Vi covering for each other in every way. Shiro powerless to help his teammates. Well, that's a beautiful headshot from Exile, but Electronic immediately trades it. Down to Shiro now in a 1v4, and Electronic mercilessly ends him. 9-3, and as you pointed out, Moses, this was the golden opportunity for Gambit to get back into this. They could have broken Navi's economy finally, and instead Na'Vi once again managed to find a way to get through.
Yeah, I think it goes the other direction. That's tough for Gambit. I think that was the only opportunity they have to get back into this map. It's going to be so difficult now. Going to be a very labored buy, a very labored investment from Gambit if they do in this round.
Too true. Too true. Touche. But Simple right now has got 21 kills on this server, so they need to find an answer for this guy. It's unreal, the level. It's actually so cool, though, because on the other side of things, we've got Nico with G2, and he was posting numbers of similar caliber yesterday in the semi.
He's been a freak in this tournament so far. That's going to be
in the nip match in the quarters.
That's going to be a really fun battle. This year for Nico has just been him reinserting himself in the best player in the world conversation, and what a fun way to see how that is going to end in the next match. If Na'Vi can complete Mirage, complete the 2-0 and make it there. Hall's pop coming in. Exile going to have utility. It's all on Lord Boomich.
Stand for the Lord. And let's see if he is going to hold the line here, because it's about to get real interesting. Flash over the top. He's not blinded. Going to spot them all going through. Finds one kill. Took him a while, though, and he's low on bullets. One of the disadvantages of using an A1 is when it gets risky, it's going to get tough, but he's still holding it. And Boomich! Quad kill! Shuts down that push. What a monster.
He's having the best time in the world. He's having so much fun out there right now. Every time you see him on camera, he's got a big smile on his face.
He's loving it. I can't get over how good this guy is playing right now. Right behind. Well, he's second on the scoreboard for Na'Vi, but they've all had their rounds. That feels terrific right now. And double digits again, Moses. 10-3 for Na'Vi on the CT side. This is unheard of.
Yeah.
This is the most one-sided match that we've had so far.
I mean, it's a combination of obviously Na'Vi hitting a level of excellence. That's absolutely incredible. The preparation they've brought into this major, the players they have on the team, but also Gambit's gone very, very quiet. The Gambit we've seen all year has not showed up to the stage. 3 kills on Shiro, 3 kills on Hobbit, 4 kills on Exile. Just not a lot of production coming in from this offense.
Not at all. Not at all. This was we're getting some of the answers to the questions that we were wondering coming into this major. Now that we're in front of the fans, that's the big difference, right? It's one thing to play on LAN. It's another thing to play on LAN in front of an audience on a stage with thousands of fans cheering. 10-3, and well, finally, Nafani able to put an end to Electronic's reign of terror, but it's still a man advantage for Navi in the round.
Let's go, Navi!
The Navi chant continues.
For good reason. Perfecto waiting. Simple hunting. And he'll be there very quick on the flank. But still, that means Perfecto's got to hold out without any teammates, and he turns, oh, what a spin back. That's so quick. I thought surely he was done. I think Exile thought the same thing. Perfecto's gonna get another. Gambit's just lost track of him. They finally bring him down, but it's oh so late.
Simple can't even get in on the flank before his teammates kill everybody. He's got the perfect flank. He's just like, guys, stay alive 5 seconds. And then, wait, oh no, never mind. It's fine, the damage has been dealt. 11-3 in favor of Navi. And well, we're getting a little bit of talk coming out here from the Gambit side of things. But this is utterly brutal for Gambit right now. Dominant first half for Navi as the crowd goes wild. This is gonna be it. Last round of the first half. Gambit need to come up with the goods here. And Electronic snuffs Hobbit immediately.
It feels so often they've been playing with the man down, and that's their player in middle, that's the flank, that's the lurk, and now everyone from Navi can just focus on these halls. Gone out Electronic. Perfecto's gonna hide behind the smoke for the moment. Good crossfire setup. Electronic's got another. 3 kills so far. He somehow survives long enough for Perfecto to get into the action. It's 12-3.
And there are no breaks here. We're gonna get right into the action here in just a few moments. So don't go anywhere because we have the second half coming up. And now it's going to be a question of whether or not Gambit can get the lockdown going on their side.
I don't even think it's possible. Even if they were performing the way that we expect them to, I think Navi's looking very strong.
They are. Navi, I mean, speculation going into this tournament, it's their tournaments to win. And right now, all tournament long, they haven't dropped the map yet.
Well, with the way they've been hyped up, it's their tournament to lose. They've effectively been crowned already throughout this stage, but G2 has been looking phenomenal.
Yes, but G2 showed that they were mortal in the semifinal by dropping a map. Navi don't even look like they're close to dropping a map yet. All tournament long, this could be it. The clean run, is it possible? 12-3, and we're about to find out. The pistol round's gonna kick off. Navi on the T side, and it's not wasting any time. Setting up for the B hit, or at least the smoke to sell the fake, because they have 3 players in underpass stomping away, going for the quick rotation. Let's see, does this catch Gambit off guard?
Oh, jumping up in towards window, Nafany. That's a hard shot to hit. You've got so many more bodies coming in. They manage a double peek out of it. One player did go down in middle. That's to Exile on Catwalk. But Navi have great control of the map. They control the center. And they can actually slow down rotations no matter where they come from. Bomb's going to rotate all the way back towards A, and that's an important kill. Now Navi can feel real comfortable in these positions.
Yet again, he is unstoppable.
And it actually forces Shiro to fall in towards CT spawn, which is going to make attacking the A-bomb site much easier if that ever does come into fruition.
He's watching for the flank. Oh, he's removed Simple, but instantly traded by Boomage. Inters and Hobbit, the last 2 alive here for Gambit. You do have the rotation coming in now from Inters. He's going towards that A-bomb site, and that's the last place he wants to be. The bomb is about to make its way onto the B-bomb site.
He's worried about the flank. He's worried about Boomage coming in from the murder hole, but Boomage has just jumped over to Catwalk, and he's completely ruined everything. The mobility in this tactic, Navi taking control of window gave them so many options to get out of any situation they were put in, and they've taken advantage of it. And man, this might be just a clean win in this map. If Navi can take this pistol round, Gambit is all but sunk.
Missed opportunity there from Electronic, though. Nerves perhaps showing a little bit here on the Navi side. Fine, Electronic snuffs him. And Hobbit does turn it into a 1v2, but Boomage again! You cannot lay the Lord low. What a monster.
17-3 now for Boomage. These multi-kills have shot him straight up the scoreboard.
13-3 on the scoreboard. And well, this is Mirage, and this is Navi's map pick, and they are looking utterly terrific on it. Simple continues to be a menace with 24 kills. With 24 kills in 17 rounds. Utterly disgusting. And well, it's going to be the hard eco here from Gambit. Bit of a setup with the flash. I like to see it. Boomich on the flank, though, going to catch Inters, and Bit leading the way. Spots the man close, looking for more, not going to find it. His teammates are going to be there, though, with Perfecto with the cleanup. 14-3.
It's a nice attempt from Gambit. The flashbang gave him a small opportunity, but everything is in this round.
Navi Chango and Simple is 7-0 in opening duels. 7 wins, 7 kills. Boomich has got 4-0. So I mean, Navi right now are just always perpetually with the man advantage, getting that first kill of the round, opening it up, giving themselves everything they need here to get the lockdown going. After that hard eco, though, Gambit now has some firepower. Extremely light on grenades, but if Shiro can start dropping bodies, that would change things up here for Gambit.
Ooh, almost a conversion. Almost an equalizer from Boomich. Exile's brought low, but a 2-man advantage for Gambit. Bit might be put into play underneath window. Galil and Hamd can find an avenue towards connector.
The remaining 3 alive here for Navi. The one thing that they have going for them is that Gambit are light on nades. If there's any way for them to take advantage of it. It's not to say that they're filthy rich either, but they have more utility than the entirety of Gambit combined, it feels like. So let's see, what are they capable of? Can they find an opening? 55 seconds on the clock. Bomb rotating back over towards B, so hoping that there's going to be less of a defense over here. And in the meantime, Bit setting up his teammates. Molly on short, flash to follow. And a headshot. Instant death for Nafani.
What are you supposed to do about that? Molotov towards Van. Exile's boosted up, so really a lot falls on this initial defense on Inters to be able to provide something. Bit slowly creeping up. He could provide the opening. They're not expecting it. No one's really looking here. He needs to clear the boost. Oh, he spots him at Van. Tapping away. He finds the head and converts onto Exile. Everything going wrong for Gambit. And Navi again have just found the winning recipe in the round.
Utterly unreal that he spots that out.
They have to go for this, and it's everything. They have to go for this retake, and if they lose it, it's essentially the series on the line. Hobbit jumping up goes down. Bit is incredible. Quad kill in the round for him, and Navi have 12 chances to make it into the grand finals.
This is it, Moses. What a performance. I mean, everything seems to be lining up for Navi as well. Just the fact that the player at Van jumps up just in time for Bit to do the double take and spot him, and then that shows the boosted guy in the corner. It's like nothing can go wrong. It's not like Inters and Exile misplay that in any way. It just aligns.
But that's a great round to just encapsulate this entire series. That's a 3v5 that Navi just won with all 3 players surviving it, just no problem. Simple's got another opening kill.
Another one.
This Navi is so scary. And if you're G2, you're getting to work right now.
You're going to be in bed early and up early and all the prep you could possibly get, because this is going to be an insane match. Navi, match point, man advantage. 1 round away from securing a spot in the grand final of the Stockholm Major to face off against G2 in a best of 3 to settle it all. And Navi, man, Simple just 1 step closer soon. Let's see if he can do it. Boomich here to help out. They're going to get that mid control a little bit here, a little bit of a presence as Bit works his way through underpass. And we're going to get the group together here as Navi once again. 3 players, soon to be 4. And life is going to get real rough for Inters in a moment here.
I think life's already been rough for Inters in this game. Been rough for everyone on Gambit's side of things. Now they're not going to clear it. Perhaps a trade coming in, and indeed, Simple pulls out the up. Now you have Exile, who's just gotten here to find 1, trying to keep Gambit alive into the series and holding on at the moment to the bomb site. Finds an awkward timing, but Perfecto is spot on. And Simple has yet to even be put into play, and it's all over. 16-3. Navi in the grand finals of the PGL Major in Stockholm.
With an utterly dominant performance, Gambit just weren't able to get their game going whatsoever. Navi set the pace from the beginning. They had everything go their way. They created their opportunities, and the man on the stage getting the crowd hyped, Simple, had an ungodly performance on Mirage. 27 kills. 27 kills by the end of the map.
That gives him 50 across the series. He was unreal on overpass as well. The whole team from Na'Vi, that's, I think, the thing for me is this team, we thought maybe the last kind of bastion of hope to think maybe this Na'Vi wasn't just going to breeze through the competition in the finals was some of the inexperience, and that's all gone. They obviously got over that hump real quick. All the work and all the preparation that Na'Vi have done to their map pool that they've talked about, in their boot camp that they talked about, God, did it reward them today in the semifinals?
Indeed, it did. And well, Gambit can be proud that they made it here to the top 4. It's not like they got blown out in the quarterfinals. They were able to make it the extra step. Top 4 at the major for a team of Gambit's caliber. We'll always wonder what could have been, obviously, but now they have that valuable experience. They're going to know what it feels like to play in front of the fans on the stage, and we'll see just what they're capable of with the next massive land that's coming up here for Counter-Strike. But of course, this means that Na'Vi will be progressing forward into the grand finals tomorrow night to face off against G2 in a best-of-3.
And I'm so excited. I thought it was like a dream at one point that there was a world I felt watching G2 play in this event. It was like, holy, they actually can make it all the way to the finals. We could actually have Simple versus Nico. The dream's come true. It's happened. We've got Na'Vi versus G2 in the final. We've got Richard and the boys in the desk.
Well, what can you say about that one? Brutal, savage, wrecked. Shout out to Red Eye one time.
Yes.
Na'Vi have done it. Absolutely insane. Listen, guys, I'm just saying, I'm a starter because obviously we are waiting for a winner's interview coming up. Gambit, they were never here. They were never at this major. It was a mirage. It was a figment of your imagination. That was rubbish.
Here's this for you, Richard. Shiro, Hobbit, and Exile combined had 17 kills in 120, 117 ADR. Simple alone had 27 kills and almost 140 ADR.
Yeah.
By himself, he has outdone the core of the 3 of the best Gambit
I think Shiro over the series had something like 16 kills over 2 maps.
Yeah,
Remember, we were saying statistically, like, this is the best CT side player in the world. This was trash. This was really bad. I'll say what I said on Twitter. Shiro is what would happen if James was on an elite team. Because as much as you can poke holes in what James does, make fun, like, he doesn't have elite players to cover his weaknesses.
Sure, but here's the thing. For me, this is all about pressure. It's all about pressure because there's no way Gambit are that bad. And you have to look at Nafani. He's a young guy, bit naive. I think he stacked so much additional pressure on them by saying, hey, we play the same at LAN. How would you know? We'll play the same in front of a crowd. How would you know? You just found out. That's the hardest, most brutal lesson I've ever seen.
And that's where we go back to experience, knowing how to set your team up for a game that is so important. Maybe Nafani thought that was a good thing, to pretend like there is no pressure, to create this environment, but at the end of the day, come back to bite them in the ass. You have to learn how to deal with that pressure, how to build your own story, to prevail in the game like that, because that was a disgrace. They were nowhere to be found. There was no semi-final.
It is one of the most shockingly poor
I've
performances
known
I've seen
a lot of players who had chokes, they had big pressure games got to them. They all do that. They all deny it, and they just hope it goes away, and it doesn't happen. But it's always going to come back eventually. I'll give you the analogy. If you know Bill Belichick, the great coach of the Patriots, won 5 Super Bowls, he would specifically teach his players, this is what you do when the game breaks down, when the worst case scenario happens. That way, you know it can happen, you're prepared for it. In this particular game here, they never got the good starts. By the way, great job trying to choosing T-side after you've just gotten absolutely blasted on your own map.
I will say, I think they do the veto like an hour or 45 minutes before, and you have to do it then.
You have to pick the side.
You don't pick. You pick the side when you do the veto. You don't do it like after the game.
So look, we'll come back and we'll break it all down. And spoiler, we'll probably be going in on Gambit a little bit more. But first, we have got Banks on stage with Blade, the coach of Na'Vi.
Yes, that's right, Richard. I've managed to grab myself Blade, and Blade, I've got to start with this, right? It's one thing getting a victory over Gambit, especially considering how the online results have gone, but this was absolute dominance. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. We are on LAN, we are winning. We have been struggling versus Gambit last match, and we have shown that today we were much better.
You definitely are much better. And one thing, right, we were speaking about this. You look so much more confident in yourself and the team right now. What's clicked? What's changed?
Well, nothing changed. We're just winning. You know, last event, EPL, we have won Cologne before. It gives us confidence. We know that we can do this. It's not like only some thought in the head that you can win. We know as a fact that we are a team that is winning.
And in terms of Overpass, right, we go back about 6 months or so. It wasn't a great map for you, yet it was in the past. You've recently been working on it, and it's done over Vitality and now Gambit. Is this part of the game plan, right, improving this map pool so you can just force teams out of the equation?
Yeah, I'm really happy that we are playing much better Overpass than before, and Gambit were telling that they have really good, like one of the best in the world. And winning like this in that style is showing that now we are one of the best teams in the world on Overpass.
Now let's talk about being on land, right? With Gambit, for example, very inexperienced players as a whole being on there except for Hobbit. But then we got Bit for you guys. He doesn't seem that phased of it. What kind of training did you do with him in order to get him ready for this?
Well, he was the same in Cologne. It's just his personality. He's like focusing on his crosshair, and he's ignoring like all pressure.
Is that why he sits so close to the monitor like this the whole time?
Yeah, that's the secret. That's the key.
That is the key. Now you're going to be facing G2 in the grand final. You've demolished them 3-0 the last couple of times, but Nico is coming in looking really hot. Are you worried at all? Will it be a different kind of game, or is this just your major?
We're worried, of course. We respect them, and we know that they can. The team who's losing, they make it more conclusions. They improve the game, so we know that we will analyze them more than before. We will prepare a good game plan. We will do everything we can to win. You know, in 2010 there was Navi 2010, and there was Contender MTW. They were losing all the time. G2 can become such team if they are not going to win tomorrow.
But you're smiling, mate. I don't think you're going to allow that to happen.
I hope.
You gotta hope. Blade, thank you so much for your time. Guys, make some noise for Blade and Navi as they march on to the grand final tomorrow.
Yep, James Banks there with Blade, and I got to say, I tip my hat to him. Obviously, we talked a bit about how he transformed his philosophy and indeed the team that he coaches. Just again, let's get back to Gambit, right? We're not done. We're not done with
Listen, we're going to spend longer wrecking them than Navi just did.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, I've just got to say the problem I've got with all of this is just in terms of, you know, the individuals that were missing here, it's just completely unacceptable. It's like for Hobbit to be the only guy we've really talked about when they've been on stage feels ridiculous. And when you actually go back and you go, Richard, but they're semi-finalists. Look at the run that they had. They lost to Entropiq along the way. They beat ENCE in a best of one.
They barely beat Virtus.pro.
Hobbit had to drop 39 kills in that one to drag them through it. Then by the time they get to the Avicii Arena, who do they play in the first one? Furia, the one everybody wanted to play, right? They barely beat them. And then you go up against an NIP with two rookies who were struggling, and I guarantee that's not going to be NIP's roster moving forward. Nah, they are paper tigers in every category.
I mean, obviously where it hurts the most is the contrast between what they have done online and what they have done here. And that is the issue. That is the one problem. If they hadn't dominated a few months of the year, probably we would not be so brutal with them right now. We'd give them the benefit of the doubt. We'd talk about the lack of experience of the young players and whatnot. They did have a moment where Counter-Strike was theirs. In fact, they were one step ahead of Navi for a few months in Counter-Strike, and now we've just seen what happens. But this is a great reminder for the public as well that this is the Counter-Strike we talk about here. The stage of a major is where some qualities, experience, nerves, handling, that's when it matters the most.
And listen, like, I wouldn't pronounce Gambit dead just yet.
No,
you know, like, we have to also remember Navi's making everyone look pedestrian here. You know, that they get to drop a map in this tournament. You also have to remember they might just be having the tournament, you know, a historic run. Really, remember the Katowice 2020 tournament. They humiliated the Astralis lineup with Device on it, one of the most legendary lineups of all time. They beat them something like 16-2, 16-5. I know. Right? So those are legendary players, lots of experience, right? So sometimes a team like Navi can just make you look like you have no idea what you're doing.
I want to contrast it though, like he said there, the difference between online and on LAN, because those Gambit tactics, which I do think is still some of the best in the game, some of the best T-sides across the map pool. One of the reasons they didn't work at this tournament is, you know, when we've been talking about the difference between a LAN player and the things he can get away with online. Shout out your Kindar from earlier in the year. Well, I'll tell you what, Axile online, suddenly all those tactics work because he gets the kills, you get the entries, you get the trades. Now, Electronic, on the other hand, he was fairly quiet at times online. That's why it took Bit becoming a great player in his own right as a rookie to make Navi the top team. But you put Electronic on LAN, it's a different different story then. They're different shots, and you're going for different shots.
This is why we're talking about safe values, safe bets for players, and this is where Na'Vi have this huge upper head on anyone else in the scene right now. Is because they have so many players which we know what we're about to get. You mentioned Electronic. I think he's the exact example of that. It doesn't matter if he's a little bit quiet online. You know that whenever he gets on the stage, he is going to deliver. It never ever fails.
And I'll tell you one more thing, right? Gambit wasn't one of these teams that was doing like mad stuff online, like, you know, irrational, random YOLO plays or anything like that. They were very measured. And here's the thing. They're a team that's heavily reliant on the default, on taking map control, right? Like draining out the clock as well. And the way that happens isn't that Nafani goes and says, okay, Exile, now you push a little bit towards long. Hobbit, take control like of this. No, these players make decisions on their own based on what's happening in their sectors of the map, right? But when you switch to LAN, suddenly it's like kind of that initiative a little bit of it disappears step by step, and then there's more gaps for your opponents to take advantage of. You're putting yourself in worse situations late into the rounds, right? Your opponents have more utility, or they get better information, they out-rotate you, and it's small things that add up, and on this level become a huge discrepancy.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi, absolutely just astounding. We're running out of superlatives for
their
them.
own league.
Let's just quickly take a look at the bracket, which obviously incorporates the earlier result where we saw G2 against, a great series, a total contrast to what we saw in Na'Vi Gambit.
By the way, Heroic are no one-liners. They actually, I thought, were the better team in this series. They just played a better player.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine if it had been switched around, what we might be talking about. Yeah, a real damp squib, unfortunately. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think we've got the kind of thinking man's final here, haven't we, with Na'Vi and G2?
You know, I don't think it was realistic for Gambit to beat Na'Vi, no matter how much we try to set it up. And you know who's loving this result? G2. Because when Na'Vi demolishes a team like Gambit, you know, like this, now they're coming as absolute favorites. No one is expecting G2 to pretty much do anything, even maybe make it close, right? And that's probably the ideal position you want to be in without any pressure on you. You can just like relax, don't have to worry about a thing, go out, enjoy the show, have fun, and then maybe, just maybe, something magical can happen.
I guess the sentiment we have ahead of this final is that it's going to be up to G2 to create a grand final out of this game. It's going to be up to them to play to the level of Na'Vi, to try to be up to par, so that we can talk about the suspense or any story, because Na'Vi right now look to be leagues ahead on anyone. Leagues ahead, so we can hype up the Nico train, of course. We can hope that Hunter shows up, because these are going to need to create a grand final, a suspense, something we can hold on to, because Na'Vi is just running with it, as it seems.
I've got some good news and some bad news. So the good news is, one of Nico or Simple is going to win a major. We're going to finally put that to bed. They are players who, let's be real, should both have a major. If you're just going, right, how good they are day to day over their careers. The bad news is this. If it was Gambit, we could have made this whole storyline of like, well, if Nico is just the best on the server, that's a win condition, right? You know, when everyone was raving about his rating and where it was 1.42 rating over the tournament. I think he's played 9 maps. Simple's played 8 maps and he has a 1.46 rating. So Nico might not even be the best player on the server. How many times can you ever say that in Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. This is tomorrow's schedule. This is what you've got to look forward to. I'm sure you can guess. There it is. It's going to be Team Get Right taking on the Copenhagen Flames as our show match. Spoiler, there's going to be a few guests turning out for Team Get Right, some of which might surprise you. So you'll want to tune in for that.
I hope after all those rubbish interviews and people going, and my opponent is very good, please cheer for him as well. I hope whoever's on Team Get Right opens up a little bit. Talk a bit of shit. Maybe tell Copenhagen Flames to fuck off back to Copenhagen.
Oh, wow.
Whoever it might be.
Whoever it might be. And of course, then the grand final. Now, look, just some final thoughts before we wrap up the show, before we get cut off. They turned the mics off and said us.
Someone had to entertain people. Gambit didn't do it.
True. Look. It's a final way. Sure, obviously there's going to be a lot of focus on Simple, a lot of focus on Nico. One of them will get the major that we've talked about them deserving. But also, I mean, as well, I just want to talk about G2. We've talked about, we've thrown the word Cinderella story around a lot. I think, considering where this team was coming into this major, for G2 to even be in the final, I think it's a hell of an occasion for them. Proved a lot of the doubters wrong.
I mean, one angle that you have to give them credit for is you want to look at who are the top 2 teams at the top. They've only lost 1 map themselves.
Yeah.
And obviously, like, it was a fantastic series. They were pushed there. So I would say the interesting thing is this, right? I'm not going to tell you G2 is going to win. But for money, I'll attempt to come up with some reasons why for tomorrow.
That's fine.
What do you want?
Yeah, no, that
That's
is the
just good way-
business
good
you
way
are
to
in.
get it.
Some would say, Mania.
No, I just wanted to say, look, they come in here and they use this land buff term, and we don't really know what to think of it. Actually, they've actually walked the walk.
Yeah.
They've done what they were pretending to do. We think we are better on land. Forget about this tumultuous period we've had. We're going to play a better Counter-Strike. They've done it.
They've actually done what FaZe was saying they were going to do the whole time.
There we go.
Yep. So, guys, look, it's been a crazy day. Ups, downs,
Really.
chills, thrills, spills. all
Special
sorts,
moments.
All sorts of nonsense. Can't wait to fill everybody in. But thank you so much for keeping me company over the course of the day. And, of course, to you as well. Thank you for keeping us all company here at the PGL Stockholm Major. That's it for today. You definitely want to tune in for the final when history will be made. Either Nico or Simple will get their major. You want to be there. We'll see you then.